ท่านเนี่ยนะครับสนใจและให้ความสำคัญมากนะครับคือรุ่นของ Thailand Super Touring นะครับรุ่นนี้เนี่ยเราจะใช้เวลาในการแข่งเนี่ย60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบนะครับโดยผู้ที่ทำเวลาควอลิฟายได้ดีที่สุดในควอลิฟายนี้ก็คือไอตัน อัศดาธรนะครับ1 นาที 53เพราะฉะนั้นไปดูกันว่าวันนี้ไอตันจะคว้าชัยอยู่ในโพเดียมไหมเพราะสนามที่แล้วโออานนท์เป็นแชมป์ไปดูกันดีกว่าครับไอตันมาถึงแล้วนะครับสวัสดีครับไอตันครับ
สวัสดีครับได้ยินไหมครับ
ต้องแสดงความยินดีของเมื่อวานด้วยนะครับ
ครับผม
ในรุ่น F4 นะฮะแล้ววันนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็มาเปลี่ยนกับมาขับรถทัวริงครับกับ Toyota Yaris Active ครับก็ต้องมีการปรับตัวเล็กน้อยครับ
1 ชั่วโมงขับคนเดียว
ถูกต้องครับ
แน่นอนความฟิตของร่างกายเราพี่เชื่อเลยว่าไอตันเนี่ยมีพลังเกินร้อยอยู่แล้วทีนี้การเตรียมความพร้อมในสนามนี้เป็นอย่างไรบ้างครับ
ก็ก่อนมาก็มีเตรียมความพร้อมในการขับซิมนิดหน่อยครับก็ขับซิมทั้งในรุ่นทัวริงไปขับที่ Toyota ครับแล้วก็ขับซิมทั้งในรุ่น F4 ครับ
นี่
ก็ยิ่งสนามมันมีเวลาซ้อมน้อยยิ่งชั่วโมงบินเยอะก็ยิ่งได้เปรียบครับหลังจากซ้อมซิมเสร็จปุ๊บผมก็มาถึงที่สนามวันอังคารครับมาเดินแท็กวอล์กพร้อมกับนักแข่งทุกคนครับมาดูรายสนามไม่ว่าจะออฟแคมเบอร์ออนแคมเบอร์สนามมันจะมีข้อต่อบัมตรงไหนก็ต้องศึกษาไว้ดีๆครับ
ครับคุนี่พี่โอรู้สึกจะอยู่ข้างๆนะครับกลัวไหม
เดี๋ยวเจอกันครับ
นี่งั้นเดี๋ยวมาดูกับรุกกี้ของเรานะครับสำหรับในรุ่นทัวริงจะเป็นอย่างไรฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับไอตันครับ
ฝากเชียร์ตันด้วยนะครับไอตันอัศธรหมายเลข51ครับ
ครับโอ้โหเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ครับสุดยอดเลยครับท่านผู้ชมในเรื่องของการเป็นนักแข่งแนวหน้านะครับแล้วก็มีความมีวินัยนะครับในการที่ออกมาเป็นแชมป์ได้นะครับแต่ก็มีอีก1แชมป์ที่อยู่ตรงนี้นะครับกับโออานนท์รอดประเสริฐครับสวัสดีครับเป็นยังไงครับพี่โอครับ
สวัสดีครับก็วันนี้ก็พักผ่อนมาเต็มที่เพราะว่าแข่งเช้ามาก
ถูกต้อง1 ชั่วโมงเต็ม
ๆครับ
แล้วก็ที่สำคัญเราขับคนเดียวด้วย
ครับ
นะฮะเราก็ต้องใช้พลังเยอะกว่าน้องก็หน่อยนึง
เยอะมากสนามที่แล้วก็แทบจะไม่ไหว
แน่นอนแต่สิ่งที่สำคัญในวันนี้อย่างที่บอกว่ามันเป็นสนามสุดท้ายในรายการบางแสนกลางปีแล้วครับอยากจะบอกอะไรแฟนๆบ้างครับที่เข้ามาที่นี่ครับ
ก็ฝากคอยติดตามเชียร์ครับไม่ใช่ผมคนเดียวก็รถทุกๆคันก็เชียร์ทุกคันได้หมดเลยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่
แน่นอนเป็นกำลังใจนะครับ
ครับผม
ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ครับโอ้อานนท์รอดประเสริฐนะครับอีกคันหนึ่งอันนี้เป็นนักแข่ง2ท่านนะครับมีอาร์มชนกนันทมานพขับคู่กับโอมธนพัฒน์สุทธิสว่างนะครับเอาวันนี้ใบแรกเป็นโอมเนาะสวัสดีครับโอมเป็นไงบ้างครับเป็นยังไงบ้างโอม
ก็ดีครับ
ดี
ครับ
ดียังไงครับ
ก็วันนี้ก็ออกเป็นอันดับที่3ก็ถือว่าโอเคครับไม่ได้ยากมาก
เพราะเมื่อวานก็ยังครั้งก่อนก็ยังติดอะไรนิดหน่อยใช่ไหมฮะ
ครับ
ครั้งนี้ก็โอเคแล้วมาเต็มที่แล้วพร้อมเลยเมื่อวานก็เจออาร์มก็บอกว่าวันนี้ก็พร้อมแล้วอยู่ในกริดที่เหมาะสมเรียกว่าเหมาะสมในเรื่องของการออกสตาร์ทนะฮะและเรื่องของการทำเวลาครับวันนี้ก็เต็มที่ใช่ไหมโอมฮะ
เต็มที่ครับ
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับโอมครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับรถคันสีน้ำเงินเบอร์55ครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับไปอีกคันหนึ่งนะฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะเดี๋ยวเราย้อนไปดูอีกคันหนึ่งอันนี้ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งในทีมของ YK Motorsport นะครับภูกับพี่ย่งนะแต่วันนี้พี่ย่งจะขับก่อนเป็นไม้แรกนะครับสวัสดีครับพี่ย่งครับขออนุญาตครับขออนุญาตครับสวัสดีครับพี่ย่งครับวันนี้ไม้แรกของเราเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ไม่มีอะไรครับก็พยายามไปข้างหน้าให้ได้ครับ
ครับมันไหมสนามบางแสน
ก็สนามบางแสนก็สนุกอยู่แล้วครับทุกปีครับ
ชอบอะไรในสนามนี้บ้างครับพี่
ก็จริงๆก็ชอบทั้งแบบเลเยอร์สนามแล้วก็ทั้งคนดูแล้วก็ทั้งทุกๆอย่างก็ทำให้บรรยากาศมันสนุกสนานมากครับ
ครับก็ถือว่าเป็นสนามที่ทุกคนอยากเข้ามาบางแสนอยากจะบอกคุณผู้ชมที่อยู่ทางบ้านยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับหมายเลข22แล้วก็หมายเลข14ครับ YK ครับ
ครับสู้ๆครับเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับคุณผู้ชมแน่นอนยังมีอีกคันหนึ่งของ YK นะครับก็ไม้แรกจะเป็นน้องแคทณัฐนิตลีวัฒนาวรากุลขับคู่กันนะฮะกับเบฟธนโรธนาเศรษฐินิติเกตนะครับและข้างหลังอีกหลายๆท่านเลยนะครับหลายๆทีมที่มาร่วมแข่งในรายการนี้ใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Super Touring นะครับกับ B Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Your Super Sunday coverage starting to kick off here from the Bangsaen Grand Prix. You guys have been sitting back and watching and waiting for all of the racing action to begin on your Sunday. Super Touring about to roll off and out of pit lane, and Prix, this is the jewel in the Bangsaen crown. Sunday morning, and with rain in the offering, this is going to be an interesting day.
Yeah, Scott Rankin, it's a pleasure to join you here for Sunday's action. Super Touring about to get started for their 1 hour and 1 lap race off the dummy grid and out onto the circuit. Bangsaen was my first taste of the Thailand Super Series last year, and I am happy to be back here again, returning to this beautiful racetrack.
Beautiful indeed. Unsight and car racing. Perfect mix, really. So, touring will be getting underway here very, very shortly. The Bangsaen Street Circuit is the venue of choice for today. 3.74 kilometers, the rise up and over Monkey Hill, your overtaking zone into turn 1 and 2, which has seen a lot of accidents thus far this weekend. Then it's the run down the back straight away. It's tight, it's twisty, it's technical. Keep yourselves in line if you can. Turn 15, is it an overtaking zone? That is the question we'll be asking ourselves. Turn 18, though, at the Monument Hairpin, we've seen contact there already this weekend. 3.74 kilometers, 12 turns to the left, 8 back to the right, 3 sectors, and a really unique piece of racetrack, I've got to say, Reese, which is why we love coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got that real sort of old school street circuit vibe, much like Macau and Villarreal in Portugal. It's a fantastic circuit, and these are the tyres they're going to be driving on for the race. Thanks very much to Hankook for their continued support of TSS action. The Ventus F200 Slick should certainly be put through its paces here on this low grip public road surface. Starting on pole position here for the race today, Ayrton Asdathorn. He's got Anon Rodprasert alongside him on the front row. Thanapatra taking to the start in the number 55 with Thanakorn alongside. Natanid in the number 14 for the start. Superkit rounding out your top 6. Nadol in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car. And we move on our way through the top 10. Mana and Namkanech rounding it out with 11th and 12th. Ratapak and Nick Teo, the Winghin Motorsports car down there in 12th.
Going back, it's going to be Arthorn and Chaya out of 13th and 14th. Praposh and Ong Wai, 15th and 16th. Pimpole from Sarawoods. And the last cars inside of your top 20 of 27 starters. Sipanat from Funapat rounding out the top 20. We'll move over into the final couple of rows. Atapong from Hiraharu and Anawat from Wong starting down into 24th spot. The final 2 rows of the grid will be Pasu from Kajonsak. He's not had success with that Ford Fiesta this weekend, unfortunately for him. And Anasorn is going to come off the back row. So for Kajonsak, success and speed from Brewer, but not so from Bangsaen. And that looks like the 94 machine, which was expected to roll off of 16th place, will be starting from the pit lane. But they have got that Honda City rolling and ready to go. We also look like we might be missing sector timings for the 65 machine of Nankanech and Shannon Chicha for Insane Motorsports, which was due to roll off a 10th spot. I'm not seeing sector times for, and potentially Anasorn as well. So we'll wait for this one, but we are coming to the green flag here, Reese, and the run out of the final corner. We'll wait for the lights at the gantry.
Indeed we will. Then it's the run down to turn 1, very treacherous corner. That final corner has certainly seen plenty of action as well. The Toyota Yaris Ativ on the very front grid position as we wait for the call of the green flag. Lights are up. Wait for that call. And lights out. We are away. Accelerate up. The Honda CRZs are already getting a massive start there. Fantastic speed coming into the first turn. Blend to the right, and then immediately to the left. There's a challenge for the lead here.
Yeah, that there is. It's going to be Thanapatra who's trying to head down the inside at turn 1, becomes the outside at turn 2, but he's got great drive off the outside at turn 2 as they climb up a Monkey Hill. First time on Super Sunday from the Thailand Super Series, and they're all weaving and trying to find their ground in the middle of the pack. They'll single file it out when they get to the crest of the hill down here and turn towards the hairpin. Have a look at how tight it is from overhead.
Wow.
We were hearing yesterday from Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, they have to run a unique steering rack to make that hairpin in this configuration. So Carrera Cup Asia having to make adjustments and changes. Have a look at the back end of the field. Everyone single filed out and coming to nearly a complete stop to ensure they've all got enough room to get around that hairpin. They'll file out down towards turn 8 and into the bulk of the lap and the bulk of the race for your Sunday afternoon. Sunday morning. Sorry, Sunday morning. I'm that far ahead already.
Indeed, living in the future. Yeah, that hairpin has a permanent yellow flag. You're not allowed to make passes there, so that's why you saw that traffic jam up the back of the field. They have to go through their single file. It's not just a case of is it physically possible, it's against the rules to go side by side into that corner. First lap is nearly complete, and, well, Thanapatra taking that lead quite convincingly, and we're hoping that there'll be some more action to come here as the first lap is just about complete, and yeah, big lock up indeed. Slow down into the final turn, and away we are through the first lap without, it seems, any big incidents.
Yeah, and it is. Everyone's managed to survive on lap 1, but Reese, I do wonder if you've not just put the markers on us as we head off into our first hour-long race of the day. Safety cars have plagued the weekend, and we've had our fair share of red flags as well. Some of them, though, for increment... Yeah, you did.
There we go.
Look what you've done.
All right, that's on me. Oh, the barrier's been affected by that too. I don't know if that's going to require an extended safety car to repair that barrier.
I'm not even more if Arthon, who's behind the World of 37 R-Addict Sky Gallery car, might be having issues with being able to get the car to turn back to the left, because it just seemed like the car wasn't turning at all. So I'll have to wait for that one to see if it'll be cleared. At the moment, staying green flag as we run down the hill yet again.
So here's the replay of what happened. Oh, lost it through the corner. Got up on 2 wheels. Lots of avoiding action having to be taken by the cars coming up on him. The number 37 with some minor damage. The wall also with some minor damage too. Looks like we're staying... no, actually, safety car has been called. There we go. So our first safety car after the first lap. Well, I guess I was correct in that the first lap was largely clean, but yeah, the chicane down here at the waterfront has claimed many victims in the past, and it looks like it's claimed another one here today.
Yeah. That's some water that's been knocked out. So 37 did get itself rolling, but remember that car was up and on 2 wheels. So I would go ahead and say that's probably steering damage on that car, and they're going to have to extract that one. We went precisely 1 lap, 1.5 laps before. Well, we didn't even get to the conclusion of the first lap before that incident. Blind corners, remember, as well. So there'll be a marshal out there with a signage board directing the drivers where to go. And for the moment, with 55 minutes and about 40 seconds left on the clock, we are under safety car. There was a couple races yesterday without them. I'll tell you what, GT4 racing action yesterday had 4. It's horrendous the amount of accidents that went on in that category. We had a dive bomb down at turn 15 on the opening lap as well, and unfortunately had some issues.
Okay, so it wasn't the chicane where the incident happened. It looks like turn 15, I believe, judging by position of the cars there.
Yeah, that would be correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're right in that there was. I was looking at the water on the road from the monument as well, and it does look like the barriers had some water coming out of them down that section as well. Whether or not they were impacted at some point.
Yeah, difficult to tell. The timer is still running, and they're getting ready to tow that car back to the pit lane. Always difficult to negotiate on these tight city streets. the number 37 of Putanad and Arthorn will complete no more mileage today. It's going to be a big blow for that team. Final race of the weekend, and they're out after not even getting to the end of the first lap. And judging by the fact that the safety crews are out there focusing on getting the car away, it doesn't look like maybe the barrier will need repairing. I think they're still trying to assess it at the moment. We certainly don't want a red flag situation if the barrier needs repairing.
It is on the Tech Pro too, so we might actually be okay. Might be some damage actually to the end of the Tech Pro. So we'll keep an eye on that one at least for now. I believe we'll probably get this lap in on the safety car and one more before we go back to green flag racing.
Yep, time is still running, and the pit window is going to open in just under 20 minutes time. So if they keep rolling like this, then it will be a slightly reduced race distance. Most of the teams in this field, of course, running 2 drivers to a car, and the teams running a single driver have to wait the requisite time in the pits when they get service done, just to make sure things are equal between all the teams. Different pit times being implemented across the field today. But an excellent move by Thanapatra to claim the lead coming through the first corner. You can definitely tell the Honda CRZs, they have the grunt off the line, don't they? They've been able to gain very nicely in that opening sort of stanza of the first lap.
Yeah, that they have been able to do, for sure. And gain some ground. You missed our commentary associate David Haynes yesterday becoming a Pi fan in the celebrity races yesterday.
How many dad puns did he pull out?
Oh, lots. It's great.
Oh yeah, as expected. Good to hear David Haynes has joined our little TSS English commentary family here.
We're actually starting to discuss about a summertime Thai trip next year coming to this part of the world.
That sounds fantastic.
Like I said, best place to go. Beach, sun, surf, sand, and race cars all in the one weekend. What more could you want from life?
Yeah, and so close to Australia as well.
Yeah. What about the only other place you're going to get that somewhere in the world is what? Zandvoort?
Zandvoort, Macau, maybe Monaco, but I think that's a bit too expensive for us.
Yeah, hi. Can we get somebody on the Monaco budget for next year? We're all going to Monaco, the entire broadcast team. Yeah,
I think we'll have to go sponsor searching for that one. I've just seen the call from race control. The safety car is going to be coming in this lap, so they're going to leave that barrier alone. We're about to go back to some good hard racing.
we will be for the guys in Super Touring. By the way, heading to yesterday's race, it was Chotnin and Anawat who were leading the championship. And Benaraj and Natnit who were in P2. So it was a race win for the 66 car in the opening race of the season, followed by P3 in the second race of the season. The 55 entry of Chenek Nun and Thanapatra didn't finish the first race of the season. I believe they had a tyre drama in that 55 machine. There was a fair few of those back at Burrum in the first weekend of the year. And they lead the way here, and it was the second race of the weekend they won as well. And why I think that's important is driver combinations. Remember, first race of the weekend that you see for the 1 hour categories will be the first driver on the entry list starting. And the second race of the weekend, they'll flip that over and they will start the second driver. So it'll be Thanapatra who led that entry out at Burrum in race number 2 and led that entry into victory.
still very early days in the season. A lot of form to set up. And it's all about survival here at the second round. Try and get the best result you can, get those points in, avoid the barriers, and you should be good from there. Currently halfway around the lap to get things restarted for this race. You just really get a sense, even when they're going slow, just how narrow this circuit is. Like, it's no wonder we've seen drivers clobbering the barriers, especially in these touring cars, front-wheel drive touring cars, that you know, you need to rotate them on the way into the corners. It's especially hard to do when you can't see what's coming. Like, I love these aerial shots for that specific reason. They show just how little room they have to negotiate these turns.
I think the biggest intricacy of the weekend was actually watching the Formula 4 cars, because remember, their visibility is way down lower, and the other thing is those cars quite stiff and the suspension quite low on the ground as well. It means that they do bounce all over the ground. Right, we are heading down into the safety car restart zone. So Thanapatra's got control of the field and trying to put some heat into those tyres. And the 51 machine of Ayrton Asda Thorn, who won the Formula 4 race yesterday, on double duties here this weekend for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. And it's going to be the M&M Racing team by Nexter, who lead us back to green flag racing. So for Thanapatra, trying to push his way down into turn number 1. I believe that's the onboard shot of Thanakorn, who sits in third spot at the moment. He's on the CLZ. Have a look at them. 3 wide, about to be in the background. Show the nose if you dare on the run down to turn number 1. 18 to the inside. And on Radprasert will take the spot away from Natanid, who will get that job done. And now they'll turn around and run up the hill. Who's got some pace? Who's got some speed? I believe our race winner yesterday was the Pac-Man machine, which I haven't seen a whole bunch of in the shots, unfortunately, today.
Yeah, not ideal, but the move complete there. The onboard shot we were seeing was from the number 25 with Nadal at the wheel. Car currently running down in 7th place for the moment. Some good moves being made. Brief look at Natanid as well, and the number 14. That's the car chasing for, I believe, 3rd place at the moment, or 4th, depending on the timing. Move being made in the background there. That's a bit close to the barrier. Almost saw another situation that brought out that safety car.
Yeah. There, isn't it? They're running tight, and everyone is looking for any advantage they possibly can find as they cut their way through up to the monument. They're going to go side by side on the run down to turn number 15. This will take some bravery. It's forced to lift. Now is he going to show the nose in the braking zone? Yes, he is, and he's been allowed a little bit of space to the inside to try and complete that move in the 88 machine. Job done. As I believe that's Hidharu, who will get that spot away, unless that's the 38 machine I'm looking for at the moment. No, I believe it was indeed the 88 machine. Hidharu's on a move. He has gained a ton of spots on this lap.
Absolutely has. Excellent job. By the end of the first lap, he'll be making his way back up to 16th place and work his way forward a bit more. Quickest lap so far to Anon Rodprasert, who had the fastest Sector 2 of anyone. Almost a full second faster than the leader's middle sector. So keep an eye out for Anon in this car here, the number 18. He is on an absolute charge at the moment.
Yep, trying to make some ground, and there's another car in the barrier, and that's a tyre off in the left rear corner. And
that's
is that out of the last corner?
I don't know. That's difficult to tell. I think it might be. For now, the rest of the field still trying to make their way up here. Little side-by-side, bit of an argument over who's going to be ahead coming into the permanent yellow flag zone. The Ford Fiesta ends up winning that battle, and the safety car is back out.
we are going to go on a safety car for 2 times inside 15 minutes worth of racing action. And the safety car being deployed from the second safety car position over at the monument. Try and bring the field under control as soon as they possibly can. So that car is going to try and get itself back to pit lane. But there is a tyre off the rim. I don't know if Anawat actually knows. Now, he was seen at the second timing sector, but not at the third timing sector. And that is the start-finish line. So that was out of turn 19.
Oh, man. That's like the worst place to have an incident. He's going to have to try and make it around the whole lap to get back to the pits.
And there's damage to the rear end of that car. And the problem for us is I don't think we're going to get much of assistance to figure out where that one's come from. But the only way for a car to end up in the barriers there is contact. There is no way you don't end up with a car in the barriers because it's so far off the racing line and front-wheel drive cars as well, Reese.
Absolutely. Now, it looks like he may have had a bit of help. So, Anawat will
that's not
leave a
tyre smoke. Is it tyre? Well, it's coming from the right corner of the car.
I think it's I think it might be the rubber rubbing up against the fender potentially. Not ideal. He'll leave a trail of smoke as he crawls his way around back to pit lane. There will be a lot of repairs to be done to that car. Whether or not they'll be able to get him back out there to circulate and get a finish on the board remains to be seen. It does look like pretty significant cosmetic damage to the rear of the car. Whether or not the rear suspension has been affected remains to be seen.
Look at the barrier up the back end of that shot. I reckon he's missed the end of the concrete and just hit that going.
Looks like it.
Back on board with the number 25 of Nardal. So, back under safety car.
We'll be getting back to a quick restart though. Safety car in this lap. No damage to any barriers to assess, it seems. Anawat has passed the Sector 2 line, so it looks like he'll be able to make it back to the pits and we can get the race restarted once more. How far are we going to make it till the next incident is the question.
Just having a quick look into final race results from yesterday as well, because the number 18 machine that did get the job done. It was a non-rod pursuit from Nat Ned and Thanaroj in the 14 and Nardal and Norat in the 25. So those were your top 3 finishes at the end of the race yesterday. And they got 21 laps in, and that was mostly run under green flag conditions. We're at 6 laps at the moment. I believe we're on our 7th circuit. And we're only 20 minutes in. You know what? We're right on board for that 21 laps yet again. So
not too far away from the pit window opening either. Around about 6 minutes or so.
Worthwhile pointing out, Reese, winning margin yesterday back to 5th spot was 5.2 seconds.
Well, looks like we're in for some entertainment today as the 66 is getting its damage assessed. New tyres on the rear, and it looks like the rear bumper getting buffed out a little bit.
Is it just me, or did he only take 1 bolt off? Although
yeah.
He kind of not have picked up the other bolts being removed, so we might have come
maybe. I think that might have been the case. Well, either way, it should only be a short service for them. They're still going to have to take their mandatory pit stop within the pit window, so a lot of time lost there, but they should be able to get the car back out. See if there's any further damage to be assessed, and hopefully get to the finish. Safety car pulls away from the field, and we'll see Thanapatra lead us away once more. But Ayrton Asdathorn will be hot on his tail, and on Rod Prasert as well, looking for that podium. We'll see if Thanakorn can use the power of his CRX to try and find his way past the Honda City and Toyota Yaris in 3rd and 2nd respectively.
after race win yesterday for a non-Rod Pursuit as well. DNF'd out of the first race of the season, finished 5th in race number 2. 25 points will go a long way to helping his championship charge as well. This will be incredibly tight. And he was quick at the end of yesterday's race. But he'll have Formula 4 Southeast Asia racing driver Ayrton Asde-Thorn. So 2 drivers who've already won on the streets of Bangsaen here are about to go at each other. And here comes Rod Pursuit to the inside at turn 1. He'll try and just make Ayrton Asde-Thorn watch his rearview mirror a little bit more than he'd like. Turns it back underneath him. Might get the drive as we climb up a monkey hill. Overtakes in the background as well. Run down into turn number 1, side by side for about 10th spot on the field. And Asde-Thorn was able to cover it and get reasonable drive off. Had to lift and fall in single file before the run down of the turn 6 happened.
All right, through we go then. Who gets the best drive out is the question. Looks like it's difficult to really put the power down here. Now, if I'm ever driving on the Semina front-wheel drive car, super tight hairpins like this one are always a challenge because you've got to try and balance the power application. Otherwise, you'll understeer straight into the barrier. Fortunately, there's a bit of extra room beyond the curb at the hairpin there, but it's never easy. Check back in with car number 88 briefly. Hideharu, who was steaming his way up the field, has got a battle ahead of him. The number 57 with Pinpole at the wheel. Battle of the CRXs, CRZs forming, sorry. I went back to the 90s briefly there, side by side for second. Here comes Ayrton Asde-Thorn, trying around the outside of turn 15. What a move!
Ayrton Asde-Thorn is going to defend on the inside into turn 15. Will have to lift before they get to 17. So it's a Rod Pursuit, who's gone the long way around at 15. You just don't see that. It just about doesn't happen. Asde-Thorn's now going to cover him and try to fire it back down the inside at the final corner. So job done. Moves 1 spot further up. And now, next car to get after, albeit he's going to have the longest pit stop of the lot of them, with the success compensation time added to the pit stop, which will open in about 2 minutes. For a non-Rod Pursuit, get the feeling though, single driver entries, they might run long.
Yeah, I think they would want to get out in clear air and try and gain some time, sort of dull the pain of the longer compensation time in the pit stop. So keep an eye out for that. The single driver entries staying out a little bit longer. That pass between Rod Pursuit and Asde-Thorn has brought Thanakorn and Superkit right into the fold for the battle for second. So there's a bit more to be said about that before the pit window opens. A bit of a lock up there. That's a very tight entry into the hairpin, but just manages to get through.
Bouncing all over the road as well as the drop away happens right in the middle of the corner. Pit window about a minute away from opening as they feed down through the monument. Whoa. Gee whiz, he got away with that? He didn't even touch the barrier.
Oh, wow. That was fantastic. Well, I mean, a non-Rod Pursuit, he is right in tune with that Honda City, isn't he? That was crazy. I thought for sure he'd be headed for the barrier.
Yeah, and going in hard was what I was thinking, because he had that thing all crossed up at the apex. But he's got away with it.
Look at this. Oh, hard on the power. Front wheel drive. All you got to do is bury the throttle pedal to the floor and the car will straighten up. But some good technique being used there through the chicane. And, well, he's kept the gap to Ayrton Asde-Thorn. A non-Rod Pursuit taking the fastest lap of the race so far. 1:54.7. That was 3/10 or so faster than Thanapatra out front. So it looks like Anon is on a mission here.
Yep, making time. 3 or 4 tenths of a second. It'll take him a couple of laps to close that margin. But hopefully he won't have so much of an issue through the monument.
$10 minutes until, sorry, the pit window is open. 10 minutes until it closes. So now is the time to think about when you're going to come into the lane. Hope that the lead 2 driver car comes in early so that you can have a little bit get some clear air and gain that time if you're a single driver entry. But have a look at how much speed Anon Rodprasad is carrying here. It looks like he's almost halved that gap to Thanapatra.
Yeah, he's already starting to take that time well and truly back out of him. He's fastest in Sector 1. Took half a second out of the race leader. And this is the 79 in, so this is inside the pit window, so this is open, so this should be Sarawak jumping out of the track, jumping out of the car for Visit Pong.
One of many Honda cities in the field. And our leaders are closing up here on the way into the final corner. Antonazda Thorn going for the move, but just as he does, to pit lane goes the number 55, Thanapatra.
They're going to dive in and handle that one into the pit lane, and immediately a bunch of different cars. Here comes the 14 as well, who dive into the lane. Remember, that car is effectively going to be our championship leader after finishing second yesterday. As the number 66 unfortunately DNF'd in race number 3 of the championship.
Fastest lap still held by Anon Rodprasad, down to a 154.4 now, and this is optimal for Rodprasad and Asdathorn. They are the only cars running in the 1 minute 54 second bracket, so they stand to gain here by staying out a bit longer. As long as they enter the pits before the 10-minute window is up, then they'll be able to satisfy that requirement for the regulations. I would wait until the last possible moment if I was them, take advantage of that pace. Oh dear. Problem for the 88.
That was Hitaharu. That's got damage on the front left corner of that. Is that at the hairpin? You know what, that looks...
Yeah, I think it is. He might have clobbered the barrier out of turn 7 potentially. Turn 4, sorry.
Yeah, so might have caught the barrier at the top of the hill and just been able to resurrect it down and into the runoff area with bent steering. Either way, it doesn't look like it's going to force anything, but what will be forcing something is the 57. As Peempole gets down the inside, and I believe that was Timothy Thomas in the 38, and indeed it was. So there'll be a swap of positions for P9 on the racetrack as drivers continue on past the pit lane.
Looks like they might respond to that by jumping into the pit lane. Speaking of pit lane, 72 in as well. Superkit jumps out and Teo getting ready to jump in. Goodness me, Anon Rodprasad is steaming around out there. He's just set a 153.5 out in the lead.
Well, pit stops now underway. 4 minutes into the pit stop window. Door closed on the number 25 machine as Nardal climbs out and Noarat will climb in for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand.
Atapong, one of the single driver entries here. He has to wait in the pits longer than the two driver teams do. Pit lane a hive of activity at the moment. Got 6-7 cars making their way through the pits at the moment. On their way out, the number 72. Tayo now in the car. Superkit getting a well-earned rest there. See where they filter in and things end off. And it looks like Anon Rodprasad is looking to come in as well from the lead of the race. Interesting that he's decided to come in now. But Ayrton Asdethorn will assume the lead of the race here. And on with that pace. I mean, he's obviously going to have a slight disadvantage pitting a bit earlier than he ideally could have, but who knows? Maybe this is part of a grander plan with half an hour remaining for the race time.
Well, it's being on the halfway mark as well. The big thing for me is if I was in his shoes, he knows that after winning the race yesterday, he's going to have the longest compensation time. So going late, generally considered the best thing. But the longer you go, there's a risk of a safety car as well. And I do believe the cars that haven't pit actually lose out if there is a safety car. Anyone who has pit will drop off the lead lap. And given that he was the leader, you know, he'd sort of be losing bulk time. So staying out's a risk. He's already been able to show that he can make the overtakes race. I think that's the big thing for me, is that if he can get the job done, why not continue on with it?
Yeah, certainly not afraid to get the nose in. Kajonsak as well, making his way out of pit lane in just a few moments' time. The question is, when does Ayrton Asdethorn respond here? We've got to keep an eye out for Thanakorn as well, and the number 22. Hard battles going on out on the track here. The number 72 making way for Ayrton Asdethorn, who stays out again for another lap. And there is Anon coming out behind the number 56. He's going to be making his moves very shortly indeed. Another lap complete here for Ayrton Asdethorn in the lead of the race. And his last couple of laps have not been up to scratch. His last lap was a 1 minute 57. He lost a lot of time there. He might lose touch with the lead, potentially lose a podium.
So at the moment, just keeping an eye on the 22 now as Thanakorn dives into the pit lane. I believe we're just waiting on 2 cars to come to the pits. Actually, sorry, make that 1 car, because it was Hitaharu was the other car I was watching on the timing screen. So we're just waiting on Ayrton Asdethorn, and this is the strategy we were looking at for the single driver entries of just trying to run along. So he'll have to come in at the end of this lap, bar none. We also have a note that 55, so Benapatra and Chanak Moon is actually under investigation for pit lane speed.
That's not ideal. Given to the pit lane speed limit, one of the most important parts of negotiating a race. Pit window only 1.5 minutes away from closing. And considering that Ayrton Asdethorn is on his way through into the final sector now, little lock up in the rear. That's not the end of the world in a front-wheel drive car. He will get into the pits right before the window closes.
Here comes Ayrton Asdethorn, fires in the pit lane, right into the pit lane at the right time. 55 seconds on the clock as he fired into the final corner and straight into the pit lane. I do worry about that 55 machine though, and potentially picking up a penalty, because at the moment I'm showing them on timing potentially he is in a great position, and that's the problem for him. Is if he picks up a penalty here, this is actually a race win. That might be going begging if he's been speeding in the pit lane, and that probably be a drive-through penalty again, I would assume, based upon historical penalties we've seen in this series.
Yeah. Looks like that might be the case. Well, currently catching up to Ayrton Asdethorn. Still at a stop in pit lane. And the pit window has finally closed. I haven't seen any notification that anyone's in violation of anything other than that investigation for pit speed limit here from this car, the number 55.
Oh, that's a big lock up. That's bravery for the 55. and really carrying that tyre deep into the corner. You know, we've seen tyre failures so often in this series. I'm starting to wonder whether or not even marks left on the tyre, because the leading cars have locked up brakes so many times as well. Remember back at Brew, and we see it all the time as well. Locking, just micro locking, not major locking. You see the rear end dancing around as they try to shift some of the weight off the rear. Another note from race control as well is Pasu and Penasit in the 17th place 58 machine. He will be looked at and investigated for not staying to the correct side of the pit lane entry line. There was one note about that yesterday during racing proceedings, and it was they were looking at it and nothing came of it. So, is that the 18?
Hard to tell. The replay of it. Oh no. Oh dear. That's very wide indeed for an on-road Prasert. And just comes to a stop there on the exit of the corner.
He's got no drive.
No drive? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the deal there? The man who made an incredible move to get up into second and then challenge for the lead of the race. Seems like a lot of white smoke.
Or does he look like he's using the starter to back that up?
Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing. Technical problems for the number 18.
It looks like the engine's failing to stay alive on that car. He's managed to get it into reverse again, locking up for the 55.
Yeah, I've seen Etan Asdathorn do that as well. I think it's just a case of it's a curved braking zone. You're turning left while braking. It unloads the inside rear tire. And of course, these being front-wheel drive cars, you need them to rotate on the way into the corners, so you set the brake bias pretty far back. And it's not unusual to see rear tires locking up, but it's also a sign of just how hard they're pushing. So Etan Asdathorn out of the pits, 6 seconds behind. Still not seeing any sign of movement from the number 18.
I was looking at those marks on the ground and just going, they look wet. He's still trying to back it up fractionally, but it's not controlled back. Like it so looks like he's on the starter motor to try and get that car to back up just a little bit. We're doing damage to that if that's the case, and you won't be able to do it for very, very long and then just drain the battery. But for now, has it under control. Still waiting for an update on the speeding and pit lane issues for Thanapatra and Chanaknoon, with Chanaknoon back behind the wheel, being run down by Etan Asdathorn at the moment. The one that we have received an update on is the pit lane entry line. The car number 58 has received a 5-second time penalty for it. They run currently down in 16th spot. And we've just had an update from race control about speeding in pit lane as well. It is a 10-second time penalty for car number 55. They lead the race at the moment. And last lap, Chanaknoon was 1.2 seconds faster than Etan Asdathorn. He may be able to cover that off, you know. There's enough time left in this that he might be able to get 10 seconds clear.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge, isn't it? Etan Asdathorn was 6.2 seconds behind at the end of the last lap. But as we've seen, Chanaknoon is looking mighty quick. The team, I think, will have communicated it to him by now, and he knows he needs to put the hammer down to avoid losing this victory.
Well, he's going to have to go after it. He's got 20 minutes on the clock. What can he do? What's the lap time as he gets to the line? 55.468. Now we watch and we wait. We've got about 5 seconds or so back to Etan Asdathorn. Oh, that's wide. He's pushing. Oh. And a little bit of a rotation in the mid-corner on the rear. But Chanaknoon, Etan Asdathorn came across the line. 54.874. Took 7 tenths back out of him. So Asdathorn's got some pace again. There is some traffic in between the two drivers, though, now.
Yeah. Chanuknen was the first to come across it, and so I think that's why he ended up losing that time. This is going to be a massive battle to see if Chanuknen can get that 10-second margin he needs to keep victory, but Ayrton Asdethorn will know what's going on as well, and he will have his eyes forward, focused on getting that lead down. Safety car. Looks like saw a car stopped at turn 17 is the message from race control. The drivers are coming up to that now. Which car is the question?
We're missing another 1%. Oh boy.
The 34.
That is a huge accident.
That's Funapat Funsub, who's found the wall in a big way.
Oh boy, that's a big accident.
So that's on the run up to the final couple of corners, right?
Yeah, that's the exit of turn 17. So 17, it's funny because on this track, the monument the hotel hairpin is turn 18 and turn 19. Turn 20 is the kink onto the front straight, but turn 17 is both the left and right flip. So it's both corners over here. So that is the high speed left, right, and that's the exit of that and the run down to the hairpin at the pit lane entry. So basically the camera that we're showing you that from is parked up down at pit lane.
Yeah, if you have your map of the Bangsaen circuit handy, now's the time to take a look at it and find turn 17. Because there's debris over on the left side of screen there as well, right side of the track. Oh, we're about to find out what happened. Oh, okay, little tank slapper fishtailing on his way out. Looks like we didn't get the exact moment of contact, but it seems a little bit of rear instability in the number 34 that just got compounded.
We're carrying a fraction too much speed. We saw the line. Did he potentially turn in too hard on the left-hand side initially into 17? He's clouded the barrier and then it's just been a tank slapper out of that. Because the problem I have with where that car was placed when we started seeing the tank slapper through the 17 was the positioning on the track. Normally, if that's the case and he's carried too much speed and he'd be wide through 17 and be nearly up against the barriers on the other side of the track, but he was, off the exit, he was very far to the left-hand side. So I get the feeling he's turned in early and picked up the barrier on the left. But he hasn't hit it with the front end of the car. He might have glanced it in the middle of the car.
I think you might be right there. Generally, when the rear is hit, then or the sort of middle side of the car, that's a lot of force going through the chassis, and it majorly unsettles the rear. And sometimes when you're trying to recover it, you correct to the left, you correct to the right, but the car just keeps swinging, and it just becomes this pendulum that oscillates out of control after a certain point.
Yeah, well, either way, you know who really suffers out of this? Cars that have penalties or time penalties. There's two of them. And one of them's the race leader. And remember, we were just talking a few moments ago that Chanuknen might have been able to build enough of a margin to run away and actually still hang on to a race lead after speeding in the pit lane and getting a 10-second penalty. That's not the case anymore. That's not going to happen. There's not enough time left in the race.
Yeah, and but before the safety car came out, the only position that Thanapatra was likely to lose was okay, so this is where I think this is where the 55 picked up the penalty. See the pit exit line here. Does he come off the limiter early?
Oh, that looked okay.
Yeah. Not sure what the deal was there, but yeah, basically he would have only lost the lead, or maybe even second place at a stretch, if the race had stayed under green flag conditions. Now that the safety car's out, and we've seen, he could stand a chance of being demoted to anywhere from 9th to 10th with this safety car. He'll have to get the power on, drive as fast as he can here for the final 14 minutes or so of this race, maybe even 12 minutes. The safety car is going to be out for another lap, I think. It's a tough job to do. He basically need twice the power he has now in order to get that 10 seconds up.
It's just, yeah, it's not going to happen. So the next question becomes, how many cars can he put? Because right now there's a fair few lapped cars in between Chanuknen and Ayrton Asdethorn, my apologies, for P2, and Thenekon Verovic. So we need to sort of have a look at how many cars sit in that position. So 55, 51. The next car we're looking for is the 22. So there's actually only the one that sits in between those two guys, which sector timing was telling me a lie that I thought there might have been a second car in there.
Verovic at the wheel of the 22 looks to have lost his left side wing mirror there, and maybe a bit of damage to the right wing mirror as well. Apparently there's been more stories going on in this race that we haven't been privy to, but yeah, that number 22 is not looking the healthiest from the outside, at least.
One of the unique things actually about the non-rock machine, which is now obviously out of the race with its damage, was it actually had very slim mirrors. And making comment yesterday that they were those tall, sorry, they were those really shallow, aero-efficient mirrors. But the biggest thing is it means you can put the car a lot up closer to the fence without taking off a mirror. So kind of, if that's a unique solution that they run just for Bangsaen, that's kind of a smart little way of doing things. But that car, of course, no longer in the race, unfortunately.
So we're now coming up to around about 12 minutes to go in the race, and still no sign of the safety car being sent in. Looks like we're going to be getting a short, sharp sprint to the end of this last race of the weekend for the Super Touring category. We've got a big day of racing up ahead of us here. Super Eco is going to be up next. Then Thailand Super Pickup Division 1. There'll be a very short break, and then I believe we'll be bringing you Porsche Carrera Cup Asia as well at about 12:40 or so local time, followed of course by the TSS Supercar categories and F4 Southeast Asia to end the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. Safety car in this lap. So we're going to get back to what's sure to be a big day of action for us here, Scott.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. We're going to set up for, it's going to be close to a 10-minute sprint race to the end of this one. We have 17 cars on the lead lap. Keep your eyes on the 25 machine, the Norat Nardol, Todiguzu Racing Thailand entry. Don't forget 2 YK Motorsports machines in the middle as well, 22 and the 14. So Chanuknen will lead this race back to green, but he has a 10-second penalty. So his goal will be to run as far as he can. Now, if Ayrton Asdethorn is faster, he will need to let him go because he's not racing him. And the biggest problem that he'll have is if the team have told him about that penalty, if he's going to lose time fighting Asdethorn, let Asdethorn go. If Asdethorn's faster, sit, watch, follow, chase. Don't worry about trying to race him. I wonder if they've told Ayrton Asdethorn as well.
Yeah, I wonder. This will be an interesting conclusion to this race, how hard Chanuknen may or may not fight this, knowing that he has that penalty hanging over his head. Not getting ready for the green flag. Safety car's already pulled away. And there goes Chanuknen. Bit of a slow start from the lapped car, the 59, with Kritipas at the wheel. That's going to help Chanuknen at the very least.
So he'll get the foot down. And here comes everyone else. Of course, you can't overtake yet. You still can't overtake. That'll be reviewed as well. That will be a penalty.
No.
because they're still not at the timing line. There's the start-finish line. That's an overtake before the timing line. Doesn't matter that it's a lapped car. You can overlap, but you cannot overtake before the timing line. Run down to turn number 1. That's the 25 machine. Have a look at the shifter on it with the kink in it, the elbow. And the elbows are out for the 25 machine of Norat. He's going to try and pick up a couple of spots, but there will be penalties. This 59 machine is lapped. It's in the way. They're trying to get their ways around it, but you cannot overtake prior to that timing line. You're better off letting cars go and not grabbing the penalty there, Reese.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Might be a post-race decision at this stage, but, you know, still 8.5 minutes to go. I think that's more than enough time for race control to see that and go, yep, that's a penalty. Yeah, very slow restart from the number 59. You know, I mean, I can see that there's some damage to the front end of it that he's picked up somewhere along the line, but I think he should have gotten up to a bit of a quicker start there. Nonetheless, it's still on the cars behind to make sure that they don't pass him there.
How about this with Kajonsak and that Ford Fiesta?
Yeah.
Remember, we were talking about in what, 25th he started? I think he's either up to 7th or 8th at the moment. He was listed at 8th as they cross the start-finish line. I think he might have picked up a couple of spots.
Yeah,
he might finish inside the top 5 with penalties too, so...
Major profit, big points day for Kajonsak as the 56. Ahoy! That's one way to get a lapped car out of the way. The move done, the Mazda 2 with Nuchin on at the wheel. That creates a big chain reaction behind. Chase Chakris Parks and the number 92 driving with Chayam Wongam will find his way past the Toyota Corolla number 39 of Varanchit. Actually, Toyota Yaris. Looks a lot like a Corolla.
As they feed down into the final corner and out the other side. Everyone trying to navigate the traffic and look at the queue of cars still trying to chase each other. Safety car restart, under 10 minutes on the clock. An opportunity for a bunch of drivers to try and grab some time. I haven't seen a message from race control that restart was actually under investigation at all. So we might just wait for that one. The similar style as the 92 machine gets up the inside of the 56 right there, so that Mazda's in a little bit of trouble. He's backed out yet again.
Oh, he's slow.
Lose 2 spots, yeah, as they crest Monkey Hill and come down the other side.
Looks like he's picked up some more damage to the right rear there. Oh, Chase Chakris Parks now up into 9th place, charging in these late stages of the race. Meanwhile, look at Kajonsak again. He is right on the rear of Nabil and Tayo, battle for 6th place at the moment. Kajonsak's put on a great drive in the Fiesta. Get out of the walls, keep the pace up. You might see a top 5 on the cards there for the number 4 white machine. Good laps out front from Chanok Noon, 153.9, 6/10 faster than Ayrton Astathorn, but I think Ayrton knows that that penalty is on board there for the car. It's the 38. Nabil makes the move on Tayo.
Yep,
up into
job
6th
done.
place.
Grabs 6th spot, and Kajonsak is going to try and take advantage of that one as well. Weaving left and right, looking for any opportunity he possibly can. Pulls alongside. Does the Fiesta have what it takes in a straight line to keep the car there? Just about even, I tell you what. Reese on the run down the main straight. Going to stay alongside as they feed into turn 1. Is he going to try and feed up the inside into turn 2? He will. And he backed out just. Nearly didn't get that car pulled up. There was nearly a 72 Honda CRZ rotating off the front bumper of the Ford Fiesta.
Yeah, close indeed, and Kajonsak will have to stay behind here through the hairpin, try and set up a run out of it so that he can make the move down at turn 8, where we've seen plenty of drama today.
Continued on today, hasn't it? That hairpin down at turn 6 has been a sight today. And where's the GT4 in the barriers. One of the Caimans yesterday hit the barrier on the run down. Number 8's going to get down the inside. That's hazard lights
Emergency?
flashing
Yeah.
on the 56 machine. I wonder whether or not he's bumped that accidentally.
Yeah,
Not back
maybe
on
they're
the
not
phone.
on anymore.
Yeah. So he'll try and settle back into himself, see what he can find. But that car is definitely struggling with something going on at the moment in the Mazda.
Still holding
Meantime,
on to 11th.
race leader. So 10-second penalty right now would demote him to 4th spot. There is such a big margin. And there is finally an update. We waited a few minutes for it. It's been about 5 minutes since that restart. We finally got the number 14 is under investigation for passing before the control line. So that is being looked at. And the other thing I thought back in my mind, Reese, was did you watch much of the Bathurst 6 Hour this year?
I did not.
That was a huge... For those of you watching along at home that are international members, may not keep up to date with all the events going on at Mount Panorama. It is a production car race with a myriad of classes. And there was about 70 cars registered for this year's race. And the thing was, every single time we got a safety car restart, all the classes would be mixed up and down the field. They harshly penalised anyone overtaking other class cars before the start-finish line. And even though that 59 car was off the lead lap, that's what it looked and felt like to me.
Yeah.
And our race control team, James Taylor's the head steward for the weekend. I believe he was the head steward for that weekend as well.
So you can expect the same standards to be applied. Penalty potentially incoming for the number 14 of Thanaroj and Natanid here on screen. But for now, they'll keep cruising along in 3rd place. Ayrton Asdathorn just disappearing out of frame ahead. And it looks like the news has come in. Number 14 has gotten a 5-second time penalty for passing before the control line. Now, with the gap that they currently have, that should only... oh dear. Oh dear. Berovic in the 22. I noticed that, I noticed the damage to the car earlier. I don't know if that was a sign of something worse or if it's, if that's a separate incident. We might see a safety car here in the final couple of minutes of the race if that number 22 doesn't get out of the way.
Well, just think about it. If that's a safety car, and we've seen a 5-second penalty for the 14, we've seen a 10-second penalty for the 55. So what, your leaders would be 51, 25, 38, and Kajonsak would finish 4th if we see a safety car. But we haven't seen that yet. We are getting messages it stopped at turn 7, so that's the kink on the run between turn 6 and turn 8. And there's confirmation car 14, 5-second time penalty passing before the control line.
There we go. Considering the gaps as they are at the moment, that would put him back to 4th place, so doesn't cost him too much in terms of position.
There he is, yeah, up there. I think they're just going to leave it yellow flag waved. I don't think they're going to...
Yeah.
It's not in a critical portion of the racetrack where it gets single grooved. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, and there's about, there's less than a minute remaining on the timer, and they'll go an extra lap after that. You don't want the race to finish under safety car. That's not ideal for the spectators or anyone, really. So... it looks like it'll just be local yellows to the end. As the run into the final corner. Looks like it's going to be 2 laps to go here for Chanoknun at the wheel of the 55.
Tell you what, he's done a great job. He's built that margin. We said that Asdathorn was actually quicker just before that previous safety car. He's built a margin of nearly 3 seconds over Ayrton Asdathorn. He took 7/10 out of him on that most recent lap. I just don't see... He would need to, with 2 laps remaining, add 2 seconds a lap to finish 4th. To finish 3rd. If he can do 2 seconds a lap over the number 25 with Norarat behind the wheel, the problem for Norarat is that he was only 4/10 slower on that most recent lap. So time has expired, so with this lap plus 1 more, and that's your margin for your top 4. Kajonsak currently sits 5th on the road, but he is 31 seconds back. They have been supremely quick, these top 4.
Yeah, they've been head and shoulders above the rest, haven't they? And you could throw a non-Rod Preset in there as well. He made those huge moves at the start of the race, but unfortunately not able to take to the finish. Some technical problems with the number 18 Honda City. A lot of heartbreak here at Bangsaen this weekend. Yeah, looked like he almost did. There might be dust that's just been thrown up over the course of the action here. He's certainly not cruising, he's pushing.
Well, I mean, it is critical that he does keep on it because there's no real gain at this point in time. So does he still need to be quick? Yes. Does he need to be taking risks? No, I think is the big thing. My word. There's some quick middle sectors, though, for the number 25 car at the moment. That Toyota Yaris. Toyota Gazoo Racing look like they're going to have 2 cars on the podium and a winner at this point in time. All Ayrton Asdethorn has to do is run one more lap and beat out Thanaroj behind him, and he will be fine. There's no way that he's going to lose out to the 55 enough time. This would have to be a barnstorming lap. And Asdethorn would have to run an incredibly slow lap. Something would have to happen for the Toyota Yaris Active of Ayrton Asdethorn as he climbs Monkey Hill. Final time for the weekend for your Super Touring cars. Ayrton Asdethorn, 1 race to come though for him. He'll be climbing on board a Formula 4. Was yesterday's race winner in the Formula 4s after Alex Sawyer finally made his first mistake of the 2025 campaign and put the car hard into the fence trying to overtake Seth Gilmore and teammate. And they're going to leave that yellow flag. There's more yellow flags on display. There is a 94 machine parked up and in the barrier now.
Oh, yeah, that's local yellows there. No passing going to be allowed into this corner, but the cars aren't close enough for that anyway. Oh, man, that's Kairolanwa that has found the wall there in the 94 Honda City. One more bit of drama to end what has been quite a dramatic race here. Quick replay of what happened to him here. Just too deep on the brakes and straight into the Tech Pro barrier. Even shook the catch fencing behind it. That was a heavy impact, but it's almost time to congratulate our victors here. Chanok Nun into the final corner. He is going to cross the line in first place, but he does still have that 10-second time penalty hanging over his head, which means Ayrton Asdethorn will be classed as your winner of the final race of Super Touring here at Bangsaen.
That's it. Great job out of the final corner. Speed was good from the 55. Unfortunately, it was too much speed in the wrong place, and that is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand outfit celebrating a double podium for them. It'll be Ayrton Asdethorn credited as your race winner after penalties are applied, and the number 25 of Nora and Nardal will finish in 3rd spot, splitting the 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entries. Thanaroj and Natanid in the 14 car. There is some damage on the 94, but at the end of the race, they'll be able to recover that one without losing too much time, we hope. Great job. Play by the field. That is the difficulty of the streets of Bangsaen. You come here, and you come here with the idea in the mind that you might need to bring a fair few replacement parts, because the walls will bite on the streets of Bangsaen.
They bit in a big way already today. This is only the first race of Sunday's action. We got so many more to come. At the very least, it's going to be a good points haul for Chanok Nun and Thanapatra, in spite of the penalty applied to them. But Ayrton Asdethorn should be very proud of what he has done. Stayed out of trouble, was consistently quick the whole way through. Kept it out of the wall. That's the bare minimum you need to do to get a good result here at this circuit.
Yep. Speed sometimes just not one of the most important factors. Safety primarily, consistency and the walls of Bangsaen are always not far away. Neither is the safety car. They've been actioned right across the weekend. Etanaz de Thorn from Noah Ratnadal and Thanaraj and Natnid bring it home in P3. Fastest lap of the race, I believe, was actually the Noah Rat machine. I think second last lap of the race. Went ahead and set 153.207. By the way, we completed more laps than we did yesterday. Yesterday's race, we only got 21 laps in. Today, 26. They got an extra 5 laps worth of racing action. A few extra safety cars yesterday. There were cars still in the barrier here on your Super Sunday. But local yellows prevailed. The non-Rod Preserve did well to get that car out of the way down at turn 8 as well. You know what, Reese, I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say it. The officials have done well here. They've looked at all of the cars, looked at the positions that they're in, and gone, it doesn't make sense to throw... We can keep them running, and we can just do it with local yellows. They didn't throw the safety car when there was a case for it, and you know, there's strengths, there's weaknesses to that approach, but racing was the benefactor.
Yeah, certainly was. We managed to get consistent action all the way to the end. And of course, these are the slower type of race cars, so it's not as dangerous to leave a car out there with local yellows. A very sensible decision.
Getting back in the pit lane, we'll get highlights coming your way in just a few moments. For the Chugazoo Racing Thailand outfit will be celebrating down in pit lane. Naz the Thorn is becoming a rising star in Thailand at the moment. Formula 4 wins. He's been quick in the Formula 4 category so far this season. He's been on the same level as Alex Sawyer. No, but he's been there and he's been consistent. A big chunk of the points taken back out of him in Formula 4 Southeast Asia. But that's the team all celebrating, and that looks like that might be Natnid, who's wanted up to celebrate with his teammate. And 3 drivers from the Toyota Racing outfit on the podium. How cool would it be, though, moving into the future, if they go back to Nürburgring 24-hour, you might be looking at a Nürburgring 24-hour class champion of the future for Etanaz de Thorn as well. That'll be a name to keep an eye on.
Absolutely.
Just the fact that he's racing in so many different categories as well is a big point of note for him. He's picking up experience everywhere he goes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm always impressed by a driver who never sticks to just one category, races all over the place, and is able to be consistently quick in all of them. You may very well be looking at a star of the future there in Etanaz de Thorn. And you're going to be seeing him once more today in the F4 Southeast Asia Championship. I see Goody down there at the bottom of the screen. Looks like he's going to be getting ready to have a chat to our victors very shortly.
แน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับสิ้นสุดลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Super Touring นะครับ60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบผู้ที่เข้ามาเป็นอันดับ 3 เป็นของ YK Motorsport ครับโอ้โหสำหรับความดีๆด้วยครับเป็นไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ก็หินพอสมควรครับมีแต่คู่แข่งเร็ว
My apologies. That does explain things. So it's actually P1, P2 for the Toyota Racing Team Thailand entry. Remember, there was a 5-second penalty for the 14.
Yes, yes,
We've forgotten
yes.
about that.
ก็ทำให้เรามีการขยับอันดับขึ้น
We had indeed.
โดนเหมือนกันแต่ก็
So 1-2. I mean, that's a solid result for them, and great way to close out the weekend.
แคทครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่ามีเกมอะไรเกิดขึ้นตลอดเวลาจะต้องจัดการกับเกมข้างหน้าตลอดเวลาค่ะ
ครับ
ก็สนุกค่ะตื่นเต้น
And
เป็นสนาม
celebrations
ที่
as well.
คาด
That'll
เดายาก
be
ค่ะ อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้จริง
แน่นอนแต่วันนี้ก็มาใน
Natnid
อันดับ
after
3
doing her
พอใจ
opening
มากน้อย
stint
แค่ไหนครับ
ๆ
of final race of the weekend.
ไม่ค่อยเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าก็
Showed good speed as well
ได้ยืนโพ
in
เดีย
that
มค่ะ
14 car.
ถือว่า
Again,
โอเค
worthwhile keeping an eye on her moving into the
แต่
future.
รถมีปัญหาถ้าไม่งั้นก็
That's going to shake the championship up. There's been so many. Biggest difficulty about this category race, and we see it from some of the super pickups as well, is the number of DNFs. We're not going to have a solid championship picture, I think, until the last race or last round of the year. And the reason for that is just the results are constantly going to be going back and forth.
Yeah, definitely. That's something that I noticed last year as well. The fact that there's never a solid picture you can form of who's really on form, who's going to have the reliability they need, who's going to avoid the mistakes. It's incredibly difficult to tell in this collection of series we have the pleasure of bringing to you all.
Another celebrations for Team Gazoo Racing in Thailand, and that'll be Noah Rat has just been handed the microphone. He's climbing from the car. You can see quite sweaty. In the meantime, Nardol's been sitting back in the pit lane, doing his hair, enjoying the race. He looks very much like he hasn't just climbed out of a hot race car.
Yeah. And it would be quite a hot race car as well. I mean, we are getting to it's the middle of winter down here in Australia, a bit closer to the equator in Thailand. So it should still be reasonably warm up there. Can't tell how hot it's going to get inside the cockpits of these touring cars.
Strong results. Toyota Racing Thailand. They're going to be very, very over the moon with those results. 14 machine, though I think is going to walk away from this one with the best results in the championship thus far. They're going to pick up a second from yesterday and a third from today. So it'll be 18 and 15 points, so 33 points across the weekend. They'll actually beat out their points total from Brewery Round. They scored 26 points across the two races back at Brewery Round, which will move them to 59 points. So I guarantee you they'll be our championship leaders, and they should have a good margin. So for them, for the rest of the year, they're just going to make sure they keep finishing the races. Will be their first point that they need to conquer. Remember, one round at Sepang for Super Touring to come, and then one round at Brewery Round in the end of November to finish the year out.
ชอบอะไรครับ
จริงๆชอบสนามนี้มากครับชอบมันรู้สึกเร็วดีเวลากำแพงอยู่ใกล้ๆไม่มีโอกาสพลาดหมายถึงพลาดแล้วไม่มีโอกาสไปต่อ
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
But we might just step away, ladies and gentlemen. More racing action to come your way. Thailand Super Eco and a 12-lap race with a standing start to come your way.
ปิดท้ายครับนฤดลครับ
In
เดี๋ยวฝากเชียร์รุ่นอื่นด้วยนะครับของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงวันดีอีกครั้งครับขอบคุณครับอันดับหนึ่งนะครับยังเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing ไอตันอัศดาธรโห
สวัสดีครับ
แม่ต้องบอกว่าเก่งจริงๆนะครับไม่ว่าจะรุ่นที่ผ่านมาถึงมาขยับมาเป็นรุ่นนี้ด้วยนะครับใน Super Touring ซึ่งก็ขับคนเดียวด้วยเช่นกันก็เราก็เห็นถึงความพัฒนาและการยกระดับของตัวไอตันมาตลอดจนถึงวันนี้ก็มาเป็นแชมป์นะครับสำหรับในรุ่นนี้ด้วยไอตันมีความรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างกับความพยายามที่มาจนถึงวันนี้ได้ครับ
ก็ดีใจมากครับเพราะนี่ก็เป็นปีที่3ที่ผมจะขับรุ่นทัวริงแล้วครับก็เพิ่งย้ายมาอยู่ Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand นะครับต้องขอบคุณเขามากๆที่ให้โอกาสผมและขอบคุณลุงอัดมากๆนะครับที่ให้โอกาสผมมาขับกับทีมนี้ครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณทีมเอนจิเนียร์ทีมช่างทุกคนครับซึ่งทำให้รถมาอยู่ถึงจุดนี้ได้ครับ
รวมไปถึงผู้ที่อยู่หลังบ้านเรา
ครับผม
คุณพ่อคุณแม่นะฮะที่คอยผลักดันแล้วก็ให้การสนับสนุนมาคุณแม่นี่อยู่เชียร์ตลอดเวลานะครับแล้วก็ปราบปลื้มปิติยินดีและดีใจไปด้วยที่ครั้งที่ไอตันเนี่ยได้มาอยู่บนโพเดียมวันนี้อยากจะให้ไอตันขอบคุณนะครับคนที่อยู่ข้างหลังบ้านแล้วก็แฟนๆที่กำลังเชียร์ไอตันด้วยครับ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับเพราะว่ารถแข่งมันก็ไม่ได้มีแค่นักแข่งกับรถยนต์นะครับมีนักแข่งทีมช่างทีมงานผู้ปกครองทีมซัพพอร์ตทุกคนนะครับที่คอยหาน้ำหาข้าวให้กินก็ขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยครับไม่ว่าจะอยู่หน้าภาพหรือหลังภาพครับก็ขอบคุณมากครับที่ให้ผมมาอยู่นี้ได้ครับ
ไอตันอัศดาธรนะครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับเอาละฮะคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับเดี๋ยวพักกันก่อนไปชมกับไฮไลท์และรุ่นการแข่งขันในรุ่นต่อไปครับ น่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับระหว่างที่รอการแข่งขันในรุ่นต่อไปนะครับเราก็อยู่ในจุดบริเวณรอบๆสนามการแข่งขันนะครับเพื่อทำความเข้าใจให้กับทุกท่านนะครับที่เพิ่งเข้ามาในสนามนะครับตรงนี้จะเป็นจุด directory นะครับเพื่อให้เห็นถึงแมปหรือแผนที่ของสนามบางแสนทั้งหมดรวมไปถึงจุดไม่ว่าจะเป็นจุดของการเส้นทางการเดินรถหรือจุดที่เราอยู่ว่าเราอยู่ตรงไหนอาทิเช่นตรงนี้นะครับคือจุดที่บริเวณที่เราอยู่กันนะครับก็จะมีสแตนเนี่ยให้เห็นอยู่ไม่ว่าจะเป็น G1 G7 G6 นะครับซึ่งเป็นโค้งตรงนี้หน้าหาดก็คือโค้งตรงโค้งโรงแรม S2 นะครับหรือขับมาเรื่อยๆเลยก็จะมีตรงบริเวณแหลมแท่นนะฮะตรงจุด G5 นะครับแล้วก็ตรงมาเรื่อยๆเลยนะครับจุด G3 ใครที่บอกว่าถ้าอยากจะมาจุด G3 มาอย่างไรแน่นอนเรามีรถนะครับซึ่งจะออกมาจากซอย3นี่นะครับแล้วก็มาถึงตรงนี้ได้นะครับตรงจุด G3 นี่นั่นเองเพราะฉะนั้นในบริเวณทั้งหมดรอบๆสนามเนี่ยเราสามารถเดินทางเนี่ยแล้วเลือกได้นะครับว่าเราอยากจะไปอยู่ในสแตนตรงไหนอย่างคุณพี่สนใจไหมฮะสงสัยไหมฮะว่าเราอยู่ตรงไหนก็เข้ามาดูตอนนี้เราอยู่ตรงนี้นั่นเองนะครับแต่ถ้าอยากจะขยับไปดูในอีกมุมอีกวิวนึงนะครับเราก็เดินเลาะออกมาเรื่อยๆได้เพราะว่าบริเวณทั้งหมดสนามในบ้านเราเนี่ยนะครับในสนามบางแสนเนี่ยสามารถเดินทะลุเดินข้ามถนนข้ามฝั่งกันได้ตลอดเรามีที่หรือช่องทางนะครับเพื่อจะให้เราเนี่ยสะดวกในการเดินทางภายในบริเวณสนามได้หมดเลยนั่นเองนะครับนอกจากนี้เราก็อยากจะพาคุณผู้ชมนะฮะไปทัวร์กันนะครับสำหรับในรอบๆบริเวณไม่ว่าจะเป็นสแตนทางด้านบนนะฮะอยากจะทราบถึงความรู้สึกของผู้ที่มาร่วมงานบางแสนกลางปีของเราในปีนี้ว่ามีความรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างมาเชียร์ทีมแข่งคนไหนนักแข่งท่านไหนบ้างหรือชอบอะไรกับในงานมอเตอร์สปอร์ตบ้านเรานะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในสแตนที่อยู่ข้างๆสนามบริเวณปากทางพิษนั่นเองนะครับสวัสดีชาวบางแสนเฮ้เอาเฮ้ดังๆหน่อยโอเควันนี้นะฮะเราก็อยู่กับแฟนๆที่มาเกาะติดขอบสนามกันเลยสัมภาษณ์สักคนหนึ่งหน่อยนะครับพี่สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับวันนี้มาเชียร์ใครครับ
ไม่ทราบเหมือนกันครับ
โอเคมาเชียร์ใครครับ
ไม่ทราบเหมือนกันครับ
ไม่ทราบแต่คือมาดูเพราะว่ามาดูใครดูทั่วไป
ทั่วไปครับ
มาดูพิตตี้หรือเปล่า
ไม่ครับ
ไม่นะมาดูทีมแข่งมาดูนักแข่ง
ครับ
มาแล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็สนุกดีครับเห็นรถสวยๆอะไรเงี้ย
ครับก็ถือว่ามีความแปลกใหม่ครับปีหนึ่งจะมีครั้งหนึ่งนะฮะเป็นงานใหญ่ระดับอาเซียนเลยครับโอเคขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
วันนี้มาเชียร์ใครครับ
มาดูแซนดี้ค่ะ
มาดูแซนดี้น่าเสียดายนะเมื่อวานแซนดี้รถมีปัญหานิดนึงนะครับแต่ว่าวันนี้ก็แก้กลับมานะครับชอบอะไรในการแข่งขัน
ชอบเวลาจังหวะการแซงอะไรเงี้ยค่ะมันลุ้น
ดี
ใช่
แสดงว่าเป็นคนที่ชอบชีวิตแบบว่าท้าทายนะฮะวันนี้พามากับใครครับ
มากับลูกสาวแล้วก็แฟนค่ะ
ครับคุณแฟนทำอะไรฮะคุยกับใครอยู่ฮะนี่พี่พอเห็นว่าสัมภาษณ์กับผมนี่แอบไปคุยกับคนอื่นเลยนะไม่ใช่เดี๋ยวยุ่ให้บ้านแตกกันมาเชียร์ใครครับพี่
แซนดี้ครับ
แซนดี้เหมือนกันน้องล่ะครับมาเชียร์ใครคะ
แซนดี้ก็ได้ค่ะ
แซนดี้ก็ได้เอาความจริงลูกเอาความจริงหลายคนเลยไม่รู้คุณแม่พามาลูกก็เลยพามาด้วยนะครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
มาเชียร์ใครครับ
ไม่ได้เชียร์ใครแต่พาลูกชายมาหาประสบการณ์ใหม่
มาหาประสบการณ์นะครับกับสนามแข่งนะลูกถ้าเกิดเสียงดังมีที่อุดหูเรียบร้อยเลยนะครับเราก็ได้เตือนกันด้วยนะว่าถ้าเกิดบางทีรถอย่างซุปเปอร์คาร์หรืออะไรเงี้ยเสียงมันจะดังมากนะฮะก็อุดหูนิดนึงนะครับเพื่อไม่ให้มีปัญหาตัวระบบแก้วหูเนาะครับผมเดี๋ยวเราลงไปดูบรรยากาศของร้านข้างล่างกันดีกว่าปะเราเดินมาดีกว่าขอบคุณนะฮะทุกคนครับเรายังอยู่อีกวันหนึ่งอยู่กันยาวๆนะอยู่กันไปจนถึงรุ่นที่ต้องบอกว่าทุกๆคนรอคอยตามผมมาเลยฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะสนามบางแสนของเราอย่างที่บอกนะครับเรามีจุดในเรื่องของสแตนแล้วก็ที่ให้นั่งนะครับได้ชมเกาะขอบสนามอย่างใกล้ชิดนะครับและที่สำคัญเนี่ยนอกจากนี้ในบริเวณริมหาดเนี่ยนะครับเรายังมีในส่วนของบูธกิจกรรมนะครับที่มาด้วยนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นบูธในจุดตรงข้างๆเราตรงนี้จะเป็นบูธที่ลงทะเบียนจริงๆนะในพี่ปองเขาบอกผมว่าให้ไปสัมภาษณ์ลิงเขาสามมุกด้วยใช่ไหมทันไหมพี่มีคนแปลให้ไหมนี่ตรงนี้นะครับเราก็จะมาลงทะเบียนกันนะครับที่จุดบริเวณรับลงทะเบียนนะครับก็จะมีขาย บัตรนะครับเพื่อให้เข้าชมในงานบัตรของเราก็จะมี2ประเภทใช่ไหมฮะมีแบบธรรมดาแล้วก็มีแบบสมาชิกแบบอ๋อหมดแล้วเหรอไม่พอขายตายแล้วถ้าคนจะมาเพิ่มทำยังไงล่ะคะติดต่อที่ออฟฟิศนะแน่นอนนะฮะแล้วก็มีแจกของรางวัลด้วยถูกไหมคะใครที่มาก็มารับของรางวัลและยังมีบูธของตรงนี้ด้วยนะเสื้อจากไอมาเน่นะไอมาเน่บอกว่าเป็นลายบางแสนกลางปีเนี่ยนี่คือสกรีนมาสวยมากเลยนะคุณผู้ชมนี่บางแสน Grand Prix Street Circuit นะครับอันนี้คือต้องบอกว่าเป็นคอลเลกชันใหม่นะครับเป็นเวอร์ชั่นใหม่แล้วก็มีเสื้อบางแสนเนี่ยหลายๆแบบจะเป็นแบบคอกลมเป็นแบบเสื้อแบบธรรมดาก็มีนะฮะคอกลมนี่ต้องบอกงี้คือผ้าเขาเป็นแบบคอตตอนอย่างดีเลยนะคือแบบดีมากๆเลยใส่สบายซักง่ายแห้งไวนะครับแล้วที่สำคัญคือใส่แล้วแบบบ่งบอกเลยว่าในแต่ละปีเนี่ยคืออย่างปีนี้มันจะเป็นคอลเลกชันของปี 2025 นะฮะแน่นอนต่อกันมาอีกบูธหนึ่ง
ใช่แล้วค่ะใครที่สนใจตอนนี้มาได้เลยนะคะต่อแถวได้เลยนะคะ
ตรงนี้
ได้ถึง2 ขวดแล้วคุณยังมี
จะเป็นของ
สวัสดีนะคะ
S นะครับแน่นอน
ใครที่สนใจก็มาได้เลย
โอเคมาโอเคครับท่านผู้ชมครับตอนนี้เราอยู่ในบูธของ S นะครับก็มาเป็นบูธที่ใหญ่นะครับติดข้างๆกับแอร์มาเน่เลย
ค่ะ
ตรงนี้เรามีอะไรบ้างครับ
ตอนนี้นะคะท่านไหนค่ะที่ตอนนี้ร้อนมากอยากได้เครื่องดื่มคลายร้อนนะคะก็สามารถเข้ามาที่บูธเอสโคล่าของเราได้ซื้อ2 ขวด 30 บาทคุณจะได้สิทธิ์เล่นเกมฉุบจุ่มซ่าที่ทุกท่านเนี่ยต่อแถวกันยาวๆแบบนี้เลยค่ะ
เกมนี้เราได้ของรางวัลอะไรเอ่ย
มีของรางวัลตรงนี้เลยค่ะว่าจะเป็นตั๋วหนังนะคะนี่1 ใบกันเลยทีเดียวแล้วก็ยังมีหมวกค่ะกระเป๋านะคะแล้วก็ยังมีพัดค่ะในช่วง 11 โมงตรงค่ะเราจะมีนักแข่งนั่นเองมาร่วมสนุกกับพวกเราโดยการที่จะแจกเสื้อพร้อมลายเซ็นอีกด้วยค่ะ
ก็เป็นพี่นักแข่งจากทีม Porsche Thailand นะคะที่จะมาร่วมกิจกรรมที่บูธเราเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยใครที่สนใจนะคะมาได้เลยช่วง 11 โมงนะคะ
ถูกต้องค่ะส่วนใครที่ซื้อเป็นแบบแก้วนะคะ79 บาทคุณจะได้ถึง2 สิทธิ์เลย2 สิทธิ์นี้ก็คือคุณจะได้สิทธิ์ในการเป่ายิงฉุบ1 ครั้งแต่เวลาจุ่มค่ะคุณจะได้นะคะสุ่มถึง2 ครั้งด้วยกันเพราะฉะนั้นคุณจะได้ของรางวัลไปทั้งหมด2 ชิ้นเลย
คือปีนี้พิเศษมากๆเพราะว่าปกติเราไม่มีแก้วนะคะแต่ว่าปีนี้มีแก้วอันนี้เลยกับ S นะคะแล้วก็มีสติกเกอร์ให้ติดกันด้วยกับ S Born to be Awesome เกิดแบบซ่ากล้าเป็นตัวเองนะคะยังไงใครที่บอกว่าวันนี้อยากจะมาเดินงานนะคะแล้วก็อยากจะมาซื้อเนี่ยอันนี้เก็บรีฟิลได้ด้วยนะครั้งต่อไป25 บาทเท่านั้นค่ะ
ถูกต้องแล้วค่ะใครที่สนใจก็สามารถมาร่วมกิจกรรมกันได้เลยนะคะวันนี้ฝากไว้ด้วยกับเอสโคล่าของเราเกิดมาซ่ากล้าเป็นตัวเอง Born to be Awesome ค่ะ
โอเคกลับมาที่บูธของเรากันต่อ
เขาตัดยัง
นี่เลยนะคะตอนนี้เนี่ยก็คนเยอะมากเลยที่บูธของเรานะคะ
คุณพี่คะมาทางนี้เลยค่ะ
นี่อันนี้ที่เป็นแก้วแล้วถ้าตัดแก้วก็คือได้สติ๊กเกอร์เลยนะ
อันนี้เสิร์ฟกันถึงที่เลยนะคะคุณพี่เขาไม่ได้กดอะไรเขาเลยแก้วของเราก็
20 คน
จุ่มซ่านะจ๊ะ
ไปทางไหนไปไหน
รางวัลของเราก็คือ
ตรงนี้ไหมครับตรงนี้ครับ
ไปไหนกันนะไปไหนกัน
โอเคเด็กๆเนาะแม่ไปเที่ยวไหนน้องๆ20 คนเท่านั้นนะครับวันนี้เรามีโอกาสแล้วครับสำหรับการเปิดโอกาสให้น้องๆได้มาทัวร์ขึ้นรถกอล์ฟของเราเลยออกทางด้านนี้เลยครับออกช่องนี้ได้ไหมออกมาเลยแน่นอนนะครับสตรีทเซอร์กิตอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้วันนี้เราเป็นโอกาสของเราได้ไปสัมผัสกับบรรยากาศของสนามจริงๆออกด้านหลังนะครับออกด้านหลังแล้วเดินออกมาเลยฮะตามผมมาเลยครับเร็วครับเดินมาเลยครับ มาเลยลูกมาเลยลูกออกมาเลยลูก20 คนนะลูกเดินออกมาเลยครับเดินออกมาเลยครับเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปทัวร์ให้น้องๆได้สัมผัสถึงบรรยากาศของสนามบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตแห่งนี้นะครับ 3.74 กิโลเมตรว่าที่พี่ๆนักแข่งเนี่ยเขาขับกันมาเร็วๆกันเนี่ยมันมีโค้งไหนมันมีลายที่เป็นรายการแข่งแบบไหนนั่นเองนะครับขึ้นมาเลยครับเดี๋ยวถ้าเกิดเต็มแล้วก็คือเต็มแล้วเต็มเลยนะเพราะเราจะมีโอกาสได้แค่รอบเดียวเที่ยวเดียวเท่านั้นนะลูกมาเลยครับคุณพ่อคุณแม่ถ้าเกิดพาลูกมาซ้อนตักกันเลยนะครับเพื่อให้มีที่นั่งสำหรับน้องๆคนอื่นๆด้วยนะคะมาเลยมาเลยแน่นอนนะคุณผู้ชมนะอยากให้คุณผู้ชมได้มีโอกาสมาสัมผัสบรรยากาศดีๆแบบนี้และในขณะที่รถกำลังวิ่งอยู่น้องๆหนูๆอย่าลุกขึ้นยืนใดๆนะลูกนั่งดูแบบเรียบร้อยนะครับเข้าใจนะครับโอเคดีใจไหมตื่นเต้นไหม
ตื่นเต้นครับ
โอ้โหนี่คือครั้งแรกเลยนะครับพี่เนี่ยยังไม่มีโอกาสได้มาแบบนี้เลยนะลูกเพราะฉะนั้นถือว่าเป็นสิ่งที่ผู้ใหญ่ใจดีมอบให้น้องๆได้ไปดูบรรยากาศจริงๆเลยพี่เขาแข่งกันลายไหนแบบไหนไปดูเลยอ้าวไปลุยไปเลยครับอย่ายืนนะลูกนะอย่ายืนนะลูกนะไปเลยครับเชิญเลยครับโอเคตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อให้กับพี่จอนและพี่เก๋าต่อเลยครับ
สโคล่าพอดีเลยครับ
เป็นปีที่ 2สำหรับการแข่งบางแสนสตรีทเซอร์กิตนะครับปีที่แล้วเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ไม่ค่อยน่าจำเท่าไหร่นะครับก็มีการกระแทกกันในเรส1แล้วก็เลยจบไม่ค่อยดีปีนี้ก็อยากมาแก้ตัวครับสำหรับบางแสนก็คิดว่าอยู่ในโพสิชันที่ดีในการเข้าควอลิฟายนะครับก็เดี๋ยวต้องทำกันบ้านเรื่อยๆครับก็บางแสนปีนี้นะครับต้องเริ่มที่สนามก่อนนะครับผมมองว่าตรงชิเคนของวงเวียนก็กว้างขึ้นครับแต่ก็มีบางส่วนเหมือนโค้งก่อน Porsche Corner ที่แคบลงครับก็เป็นอะไรที่ท้าทายครับเพราะว่าบางแสนก็มันจะเปลี่ยนทุกปีอยู่แล้วครับเราก็ต้องทำกันบ้านดีๆไปวนสนามก่อนคุยกับพี่ๆที่ชินกับสนามบางแสนมาหลายปีแล้วครับปีนี้คาดหวังอยากชนะครับชนะที่บางแสนก็เป็นสตรีทเซอร์กิตก็คิดว่าเป็นสิ่งที่แบบสเปเชียลมากสำหรับผมครับเพราะว่าปีที่แล้วก็จบไม่ค่อยดีปีนี้ก็เลยอยากมาแก้ตัวก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับรถเบอร์ 33 วงสภัทรเกตสิริวิ่งอยู่ในรุ่น Super Eco Overall ครับ
รอบนี้กับห่างสนามมา1 ปีเต็มๆก็แข่งปี 23 เสร็จแล้วก็เว้นปี 24 แล้วก็มาแข่งปี 25 ต้องเคาะสนิมค่อนข้างเยอะครับเพราะว่าเหมือนคันอื่นเร็วกันมากเลยครับก็เลยจะต้องเพ้นตัวเองให้มากขึ้นแล้วก็บวกกับตอนนี้คือยังหาจุดลงตัวของรถยังไม่ได้ก็เลยได้เวลาออกที่6หรือว่าออกที่ 3 ในรุ่นครับยังไงฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับเบอร์ 98 ครับทีมเป๊ะลงโป๊ะครับ
แน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังคงอยู่ต่อนะครับสำหรับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้คือ Thailand Super Eco นะครับ เมื่อวานนี้นะครับจากสนามที่แล้วชินวิทย์รมยานนท์และบุญทวีนายจิตเนี่ยเข้ามาเป็นอันดับ1และอันดับ2กฎของการ reverse grid จึงทำให้เขาต้องไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่4และ5หมายความว่าที่5ของวันนี้จะอยู่ที่5ของเมื่อวานจะอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่1นะครับนั่นคือปัญจไหวพริบหรือเจจาก Big Quick Racing ไปคุยกันครับว่าวันนี้เขามีโอกาสในการทำเวลาเป็นกริดแรกเป็นอย่างไรบ้างตามมาเลยครับสวัสดีครับพี่เจครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้เรามีโอกาสแล้วเพราะเมื่อวานเราเข้ามาที่5ถูกไหมครับพี่เจ
ครับผม
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ดีใจครับที่ได้ออกที่1วันนี้ครับก็จะรักษาตำแหน่งให้นานที่สุดนะครับ
ครับแน่นอนเรามีโอกาสแล้วนะเพราะว่าเราไม่ได้ถูกถ่วงน้ำหนักด้วยนะฮะขับแบบสบายๆตัวเบาๆเลยครับพี่เจครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับฝากติดตามทีม B Quick Racing ด้วยนะครับเบอร์ผมขับเบอร์25นะครับแล้วเพื่อนผมขับเบอร์26ครับในรุ่นนี้นะครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับปัญจไหวพริบหรือพี่เจนะครับจาก Big Quick Racing นะครับกริดสตาร์ทที่2นะครับนั่นคือจากที่4เมื่อวานคือน็อตสรวิทย์สมหมายนั่นเองนะครับหมายเลข61สวัสดีครับคะแนนเราก็ถือว่าดีนะใน overall นะครับที่ผ่านมาจาก3สนามสำหรับสนามนี้บางแสนวางแผนอย่างไรบ้างครับน็อต
ก็พยายามจะเป็นที่1ให้ได้ครับ
แน่นอนนะครับเมื่อกี้เขาบอกจะเป็นที่1เราก็ต้องเป็นที่1กว่าใช่ไหม
ครับ
แต่ที่1มีอันดับเดียวเพราะฉะนั้นเต็มที่เลย
ครับ
ฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับน็อตครับ
ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยครับน็อตสรวิทย์61ครับ PMK Racing X อุอามชาทิตครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับแสดงความยินดีเป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยนะครับเอาละฮะคุณผู้ชมครับรวมไปถึงนักแข่งที่อยู่ด้านหลังผมนี้อีกหลายๆท่านเลยนะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามแค่นี้ในรุ่น Thailand Super Eco กับ Big Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
มาเลเซียนะครับสักครู่นี้จะร้อนในมันนั่งได้แต่มันร้อนนะเนี่ยมันนั่งได้เนี่ยตอนที่ผมถ่าย
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, and welcome back to the streets of Bangsaen as we into the formation lap for your Thailand Super Ecos in their final race of the weekend as well. Remember I was saying a little bit earlier on that there was a Pac-Man machine that won a race here so far this weekend. Well, it wasn't in the Super Touring. My apologies. It was the 98 machine of Chinovich Romayanen, who will start at a 5th position for this one. Won the race yesterday with an opportune overtaking move at a very, very important point in the day. Well, formation lap will be off here. 12 laps is going to be the duration here, Reese, and that nearly invites a lot more aggression from these smaller cars on the Hankook semi-slip.
Yep, certainly does. Welcome back, everybody, to the English language stream. And, well, we will review what is to come for this event. Already today, the Super Touring category has shown dramas down at turn 8, down at turn 17, also at the chicane at the Monument. It is a very difficult circuit, this one. Turn 1, we've seen a few big overtaking maneuvers so far today. Down at turn 8 is where we've seen some of the biggest dramas, also through 9 and into the chicane. Then turn 15, seen some really good passes there, but turn 17 brought out the safety car late on in the Super Touring race. Hopefully the same does not happen for Super Eco. They have to be majorly careful around this incredibly difficult circuit. But as you say, Scott, smaller cars, a little bit less in the way of mechanical grip, should invite quite a bit more aggression around here.
I don't know necessarily aggression, but overtaking from the mistakes, particularly a semi-slick, less grip. Generally more overtaking seems to be the way, more ability for the drivers to actively show their pace, their speed, their abilities. So there's a lot of opportunity here, and it's going to be going on for the next little while. So strap yourself in, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go racing with our Thailand Super Ecos. Front row, Pancha Y Prep from Sorowich, Aaron and Buntavi are going to make up row number 2. On row number 3, it's going to be the 98 machine, won the race yesterday of Chinovich and Nurunen Path, ahead of Ridwan and Yop to make up the front 4 rows. From here on back, we're going to get into row number 5 in the top 10, Sittinen from Kazuo. And from there, it's Natnan and Siripakorn to round out the top 12 race.
Yep, starting 13th, Jade, starting alongside Ronnie Rizman, Jiboyu Jonathan, and Adele Lu Jiyu going to round out our top 8 rows. Then Alif Qaid, starting alongside Sarawut, Wong Potasan, Vong Sapat, and Nat Imjit Panya going to round out your top 20. Just a few more rows here with Atapon and Mekared Kita on the 11th row, Nick Teo and Anaki Bin on row 12. We saw Nick Teo, I believe, in the Super Touring race as well a little earlier, with Nutaya and Rapat Korn rounding out the 26 machines, getting ready to start this final race of the weekend for Super Eco. It is a standing start in this category, so there's going to be a few interesting runs down to turn 1, I'm sure. One bad start can send you tumbling down the order, and of course there is that permanent yellow flag at the hairpin at the top of Monkey Hill, so you're not going to get an opportunity to pass anyone back for a bit.
Have a look at the air. They're trying to pipe into the cockpit of the number 2 machine of Yop Bonchu. Starts out at 8th place. Be on the 4th row of the grid. He knows that he's on camera at the moment, so he is celebrating and enjoying, which we always love to see.
Very nice.
If he is watching along at home, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are about to get set for a start here. And the biggest thing will be getting down and into turn 1, nice and speedily, but safely as well, will be huge. And if you're watching along at home and you've got a fan favourite, let us know who you are supporting from Super Eco coverage here this morning. And already seeing confirmations in our YouTube chat. Do want to see the racing stay clean down in there to turn number 1. Everyone finding their grid boxes as Yop Bunshu looks set for a race start here. And we will be off and running in the very, very near future here, Reese. It's time to see these guys get ready. Green flag from the rear end of the field. 5 lights are going to come on, and we will fire off on the run down to turn number 1. Here we go. Final race of the weekend for Thailand Super Ecos. Who gets the getaway? Front couple rows are okay, but it's Chinovich and yesterday's race winner who's immediately going to go backwards. 3 wide as they get just past the start-finish line. Already trying to dive and find some spots a little bit deeper in the field. Who's got speed when they get down here to the kink, and who's going to send it at turn 1?
It was a good launch from Aaron Heikal and the Suzuki Swift, and he's going to try and go around the outside of Sorowich there at turn 1, as they all just managed to make their way through, some of them scraping the barriers on their way through. Looks like some problems for the 88 down there as well. That's minor issue indeed. Or is it the 99? I'm not entirely sure. Numbers were a bit unclear at that point. But down to the hairpin for the first time, and it looks like Heikal's found his way up into second place as they find their way through. Big snake of cars through this incredibly tight hairpin. And it becomes a literal traffic jam at the back of the field. That's why having that bad start is oh, okay. So the 90 has already suffered some trouble there. A little bit of a ding on the front bumper there for Naruanpath, and going to lose a position out of that one.
Yeah, so damage on board for him. 98 for Chinovich. We keep an eye on what does his race car look like on the long run, because remember, lost a bunch of spots early in this one. Was aggressive yesterday. He really tried to open the door and see what he could do, and worked out in his favor with a race win. And that is going to be a car from the rear end of the field. I believe that's the 46 machine.
44.
Yeah, of Nat Tanya, and that's another car. That's that's the 25 machine. That was our race leader, Pancha Wyprip. That's gone down into the barriers down at turn 15.
Yeah, that's big for Pancha Wyprip. Falls down the order. This is what happened to the number 44 of Alif Qaid. A bit too deep on the brakes there. And meanwhile, the 25 goes straight into the barrier. And that's down at turn 15, I believe.
Yeah, turn 15, fastest part of the racetrack. So, unfortunately for Pancha, he might have had the race lead, and now he's going to go ahead and lose it. Buntavi Najit will lead us back to the start-finish line from Aaron Haikal. Sorowich Sumnai and Chinovich Romnya Non will be trying to cut his way through the field. They'll feed down into turn number 1. And out the other side.
Race start under investigation from race control. That's interesting. Apparently, maybe a couple of cars were out of position, potentially a couple of jump starts. We'll wait and see what the ultimate decision is on that. But Pancha Wyprip down there in the number 25, he has found himself falling down the order to 10th place. That's not ideal after starting from pole position, and he's got a lot to work through on his way through the remaining 11 laps of this race. Not much room in the way of passing down at the hairpin. You obviously can't pass here.
Well, I was just about to say, there was a car wide at the crest of the hill as well. That's some fluid on the road that's been cleaned up since the most recent race, so that's been left there since Super Touring. And remember, we lost one of the cars down through the exit of actually the hairpin, so there was some issues. So again, we said we might have, that car, we didn't get in shot, but we thought it might have clouded the barrier at the crest of the hill. It turns out it had, and it dropped a bunch of fluid, which they've managed to clean up down there. Buntavi still in control of Super Eco race number 6 of the championship.
Oh. Bad run out of turn 15, though. Here comes Haikal.
My apologies, race number 5 of the championship gets to the inside as well. And Aaron Haikal is going to be a new race leader as they set towards the final corner. And now the 61 machine of Sorowich Samai. Left and right, left and right, left and right in the braking zone, trying to look for any way through.
So race control were investigating the start, but they've decided there's nothing more worth investigating. No further action. So play on. Already seeing some lapped traffic start to form ahead of our leaders here, with Aaron Haikal now under pressure from Buntavi, who comes back at him and passes him on the start-finish straight. Evidently, the Honda looking good in a straight line, but Haikal is so aggressive under brakes, pulls it up for the first turn. It looks like it's become a top 4 battle. There goes the number 98 of Chinovich Romyanon up into 3rd.
So he's not satisfied with just yesterday's race win for the number 98. And Chinovich will be trying to take race win number 2 of the weekend as he charges his way through the field. Back to the point is his target. And for these guys out and into the dust, they'll be clearing that one off. There's a car that's slowing at the back end of the field. That will be, I believe, the number 90 machine, which we did see Narita Path have issues on that opening lap. So he's only just ahead of our race leaders here. And now they'll fight it out as they feed down towards turn 8. A lot of speed in a straight line, and he's trying to cover him off. He's trying to force Haikal to go the long way around, and he has done on this occasion. Buntavi back to the point. 3-way stoush, 4-way stoush for your race lead.
I think this is a classic scenario of one car being better on the straights, but the other being better through the corners. See how much more aggression Haikal is taking there through the monument section. He's all over the back of Buntavi, but every time they get to a straight, Buntavi just rockets past him in a straight line. This is a classic matchup, and it's one we always love to see, especially around a circuit as treacherous as this. Haikal rounding him up here. It's that turn 15, 16 section where Haikal's really strong. He's riding the bumper of Buntavi here. This is crazy. Oh,
yeah.
Dive to the inside.
Fire it down into the final corner. He's going to get into him and knock him a little bit offline, so it's going to take him a lot more time to wind that car back up as they come off of the final corner. And Chinovich has just been sitting here and being a little bit opportunistic. He's never really had to make an overtake as a part of this group. He's just been there, and cars have made mistakes at the right time. Think about Pancho Wyprip. He should be in this battle. This would be an awesome little stoush to have the number 25 machine. Where's he fallen to? 11th spot, so he's got some work to do to get his way back through here. Chinovich is going to have a crack at Haikal on the run to turn 1. Haikal out of shape on the run through the braking zone, tipping in up the hill. And now it is a 5-car fight because the 17 of Shibon New Jonathan has shown up. And around goes a car up Monkey Hill.
Oh dear. And bumper hanging off the back there of the number 14. There's been contact there. Not sure where that's come from, but Ridwan Kif down a couple of spots now, evidently making some kind of recovery. But that could be a hazard there. Looks like the underside of the rear bumper, either that or... Yeah, I have no idea.
You see the Porsche Cup Series, that's actually a championship leader coming into the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. I don't think he's actually championship leader no more after yesterday's racing action. That would go the way of Chinovich from Yanon. But the 33 machine of Porsche Cup Series has a window hanging out at the moment, and in race control have noted that as well. And he's actually been shown black and orange flag for mechanical issues. And also being shown to the number 16 car as well. Although the 16 car, I have a feeling that might be a case of mistaken identity. That might be the 17. No, sorry, my apologies, it was the 14. So it's those two cars that were next to each other on the road.
Yes. Yeah, because from what I can see on the timing screen, there is no car 16 in the field. So maybe a slight typo there on race control.
Has been clarified, it's the 14 car.
All right, so car 14 and car 33, black and orange disc flag, what we lovingly call the meatball flag, means they have to come back into the pits and get those repairs done. It is not safe to remain out on the racetrack with the car in that condition. Well, we're starting to see them really make tracks here on the lap traffic, and here comes Chinovich Romyanon. I mean, it just looks like a straight up straight line speed disadvantage for Aaron Haikal. He is having to defend like an animal into every single braking zone here.
But he's mid-corner and exit. He's braking mid-corner and exit speed, and the risks he's taking, if he can't control the car under brakes on the run into turn 1, that's in the fence. And he is taking a lot of risk to keep that car at the pointy end of the field at the moment. Whatever it is they have done, pulls the car up. Is that a locked brake? I think that was a major locked brake for Chinovich. There's the 14 car that's still back out there. But you notice, Reese, the 33 machine has come to pit lane to get that window torn out.
Oh, no!
Oh, boy!
Oh, dear, that's the 25 involved. That's Pancho Wyprip in the wall. Our pole sitter is out of the race.
That's up the hill at Monkey Hill.
Yeah, okay. How on earth did this happen? We're about to find out. Oh, so Wyprip tried to find his way through on the number 9 car of Mekared Kita. And, oh, good Lord. The 65 of Ronnie Risman had nowhere to go there. So ultimately, our pole sitter trying to make a move up the hill, wanted to get past before the hairpin. That has not worked out for him. And now we are under safety car conditions.
Well, it was never far away, was it?
No.
The way these guys have been racing. Not the only car currently parked up on the side of the road. The 39 of Nick Tao Hongzhou has gone missing somewhere, and that's the exit of turn 2. So that's actually before the incident. So there's... Oh, Pancho White Prip's out of the car. Did you see him? He's pulling his best Fernando Alonso impersonation.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, he'll be attempting to direct a camera.
Potentially. We'll see what he does. I mean, if I just crash out of a race in this beautiful seaside city of Bangsaen, I'd be heading straight for the beach.
He's in the middle of the circuit, so the problem is he'd have to wait for the end of the race to get out to the beach. And Monkey Hill is probably the furthest section away from it. The 14's coming to pit lane, and they're taping it up. I think one of the bigger concerns will be that tow rope. The back of the car that's dragging on the ground while it's being released.
Maybe we'll hear about that at some point. 87 in the lane as well. That's Rapidcorn Wongsiri. Double checking the engine. It looks like some front end contact potentially for this car, which may have put a few things out of whack on the front end of the car.
Discussions with the driver as well about what to do in the situation. I might be telling him to turn it off. There was no big X though from the mechanics, so that says to me that they are still attempting to fix that car and get it back out there. Maybe some discussion about what the issues are. But you wouldn't try. You'd walk around to the driver's chair if that was the case. I reckon they were trying to turn it off, so whatever they were working on, they could fix it and then refire the thing and go.
Yeah, slight delay there in the pit lane. Out of the car, who's that? Yeah, it looks like he is out of the car after all. Rapidcorn Wongsiri. So it didn't take long for the drama to come to the fore, did it, Scott? But one thing is for sure, Aaron Haikal is going to have to fight tooth and nail to keep this lead, because both Chinovich and Buntavi behind him, they have the straight line speed advantage. And Haikal just able to stay ahead into each braking zone on a track where it's very hard to pass. That might be his only ace up his sleeve.
Well, I don't know, hard to... It is, look, difficulty of overtaking is high around here for sure. But these guys, they've been able to throw it at each other multiple times, Reese, and that's what I'm enjoying about it. The racing's good. Yeah. The racing, it's offense, it's defense, it's switchbacks, it's trying to force the opposition to cover you, it's trying to force the opposition to go a little bit deep, watch you in the mirror. You know, there's a lot of racing IQ and manipulation and psychology going on between these guys, which is just awesome to see. Awesome to see.
Yeah, great race indeed. Hello to you as well, number 2, Yot Bunchu. Seems like he's looking for a little bit more. Wants to move his way forward. He's made up some good time. There's Yot Bunchu. And this safety car brings him a bit more in touch with Natanan Puratonkam up ahead of him, so might be able to make some moves when we get back to green flag racing. Still no word on when the safety car is ending, though. I think there's still a bit of work to be done.
Yeah, and I will say that incident off of turn 2, pretty classic incident for that section of the racetrack. Everyone wants to sort of cover the same line, and they just all end up coming together. By the way, I did have a quick look back through results as well for Super Eco. I was seeing some issues. Bangsaen at Siri got disqualified, so he's won race 1 and race 3 of the championship, was disqualified in race number 2. Have a look at the amount of fluid dumped on the race. That's going to be concerned when they get up there.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be some dust thrown up when they come across there next. Here comes the pack and the safety car. Looks like Pancha Waiprip's car is the last to be removed from the racetrack. Fortunately, the incident happened right by an opening in the fence. So if need be, they could keep the car there until such a time as they can return it to pit lane. I
think they're having so many... I don't think that car can actually move on its own.
No,
I don't think they can roll it either.
Like it.
You notice they were dragging it, and they'll have to do a fair bit of work to try and get it up and onto the truck as well.
Yeah. It didn't seem like that big of an impact at first, did it? But the entire front of the car's been torn off.
Yeah. Looks like the steering's not working as well.
Yeah, just the wrong angle at the wrong time. Yeah, my God. It's taken out the intercooler and God knows what else. And race control has taken a look at that incident between the number 9 of Mekharad Kita and the 25 of Pancha Waiprip. And they've decided no further action. Evidently a racing incident between the two of them, and I understand that. Waiprip was trying to make the move, and it was at a very risky part of the circuit. It just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, got to be aggressive. The problem with the racing and the Super Ecos is if you're not being aggressive and you're not looking for a pass, you are going to get passed. So you're better off being aggressive because it shows the guys behind you that maybe follow me on through. But like we said, just natural pinch point on the run up through turn 2. Two drivers thinking that the car is, they've got a little bit more room to work with when they don't. And aggression of the utmost. Really interested. If I'm in Aaron Heikal's shoes here, Reese, I am leaving this until the last possible moment to go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, I want to try and take the guys behind me by surprise, right? Because they're faster in a straight line than Aaron is. He needs to try and get that advantage early. And that doesn't necessarily mean going early or at the apex of the last left-hander like we've seen drivers do so far this weekend. Wait until there's a moment where you can catch him out. Put the power down instantly. And maybe you'll be able to hold on to the advantage.
Well, here we go. Safety car will be in at the end of this lap. We'll be getting ready. Have a look at the proximity of the fans to the racetrack as well. They're getting right up and next to the barriers. We're going to be going back racing with 5 laps left to us. Here we go. About time to see what we can do. Down in the pit lane, enjoying themselves. There'll be 4 laps left to go when we go back to green flag racing. Look at the damage on the front end of the 90 machine. Marina Path. Unfortunate for him.
Yeah, always difficult. We'll see him come on through turn 2 at the very back of the grid. Meanwhile, at the front, Aaron Heikal with all the pressure on him to try and take this victory. Incredibly strong car through the mid-corner and on corner exit as well. Handy on the brakes too is Aaron. But he has Chinovich Rominon and Buntavi Najit chasing him down. 2 cars that have each gotten side by side with Aaron at points. None have been able to overcome him just yet. We potentially see Jie Boyu Jonathan or Sorowich Somai jump on in and have a go at this. How's Yop Bunchu going to go in the number 2? Gesticulating that he wants to move forward in this race, starting out in P7.
I wonder whether or not he's seeing a screen around the racetrack, or maybe his team's communicating, hey, you're back on camera, hey, you're back on camera, have some fun with it. Look at the damage on the front of that number 9 of Mekari Kita as well.
From the incident with our pole sitter, Pancha Wayaprip. The reason this safety car has been brought out. But everyone's clear off the racetrack. And we're almost ready to get back going. Here's Yop Bunchu. Yep. I'm pretty sure he's got someone feeding him the information whenever he's on camera.
Down into turn 15, the field will back themselves up and get ready. And we are set for what probably will be our final restart of the race. We get another safety car from here, the race will be over. So, Thailand Super Eco, and the second of our categories on Super Sunday from Bangsaen.
Haikal's already gone.
He has indeed. He did catch some napping just a little bit. He has built some margin. Feeds into the final corner. After this race, we'll be off to Thailand Super Pickup D1s for their final race of the weekend. And they feed off on the run down to turn number 1. Here we go. 4 more laps worth of racing, and Aaron Haikal leads Chinovic Rumyan on. Can Chinovic get himself a weekend sweep of the races? What have the chasing pack, including Buntavi Narjik, got to say about it?
Oh, a bit of a lock up there from Buntavi. The number 56 now has to open up for Shea Boyu Jonathan. The run up to the hairpin, but who's ahead when they get to the line that defines that permanent yellow flag zone? It's a difficult spot to be going side by side there. Haikal's going to lead on the way through, and it looks like Buntavi's managed to keep Jonathan behind him.
Was someone trying to overtake at the exit of the hairpin?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. You know, running side by side. Did they pass before that white line across the circuit, though?
Mekari Kita's got problems. She's got no drive off the hairpin. So,
not ideal.
Unfortunately, tie number 9 and the IUK racing team dropping back a little bit deeper in the field. That was a mirror that just brushed the barrier, and it looked like it was our third place of Buntavi Narjit, who's now got a left-hand side mirror, not sitting in an optimal place, and no longer looks like it's got the reflective glass remaining in it. He has used the feeler on the left-hand side of the track. He is trying to carry speed in the 56 entry. And this will be a replay of deeper in the field as well.
Oh God. Dearie me. Big contact through turn 8, and it got worse. More drivers piled in. Oh no. Yeah. The track is blocked. Smoke and steam coming out of the cars. Yep, safety car back out. Also saw a message from race control that cars 90 and 91 were under investigation for passing before the control line. Both of those cars have been given a 5-second time penalty. So that's the number 90 of Narun Path and the 91 of Anaki bin Hafifi. And no surprise to see that the incident at turn 8 is under investigation as well.
Yeah, I was about to say that looks to be the case. I believe that'll be the 26 machine of Adapon Pirasa as well, which, if that's the case, that's actually happened a reasonable way up the field, and there was a fair few cars to feed in behind shortly after that. Mekari Kita's gone to the pit lane, which we said that there was issues. There was damage on the front end of that car after contact with the 25 of Pancha Y Prep. Led to the first safety car. Yeah, no, with the location of those cars, we there's every chance they got one out of the way. That window from Bangsaen series still out of that car. Front right tire flat for Mekarid Kita.
New tire on, and oh boy, that Suzuki Swift looking like it's got a bit of a broken nose there. That's the number 14 car of Ridwan Kif. Got damage to the front and rear. I believe was one of the first cars to arrive on the scene of that incident at turn 8.
Yeah, and don't forget, that's also the same car that was in the pit lane already for dragging bumper on the ground earlier.
Yeah.
Had the meatball flags. That's the second time that car's had contact in this race, and significant contact. One car out of the way. I'm just wondering, with the other car that spun, we were waiting on... Was it the 57 Natalia who got rotated? The 57 car's being backed up. Who was the other car that was involved, though? Was it 68 of Siripacor? Might have been.
Yeah, potentially. I didn't quite catch the numbers on the replay. But if we do get a replay of that incident, I don't think we'll be able to, because we're actually getting the race going again very quickly. Hello. Something sticking out of the window of that car. I don't think there's a single car in the field that doesn't have some kind of part loose on the outside.
It's Bangsaen Katsiri again. That's the same window that he was having issues. He'll be told, come to the pits. If I was in his team's shoes, I'd be telling him, come in before we get flagged again.
Yeah, I would too. Speaking of flags, yeah, that's dangerous. That could cause some very big difficulties for others. Well, as we get this race restarted, green flag is out and Aaron Heikal's going to lead us away. The number 46 was the cause of that incident, Scott. That was Nat Imjitpanya has been given a drive-through penalty for causing the collision at turn 8. And we're still waiting on any word from Bangsaen Katsiri for that window. But the race is go once more. And we have 2 laps remaining at Bangsaen for Thailand Super Eco. What a race it has been so far. Much excitement throughout the field, and the fight is still going to be on for the top 5 now. Joining the party is Sorowich Somai in the number 61.
Boozaby was going to go side by side through turn 1, and it's nearly 2 by 2 when they get down there. And have a look at the 26 machine of Adapon, who's managed to cut his way up through just outside the top 5 at the moment. He's on the outside looking in. 2 more laps worth of racing action. There'll be 1 more at the end of this one. And now, Bacinovic. What is he going to be capable of when they get down here to turn number 8? Is he quicker in a straight line? Because remember, in this series, it's success ballast that gets added to the cars. Every podium will get weight added to the car. And that might be part of the reason that the Aaron Haikal entry is having some issues, because I believe it finished very, very strongly back at Buriram in all 3 races from memory.
It did. Oh my God! Whoa! That's a big lose under brakes there. For the 61 machine of Sorowich Somai, he does get going. Big dramas there. And I want to point out some drama for the 98 of Chinovic as well. We can see that, okay. Potentially a move under brakes there for the 70 of Shibuya Jonathan, but definitely a lockup for the 61 machine. But Chinovic Romyanon under investigation from race control for passing before the control line. That could be significant for the battle for the race victory.
If that's the case, though, he gave it back. He definitely gave it back by the time they got to turn 1. So whether or not, he recognised that he's going to be in a little bit of trouble there, backed off and let it happen, and whether or not race control do penalise it, because, don't pass before the control line. But that car has got so much more of a straight line advantage than the cars around. Drive-through penalty being displayed for the number 4.
And I've just seen from race control, Chinovic Romyanon, 5-second time penalty for passing before the control line. He's already going to lose second spot here to the 56 of Puntavina Jit. but he's going to finish further down still. And Vongsapat Katsiri in the 33 has been given the black and orange disc flag for that window problem we were looking at earlier. And it's all going off here.
Because it's the last lap of the race. They might issue the flag, but they might not be able to do anything about it. The number 17 machine of Jai Boyu, Jonathan, has bought his way into this battle. The Singaporese driver roams up on them. Hai Cal from Malaysia leads the way from the two Thai drivers, but the penalty, remember, to the 98 of Chinovic. And Buntavi has got a supreme car on a straight line. He will get the car going through the gears, and then he's going to poke his nose out right here and potentially look for an overtake as they get down here. But Hai Cal will be strong on the brakes. The run down to turn 8. Hai Cal's covered the inside. Buntavi's got the nose ahead, but he's going to be on the outside when they get down here. Bravery contact from the 17 machine as well.
Massive stuff there between the 17 and the 9 and the 56 there. 98 of Chinovic losing touch. Meanwhile, Buntavi Najit, is there anything he can do here in the final sector of the lap to overcome Aaron Haikal? They have left the others behind, and it looks like Chinovic and Shiboy Jonathan are still scrapping over third on the road. They've got two more cars joining them there, Anaki bin Hafifi and Natanan Atapon Kiarasa as well.
Oh, wide. That was wide from the 17 machine at 17.
Oh.
And now he's going to be forced to block, and all over the road in the 98. Gets into him in the braking zone. Here we go. We were looking at the race leaders, but we had to look further back. All over. Buntavi. This is going to be a drag race to the line. Haikal's picked his side. Buntavi's coming at him. Buntavi's having a crack. He won't get there. Runs out of time. Now keep your eyes in the background as well. Chinovic is going to have a go. Will he get there on the line? We don't quite see the result. But I can tell you it's shown by you from Chinovic. Chinovic with a 5-second penalty. This pack's close as well. My word. Super Ricos.
Oh, man, I love that. That was fantastic. Great final battles. Chinovic and Jonathan would certainly have a few words after their little coming together. I think there's going to be a few words throughout the whole field. I will point out the black and orange disc flag for the 33. That car had already come into the pits before that message was displayed on the screen, so I think they were clear for that. The number 46, meanwhile, Nat Imjitpanya, for causing the collision at turn 8 that brought out the second safety car. Drive-through penalty has been converted to a 35-second time penalty because they couldn't get it through the pits before the end of the race there.
Gee whiz. This is why we like Super Rico, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always
Absolutely.
some of the best racing action. The smallest, the narrowest cars, the smallest capacity engines of the weekend. Barring, of course, the one-make Toyota races with the celebrities in them earlier on in your racing weekend. And Aaron Haikal going to win here this weekend. Chinovic Romyanon gets demoted to 5th place overall after his 5-second penalty gets applied. Buntavi Najit, 0.08 of a second away from winning race number 5 of the season for Thailand Super Eco. Shoibonu Jonathan manages to pick up a podium as well. How about that one, race fans?
Yeah, magnificent stuff. Aaron Buntavi and Shiboyu there are your podium. And, well, class overall, we have Ronnie in the number 65 getting a Eco All class podium. In the C+ class, it was Buntavi, Atapon and Chinovic, your ultimate podium there. And in the Class C category, Siripakorn and Adele will round things off there. Nataya, unfortunately, retiring from the race there, so only 2 of the C-Class cars finished, but what a great job from Aaron Haikal I don't think I've seen anyone so aggressive on the brakes as they did here today. Vongsapat Katsiri, despite the black and orange disc flag, has the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, great job for him. Managing to set a 204, albeit with all the issues with the window. That's robbed him of a potential for a better finish. So backing into the pit lane, and Aaron Heikel's pumped up with that one. It was just an awesome battle between him and Buntavi. Can't wait to see them go over and have a bit of a chat to each other about how good the race was, because I guarantee it's just one of those races where some guys get it right, some guys get it wrong, but it was just awesome to watch. I guarantee it'd be even better in the race car as well.
Yeah, for sure. Seeing
แน่นอนนะครับ
a
จบลงไปแล้วครับสำหรับ
good deal of
Eco นะครับก็ผลออกมา
machinery being
อันดับที่สามนะครับเป็นของ
transported back to the pits on trucks.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Wow, that was a great job in the night race. How do you feel in this race?
It was not easy because it's my first time driving this car.
Yes.
So
Your first time? Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't take part in the Buriram race one,
wow.
race two. So I straight away hop into the Bangsaen race, and I love it a lot.
Yeah.
So after the race one, we have some conclusion with the data. So my team make some changes and make the car better. So I
Yes.
could perform today. All thanks to my team, my sponsor, and my manager.
Could you compare about Shang International and Bangsaen Street Circuit? How do you different it up?
Yeah, the Bangsaen is more exciting. Compared to Buriram, is much more boring to me.
Okay. Okay, so by the way, you just make to the third position.
Yes, correct.
Congratulations, sir. And leave a comment to Thai fans who supporting you here.
Really hard. I can't make any comment now, but because it's so hot. But I really love the vibe here. I love all my friends and family from Malaysia and Singapore.
Yes.
Especially my wife and children.
Yeah.
Thank you for supporting me.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. ไปอันดับ 2 กันต่อนะครับเป็นของอันดับ 2 นะครับ หมายเลข 56 นะครับ เป็นของอาร์มบุญทวีครับ เป็นยังไงบ้างครับอาร์มครับ เล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
ก็น่าเส้นชัยพอดีผมไม่รู้ผมคิดว่าเหลืออีกรอบไม่ได้ดู
ไม่ได้ดูด้วย
ใช่พอเห็นเขาตีโทมักลุกเอ้าครึ่งคันเอง
นิดเดียว
อีกนิดเดียว
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับสนามนี้
ก็อย่างที่บอกครับว่าเท่ากันทุกคน
ใช่ไหม
ปีละครั้ง
สนุกครับ แล้วก็แน่นอนว่าเกมการแข่งขันก็จะมีกฎกติกาเข้ามาควบคุมไม่ว่าจะเป็นในเรื่องของหลายๆสิ่งหลายๆอย่าง
ใช่ครับ
ก็ใครที่ผิดกฎกติกาหรือทำไม่ถูกต้องก็ต้อง
ตามกฎครับ
มีการปรับนั่นเองนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับมันก็คือมาตรฐานที่เราได้สร้างไว้มันขึ้นมา
ใช่ครับ
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์ผมนะครับอาร์มเบอร์ 56 นะครับสเปอร์โคนะครับNJ Racing TST Motorsport นะครับแล้วก็ by P1 Automotive แล้วก็พี่ตุ๋มติ๋มและพี่นิ้งโหน่งเป็นคนสอนไลน์นี้ครับ
โอ้โหขอบคุณมากครับยินดีครับ
ครับ
แน่นอนนะครับและอันดับหนึ่งนะครับของเราเป็น Aaron Heikel congratulations
Thank you
yesterday you just told me today you just fight to the pushing you can make it wow how do you feel in this race
I feel very happy Bangsaen has been very good to me this whole weekend the crowds here are amazing the team prepared a good car a fightable car but we're just losing a bit on the straight lines. But yeah, thankfully we got the win today.
Wow. So tell the Thai fans for the next race to supporting you.
Oh yeah. Thanks for coming everyone. Thanks for supporting. I hope to see you again. Yeah, thanks to my family. Thanks to my team also for preparing the car. And yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Wow. โอ้โหแน่นอนนะครับผู้ชมครับในเรื่องของการแข่งขันผลออกมาก็เป็นแอรอนนั่นเองนะครับแต่ความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับยังมีอีกรุ่นหนึ่งที่ทุกๆคนรอคอยติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้พักไปชมไฮไลท์กันก่อนครับ
Well, after the interview's down and on the post-race podium. It's time for the post-race highlights as well. 12 laps of Thailand Super Eco, and Yot Bon Chu saying, I want to be number one. And unfortunately for Yot Bon Chu, he'd actually lose spots before the tail end of the race. A lot of chaos, a lot of commiserations to a few drivers in this one, but this is how it started off. 61 versus 56 in the run down to turn number one. Sorit Samai, unfortunately, it would not stay that way. He'd finish way down the field in P11. It survived turn one. Have a look how deep the 98 machine is as it cuts its way through turn one. Have a look at the field, 3 wide at the back end. Panels being rubbed right the way up and down the field. A couple cars that have issues on this opening lap. Have a look at the 90 machine with already damaged when they get here. And this was the 44 machine struggling to pull the car up all the way down here. First issues, one car into the barrier. Pancher White Prep, he'd get into the barrier, locking the brakes. He was leading the race when that happened. He would struggle to cut his way back through. Aaron Haikal and Butavi Najib would start an amazing battle as they would fight each other off to just barely hang on to the race lead at this point in time. The 61 machine would be there and try his absolute best, but then Chinovich started to mount a comeback.
Yeah, he certainly did. Brilliant job from Chinovich. Some contact between Aaron Haikal and Buntavi as their battle started going on further. This is what happened to Pancha Wayaprip, involved with the number 9 of Mekarad Kita on the run up Monkey Hill. The front end was torn off the number 25, who was challenging for victory early on in the race. That brought out the first safety car, and we had a bunch of cars brought into the lane to fix loose panels and what have you, as we found our way through that safety car period, finally getting the track clear. And then things started to get interesting up at the front once more. The 98 of Chinovich still making his way through. Contact down at turn 8 for the number 68 machine of Siripakorn. And it was the number 46 of Nat Imjitpanya that was given a penalty for causing that incident, blocking the track and bringing out the second safety car of the race.
Yeah, Mekari Kita will come back to the pit lane, the 14 machine as well. We wouldn't see Ridwan Kif again. And unfortunately, that would be car rotating on brakes on its own. 33 machine, several trips to the pit lane to get that window fixed up. Contact to the final lap of the race would elevate Jai Boyu Jonathan, and it was an 800th of a second differential at the line. Aaron Haikal would just barely get it done over Buntavi Najit at the end of the race, and the closest finish we've seen in Bangsaen history.
Yeah, super close. Loving Super Eco. Turns it up every single time. Well, we haven't got too long here, Scott, until we get things started up again for Thailand Super Pickup. It's going to be 12 minutes until everything gets going for that one. I cannot wait for the Super Pickups around here.
Yeah, A and B class race in about 12 minutes. So time for me, ladies and gentlemen, jump up, grab myself a copy, a quick bite to eat and reset, because here we go. The rest of your racing action for the Bangsaen Street Circuit underway in a bit over 10 minutes.
See you shortly.
check 1 2 1 2 1 2แน่นอนนะครับท่านผู้ชมครับเรายังอยู่กับบรรยากาศของการแข่งขันในรายการ Prix Thailand Super Series 2025 นะครับซึ่งในขณะนี้กำลังจะมีอีกรุ่นหนึ่งที่ทุกคนรอคอยไม่ว่าจะเป็นรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B นะครับขณะนี้ก็จะมีท่านสุนิยาคุณปลื้มนะครับประธานการจัดงานการแข่งขันนะครับก็ได้พาสมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรนะครับพรรคประชาชนนะครับมาเดินดูงานในสนามนะครับว่าเราเนี่ยจัดงานออกมาได้มาตรฐานระดับโลกเนี่ยเบียกแบบไหนเพียงใดนะครับก็จะให้มาลงในแทร็กเลยครับดูนะครับบรรยากาศของนักแข่งที่อยู่ในรุ่นนี้นั่นเองนะครับทางสนธยาก็ให้การต้อนรับนะครับกันเป็นอย่างดีนะครับเพื่อให้ท่านสมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรพรรคประชาชนนี้นะครับได้เข้ามาดูอย่างใกล้ชิดกันเลยสวัสดีครับสวัสดีท่านสมาชิกสภาผู้แทนราษฎรทุกท่านด้วยนะครับแน่นอนนะครับสำหรับกิจกรรมของเราในวันนี้ก็ยังมีส่งต่ออีกหลายรุ่นนะครับให้เห็นซึ่งรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังผมนี้คือรุ่น Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B นะครับทั้ง2รุ่นนี้จะแข่งอยู่ในสนามโดยใช้เวลา12รอบนั่นเองนะครับอยากจะให้ทุกคนได้มีโอกาสได้เห็นกับบรรยากาศรอบๆนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นตัวท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มเองนะครับก็ได้ทุ่มเทนะครับตั้งแต่การวางแผนการเตรียมงานการจัดงานในครั้งนี้อย่างที่บอกนะครับว่าต้องมีหลายๆภาคส่วนเนี่ยเข้ามาเกี่ยวข้องนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นในเรื่องของฝ่ายพื้นที่สำหรับพี่น้องที่มีที่อยู่อาศัยที่นี่เราก็ได้ทำประชาพิจารณ์ได้พูดคุยกันหารือในเรื่องของการแก้ปัญหาต่างๆนะครับสิ่งสำคัญนะครับในสนามบางแสนของเราเนี่ยเราก็สร้างมาหลายปีแล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยในเรื่องของการยกระดับมาตรฐานของสนามบางแสนกลางปีนะครับก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งสิ่งนะครับที่เราในทีมผู้จับเนี่ยพยายามที่จะทำให้ดีที่สุดและก็ให้ดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆไปนั่นเองเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้เดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกันนะครับสำหรับเรื่องของสนามแบบนี้วันนี้เราก็สำหรับรอบๆสนามนี้นะครับก็อย่างที่บอกนะฮะว่าเราอยากให้ทุกคนเนี่ยได้มาสัมผัสบรรยากาศของเราอย่างใกล้ชิดนั่นเองได้สัมผัสถึงขอบสนามได้พาน้องๆไปเที่ยวนะครับลงดูทั้งพื้นสนามที่มีความกว้าง 3.74 กิโลเมตรเนี่ยอย่างจริงจังเลยและแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมตอนนี้เราอยู่ในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B นะครับอย่างที่บอกนะครับในสนามที่แล้วเนี่ยธนพลชูเจริญผลเนี่ยเข้ามาเป็นอันดับที่1นะครับหมายความว่าทำให้ต้องมีการ reverse grid หรือสลับกริดไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่5ซึ่งก็หมายความว่าผู้ที่ได้ที่5เมื่อวานนี้เป็นของบัณฑิตรัตดาแย้มจึงทำให้มาออกตัวในกริดสตาร์ทที่1ไปพูดคุยกันว่าวันนี้ตุ๋มติ๋มเขาจะโมหรือไม่โมตามกันมาครับสวัสดีครับพี่ตุ๋มติ๋ม
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับทุกคนสวัสดีครับ
แม่พูดเต็มที่เลยครับพี่ผมปล่อยให้นาทีนี้พี่พูดเลยครับมาใส่เลยเป็นยังไงฮะ
ฝากเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับทีมเบอร์24สายโมของแท้
วันนี้อยู่ที่1แล้วกิจสตาร์ทที่1เราจะขึ้นมาเป็นที่1ด้วยไหม
ต้องเอาแล้ววันนี้
ต้องเอาแล้วนะ
ต้องเอาครับ
มั่นใจนะ
มั่นใจ
ชัวร์นะ
ชัวร์
อ่ะบอกทุกคนหน่อยวันนี้ตุ่มติ๋มต้องได้ที่1
วันนี้ผมจะต้องจบที่1
โอเค
เชียร์ทุกทีมสายโมเบอร์24ด้วยนะครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับฟูตอนเล็กที่ทีมใบอุดอองระยองครับผม
ขอบคุณครับพี่ตุ่มติ๋มครับ
ขอบคุณครับ
ไปต่อกันครับอันดับที่2ของกรีกสตาร์ในวันนี้นั่นคือผู้ที่เข้ามาเป็นที่4ของเมื่อวานกับพี่ชินวุฒิเหล่าชินชาตินั่นเองนะครับสวัสดีครับพี่ชินครับสวัสดีครับโอกาสเรามาถึง2อันดับแรกแล้วนะแล้วแน่นอนว่าวันนี้เราไม่ได้ถูกถ่วงน้ำหนักด้วยอันนี้เป็นภาระเป็นหน้าที่ของอันดับ1และ2เมื่อวานแล้วพี่ชินวางแผนเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรในสนามนี้แล้วครับ
ก็จะไปให้เต็มที่ครับทำให้ดีที่สุดครับครับพยายามขับเก็บรายละเอียดให้มีสมาธิ
แน่นอนรถนี่สีแบบเหลืองอร่ามมาเลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นใครเป็นแฟนคลับพี่ชินนะฮะติดตามกันให้ดีนะฮะกับพอลซ่านั่นเองฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับครับขอบพระคุณครับพี่ชินครับไปดูอันดับ3นะครับแน่นอนเบอร์5นะฮะหมายเลข5ณัฐวุฒิพึ่งพรหมอาร์ตนั่นเองสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับตื่นเต้นไหมครับ
ก็ตื่นเต้นอยู่ครับ
ครับ ข้างๆคุณเนี่ยฮะคืออะไรครับ
นับตัวถ่วอีก50 โลครับเมื่อวาน
50 กิโล
เป็น80เป็น75แล้ว
เป็น75 กิโลแล้วแต่ก็ยังอยู่แต่ก็ยังน้อยกว่าคันหลังนะเพราะคันหลังนี่น่าจะเยอะกว่า
ใช่ครับ
ถูกไหมฮะ
ครับผม
แต่เขาก็บอกว่าเขาก็ยอมแบกน้ำหนักเพราะถือว่าเปลี่ยนเครื่องมาเล็กกว่าสเปคเล็กกว่าแต่ก็ไปได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ไม่ทน
ครับผม
นะฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับก็ฝากเชียร์เบอร์5นะครับนันทุพึ่งพงศ์อาร์การยางเกาะโพครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณครับขอบพระคุณครับไปอีกคันหนึ่งมาอันดับที่2ของเมื่อวานแต่อยู่ในอันดับที่4นะฮะของกริดสตาร์ทในวันนี้ธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์พี่โต้งมาพี่โต้งเป็นไงบ้างเมื่อวาน
ครับเมื่อวานก็ในเกมก็ค่อนข้างสนุกครับแล้วก็ควบคุมกันทุกคนขับกันด้วยความใจเย็นแล้วก็ควบคุมเกมได้ดีมากครับผม
โอ้โหมองทีไรอยากให้ทุกคนได้เห็นข้างๆนักขับนะฮะเป็นยังไงฮะ
ก็โดนตอนนี้รถผมมาวิ่งแม็กก็คือ90 โลเพราะว่าเรามีโพเดียมทุกสนามตอนนี้น้ำหนักของรถเราด้วยตามกติกาสากลมันต้องถ่วงน้ำหนักขึ้นมาด้วยอันดับ1 2 3 4อะไรเงี้ยครับก็จะต้องถ่วงตามน้ำหนัก
ลดหลั่นกันไป
ใช่ครับลดหลั่นกันไปเพื่อให้เกมมันสนุกไม่มีใคร
โดนเท่าไหร่
วันนี้เมื่อวานโดนมีอยู่แล้ว75วันนี้โดน25เป็น90ครับ
90มากกว่าอันดับ3อยู่10 กิโล
ประมาณนั้นครับ
นะครับ
ยากอยู่
หวังว่าน่าจะสนุกแน่นอนพี่โต้งฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
คือขับให้สนุกแล้วก็เซฟตี้ครับแฟนๆที่รอเชียร์ในไลฟ์สดก็รอดูเลยครับ
ครับผมพี่โต้งสตันนะครับธนวัฒน์สุวรรณรัตน์นะครับไปอันดับที่1ของเมื่อวานนี้แชมป์ของเมื่อวานนั่นคืออันดับที่5ในกริดสตาร์ที่นี้กับเบสธนพลชูเจริญผลสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับเบสครับวันนี้
ก็พร้อมครับ
พร้อม
ครับ
นี่อยู่หลังสุดเลยนะอยู่อันดับที่5ในกริดสตาร์ถูกทวงเท่าไหร่วันนี้
โดน50 โลครับ50 กิโลครับ
50 กิโล
ครับ
ของเก่ามีด้วยไหม
ของเก่าไม่มีครับ
ไม่มีเพราะว่ารถเราหนักอยู่แล้วด้วยต้องแบกน้ำหนักรถด้วยนะฮะ
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โหนี่ของแบบอุปกรณ์ข้างในภายในเต็มจริงๆถ้าคนมีอากาศเนี่ยให้เข้ามาดูได้เลยนะครับวันนี้ก็พัฒนารถปรับปรุงมาพร้อมกับสนามนี้แล้ว
พร้อมครับ
จะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้เหมือนเดิมไหม
ต้องทำให้ได้ครับ
เป็นให้ได้ว่ากันไปฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับ
ก็ฝากพวกเราด้วยนะครับเบสเทอร์โบยัมนะครับ SYB นะครับก็วันนี้ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่นะครับ
ครับผมเป็นกำลังใจให้ครับแน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับวันนี้เบสธนพลชูเจริญผลจะคว้าแชมป์ในสนามนี้ได้หรือไม่หรือใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Pickup Division 1 Class A และ Class B ครับ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the Super Pickups and the D1 category A and B class drivers set to take to the racetrack in anger, and they're down and in the gridding phase at the moment. I just saw them walk back through the champ car deeper in the field. We've now seen Kia Lux, so we're down to 13th spot at the moment, and the drivers that we are checking out. So it is time to get ready for a race starting to feed off. And the big boy trucks sliding around the big racetrack. This is the big opportunity for some barriers to be damaged in a big way if they're not careful here, Reese.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, memory's still fresh in my mind of Buriram and just how crazy it was there when they were full on ragging it around open circuit. Wait till you see him around these narrow city streets. Good to see that Bandit Ladayem is on pole position there. He will certainly have a good advantage coming into the first turn there. Sandy Stuvik a bit further down the field than we expected. He's going to be starting 22nd for this one. We've got a few more cars to go through before we get to him. Samon there starting out of 21st place, and 22nd, the number 95 of Anuat Maniain. This category, Scott, is one of the Sandy Stuvik getting a face full of diesel dust there. This category is one of the few where you genuinely don't know who's going to win until the final lap starts.
Yeah, because the other big thing is tyre wear is a big factor. For these guys, though, getting through 12 laps is going to be the journey that we are about to go on. What are they capable of? What are we going to see from these guys? A rolling start for the guys here as well. And we often rolling here, the final car in the field. All the way at the back, Natnach Wong Samboon. Right here. So that was, Superchai. Superchai did actually drive through the field yesterday. He's had some issues, unfortunately, in qualifying, but not able to register a reasonable lap. Did drive through the field, did gain a bunch of spots in the first race of the weekend for these guys. Now time for the second race of the weekend. He's got to come from the rear again. So, unfortunately, issues for him in qualifying, giving him a difficult race scenario, but some overtaking required means the racing action should be good.
Yeah, certainly should. I mean, these things are obviously much bigger than the Super Ecos that we just saw. Excuse me. So it will be more difficult to make those maneuvers. We won't be seeing 3-4 wide up Monkey Hill like we saw on lap 1, but there will still be some big sends being made into the first turn there, because these trucks are heavy and they've got those lower spec treaded Hankook tires on them.
Yep. Once again, Bangsaen Street Circuit is what we're going to be looking at. The first sector is about pulling it up nice and accurately and then climbing the hill. Then it's about pulling the car up accurately at turn 8, making sure that you're nice and clean through the monument, and then the fast and flowing final sector and all 20 turns and the 3.74 kilometers of Bangsaen Street Circuit in its finery. A beautiful racetrack.
Yep, Thailand's Macau right here, and it's an incredibly challenging track, especially on these Ventus RS4 semi-slick tires, the same spec of tire that Super Eco uses, but these things are probably twice the weight of the Super Eco machines, so those Hankook rubbers are going to be working super hard around here.
Certainly they are. Race 5 starting order about to pop up. We've got issues for the 39 truck, who's due to start out of 18 spots. So it's Bandit from Chinawat, Nuttawat, and Tanawat. So he's managed to get that car re-fired and rolling again. Front 2 rows of the field. Danafon and Surachar on row number 3. Nanthawat and Jack Lembard to make up row number 4. 9th through 12th will be on the next page, which will be Saranyu from Jadaron on row number 5 and Chaipong from Songsak there.
Yes, 13th place, Akilok Narkod, going to start alongside Chalampon Von Lukin, Alongkorn Saitung, and Ekasek Namsengpa, going to round out your top 16. Chanon Rojana starts alongside Firawat Paijachat, with Akasit and Samon rounding out your top 20. In 21st place, we have Anuat and Sandy Stuvik sharing the 11th row, Suat and Frutifong on the 12th row. Just a few more cars to go. Waris on Rayab starting out of 25th place. Then Superchai Kongman having to work his way through the field here. Got one of the quickest trucks out there, though. Nutanuch will be hoping to go with him from the very last spot on the grid. 27 trucks getting ready to begin their race here. And this is another standing start category. So we're going to be seeing a big cloud of diesel smoke descend over this grid very shortly.
Rolling start for these guys, Reece. So standing start back at Buriram you're right, but I think the right decision is not to make these guys
True.
start here at Bangsaen.
I was on
So-
autopilot there. My apologies.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of force being put through the rear end of the car. And if that was a car feeding in the pit lane,
yeah.
somebody definitely did not take the race start here. Remember, Firawat is actually in the 39 machine. Is going to come from the rear end of the field after issues on that opening lap, potentially stalling the car on the run up Monkey Hill. And has gone to the rear. Lights are on, lights are out, and here we go. 24 and the 23 on the front row bandit from Shinawat. 3 wide on row number 2. As they all start to feed down in there, it's the 15 machine of Thanafon who's managed to make some ground. He's going to try and fire it down the inside. Started out a 5th spot. Now he's 3rd on the road. Now he's going around the outside looking for P2. Is there going to be space? Yes, there is. 15 machine, 5th on the grid to 2nd at the end of turn 2.
Great job from Thanafon there, taking great advantage of the start. And, man, visibility is a big issue coming up Monkey Hill there. You couldn't see the rear of the grid from the front as they make their way into the hairpin for the first time. Crank those wheels around and hope that you get out the other side cleanly and power down. All of that torque being put to the tarmac. These are incredible machines, these trucks. Love watching them race. Plenty of black smoke on the exit of the hairpin as well. Remember, race control is going to be assigning penalties for too much black smoke, so the drivers do need to be careful of that.
Yeah, they're allowed to produce some, but remember, this category is trying to reinvent itself moving forward into 2025 and beyond. Slightly new spec of car, slightly better spec in terms of the amount of smoke, and it definitely has improved compared to last year. That category does want to keep that improvement growing into the new years. The number 92 machine in that champ car started at a 12th spot for Songsap. I want to see if he can continue to make some gains. Unfortunately, issues for both of the Ford Rangers yesterday too. Did not see strong performances from either of those cars, so we'll see what they're capable of. And tell you what, Danafon's actually going to have a go down into the final corner. Gets up the inside, 5th to 1st on the opening lap. Enjoying a little bit of a challenge and some overtaking required, and some rear tyres that are being lit up. He'll have to be careful, because if this goes green the whole way, he's going to want those rear tyres in about 3 laps time.
Yeah, this is a street circuit with many slow corners, and that means traction is one of the most valuable things you can preserve. Don't want to push too hard on the rear tyres going forward. Spin at the final couple of turns. That's the 66 machine of Chayapon Chantakit that's gone around. Thanafon, though, maintaining the lead coming into turn 1, and the pack starting to form here for the top 5 in the field. Find our way through to the hairpin for the second time. We've got 11 laps remaining on the scoreboard. No passing allowed into the hairpin. But once they get down to turn 8, you might see some runs being set up. Have a look at that. We might have just seen one of them start right there.
Yeah, I think that might have been Namtawat Chimnan, who was having a little bit of issues with traction. The 19 machine, indeed it was. And here comes the 22 then of Tanawat, who will have a bit of a look at him. He's forced the cover. Not close enough. It's a good recovery. Back through the gears for Nantawat, who did gain a spot on the opening lap. It's Tanawat, unfortunately, the 22 machine, who's looking like he was trying to grab a couple of spots. Not really able to gain all that much. Tanawat actually still staying quite close to Nantawat. So those two will continue to fight down to the final couple of corners. Danafon, no, sorry, my apologies. That's the battle we were just looking at. And first of penalties coming our way, number 13, which will be deep in the field, will be Chalonpon Fonlukin, has been given a penalty for black smoke.
Yeah, running down in 12th position at the moment as there's a move up the inside from the 22. Tanawat making the move on Nanthawat there. Move up into 4th place. Some good moves being made. It might be on here between the 16 and the 89. Akiluk leading Surachai. Surachai having a fairly good run here today. Side by side behind as well. Natawat and I believe Jack Lemvard as well. Side by side on the way down to turn 1. Lots of oversteer there from Tanawat's machine. You got to try and nail the exit here because the run up Monkey Hill, carrying the speed uphill, so important. Ooh. And there's someone that's gone into the runoff area there. I think that might be a retirement. Which one's that? The 16.
Machine.
That's a Kieluk.
He was at a 6th spot at that point in time as well, and that's actually down at turn 2 that he's gone behind the barriers. Look at the 5 of Nuttawut. Was at 8th spot start of the lap. He'll gain 1 spot thanks to a Kieluk. And unfortunately for a Kieluk, retirement of him, so that will move him up to 7th spot overall.
Shame for a Kieluk. He was having a good time out there. Black smoke also being shown for the number 5 of Nuttawut and the number 66 of Chayapon Chantakit. Yeah, I mean, have a look at the clouds descending over the circuit here. There's almost a sort of a pall of smog that you find here as number 41 machine. That's Jack Lemvard looking a bit slow through the seaside section. Oh no! What on earth?
That's in a disastrous location too.
My God!
But the biggest benefit is he'll be visible prior to the corner.
Oh, there's barely enough room for them to squeeze through on the inside though. Safety car for sure. That was bizarre.
It was like a tire was off the rim.
Maybe there was fluids on the track that he slipped over. It's weird. It almost looked like the wheels just spun up, or maybe something broke in the back end of the machine. We're gonna see it here. Yeah, it's just snaps coming off the wall there.
Left tires up. Right rear tires up as well.
Could be that the rear's locked on the downshift, maybe? Oh my God, that's a huge hit to the front.
Look at both of the mirrors facing in the wrong direction. They've both been flipped back forward, not folded backwards.
Yeah.
The force has been going through that. Have a look at the wind that's starting to pick up on the trackside too. And I did actually note this yesterday. There is rain potentially in the area. We're seeing a 30 to 45% chance of rain basically for the rest of the day here. So we could see some storms blowing, and there was a heavy storm blew in yesterday. That's a lot of fluid on the ground.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oil,
such an
coolant.
odd accident.
Yeah, that's the weirdest accident I've seen in a very long time. Well, Lemvard will quickly hoof it off the racetrack and get to safety. Hopefully we get some word as to exactly what caused that incident. Because yeah, it's weird. As soon as he came off that sort of kink in the wall in the braking zone, the rear end just let go.
Let's see if we can't quite grab a replay. What's going on? So just keep an eye on towards the rear tires here when we get a replay. So
yeah. Okay, so rear tires. As we zoom in here, it's at half speed. So look at the rear tires of the truck. Oh. Black streak that came out near the middle of the truck. Potentially there was a fluid issue there. Was that black streak already some rubber that's been laid down from one of the earlier categories? I do know that in Super Eco and Super Touring we had cars locking up all over the place into that corner. That might have already been there. So that just induces even more mystery to this incident. He would have just been getting off the throttle and onto the brakes at that point, right?
yeah, he definitely would have been on the brakes. I can tell you over to the west of Thailand and towards Myanmar, there's a couple of really big storms hitting the west coast over there, but nothing that's due to come across and hit Chonburi province to the southeast of Bangkok. So it looks like there's actually a lot of storms in the region, all around Thailand, basically, but nothing looking like it's going to hit us Some stuff may be starting to form in the bay in the Gulf of Thailand, but yeah, not actually in this area.
So we should be staying dry for the time being at least. But yeah, very mysterious incident for Jack Lemvard bringing out this safety car. They're going to have to get that cleaning powder. I've been watching motorsport for a very long time, and I still don't know exactly what that is that they they put on the track to soak up fluids. But there's going to be more of that down at the sort of turn 15 area. Not to mention lots of debris and a sizable dent in the Armco. Get your brooms out and get that truck off the circuit so we can go racing once again.
Just, yeah, I think at the moment we're all just sitting here just awestruck by what went on there to cause that accident, because it's just a car that's lost control in what should be a relatively straightforward. I mean, it's a challenging braking zone. Don't get me wrong; it absolutely is a challenging braking zone. So whether or not the other side of the coin is he might have had a brake failure in the rear end on one side. That's another potential.
That seems one of the most likely of the possibilities. Either that or a suspension failure that just messed up the truck's balance once he jumped on the brakes.
Touching on Rotjana just ahead now, it's one of the 60 cars. Just ahead of the number 9 at the tail end of the field. Check this car out. It's on its way towards us here. 68 of Frutafong. With a lot of damage on the front left-hand corner of that car.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of damage there. I mean, there's obviously a lot of melee that goes on in this category. And the TV cameras cannot catch all of it.
No, they cannot. There's so much that goes on a weekend here. You literally cannot capture it all.
So, it looks like the number 9 truck of Samon Mapake has been given a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision at turn 18. Or no, that message isn't the 9 and the 15, surely.
Well, that's 15 time.
It is, plus 15.
Yeah,
okay, cool. 15-second time penalty for car number 9. So, you never know. That might have something to do with the damage that we just saw.
Yeah, well, that's now been displayed over on broadcast as well. Yeah, 15-second time penalty for the number 9. Unfortunately for Samon Mapaki, he's the back end and a lap down, so that penalty is going to be educational at best. They're taking such a long time. Remember, these are big, 1.6, 1.7 ton trucks. So trying to get these onto the back of a tow truck with the amount of damage on the front end is not an easy prospect.
I suppose the silver lining to the location of that crash is it's very close to pit lane. So once they do get going with it, it shouldn't be too long before we can get the race underway again.
Would not surprise me if we're back underway at the end of the next lap.
Yeah, they're working like mad to clear the fluids off the racetrack. Get the truck on the trailer, as it were. It looks like that front left isn't really connected. It's a similar situation to what we saw in the Super Eco crash, where they took their time actually getting the car away because the front end was so damaged they couldn't actually get it to move on its own.
Yeah. And they're just sort of rocking it with the winch at the moment. Try and get it up on the back of that tray. That tray will then slide and lift back up, and it'll be on the back end of the truck. But they had to... If they'd have tried to use a tilt tray, that wouldn't have worked in that instance. They needed to get something that sort of extended back out. Just dragging that uphill was going to be an even worse prospect. It has to be a strong truck. You can't just, you know, use something lower end to pick that car up either.
Zooming in on that damage as well on the number 68 machine of Fruitipong. I noticed that the front left was scarily close to rubbing up against some exposed metal. You can see it there. Like, it's only just avoiding a coming together with a sharp piece of metal. Running over one bump of the racetrack at speed, and that might cause further issues.
And the driver's not going to know much about that because he's not going to be able to really see a whole bunch, so it'll be on crew to have a little bit of a look at some shots if they can get them down in the pit lane and communicate that you've got quite a damaged race car here. Visibility of that issue will be minimal at best.
Well, the fans are having a great time here in downtown Bangsaen. I love how close they are to the track as well. You mentioned that a bit earlier, Scott. It's the thing that I love the most about street circuits is you can get right up close to the action.
Yeah. Fans out here recording the action as well on phones and just enjoying being in the general area of the racing here. How cool is this, up and close and personal with the fans in silence? Safety car coming in at the end of this lap. They've managed to get that car off the circuit now. And we'll be back underway. 6 more laps remaining to us from Super Pickup racing action for the weekend.
Excellent stuff. Well, Thanaphon Chucharonpon is going to have the race of his life here in the lead. The pole sitter, Bandit Ladayem, going to be starting second in line here. As we get a proper view of the damage to Jack Lemvard's truck there. That's going to require quite a few repairs. It looks like Jack in the pits here describing to his team what happened. Seems he was just as confused as we are. Maybe getting some answers down there.
Yeah. You see that? That looked like he was talking about putting his foot on the brake pedal.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then something funky happened. So that's... I'm starting to think maybe something in the brakes has gone on there. Could be even debris in the brakes as well. After the Super Ecos, there was a fair few parts strewn around the racetrack, and there's definitely less of them now, whether or not there was a clean-up effort in between the two races. But safety car about to return to pit lane, and we'll be back underway here in just a few moments. Thanaphon has not waited for the safety car to get back to pit lane. He has gone already. Green flags back in the air as the safety car peels off, and the fans down at the pit lane entry get to see the action of Silent Super Pickup as it rounds the last corner and starts the second half of their race.
That was a very quick getaway from Thanaphon. They were already at racing speed by the time they were coming up to the last corner. So away we go. The number 5 and the number 66 have received warnings for black smoke as well, as Thanaphon leads us into the first corner. Bouncing off the curbs on their way up Monkey Hill with 6 laps remaining in this race. It looks like Thanaphon has nailed this restart. Bandit Ladayem was 1.6 seconds behind at the start-finish line. So now comes the opportunity to build up a move. Down at turn 8, one of the prime overtaking opportunities on the lap. Looks like a bit too much space between the trucks for any moves to be on here. I think it'll take a couple of laps before we really start seeing the passes.
Yeah. Under halfway to go now in this one. And it'll be just shy of 15 kilometers. Sorry, it'll be just on the positive side of 15 kilometers to go at the end of this lap, as they feed down into turn number 15. The Prix flags being shown to the drivers. And they've actually done a reasonably good job of not just sopping up the fluids that were on the racetrack, but that line looks relatively clear already.
Yeah, I suppose when Lemvard came to a stop, the front end was off the racing line, so that makes things a little easier in terms of the cleanup. I just love listening to them go around the back half of the circuit because the tires are screeching the whole way around. Frankly, ridiculous, the setup of these machines, but we love them.
Something oddly satisfying about shoring up the suspension, lowering, slapping a big old spoiler in a rear wing on what is effectively a utility truck and going racing.
Hang on a minute. Car stopped at turn 16.
That's in an awkward place.
Yeah. I think too awkward to get going again. He's out. And yeah, safety car boards and flags. It's back out again.
Well, critically, they'll need to pick that field up, which is why the safety car at the monument has been deployed before they get down there. Good news is it does look like that car may just be able to be rolled away. They might just latch a tow strap on and drag it back to pit lane. So it should be a relatively quick recovery compared to the rest of them that we've had thus far today. Albeit, realistically, they've done a great job recovering cars incredibly quickly right across the weekend. So big shout out to the marshals and the recovery teams. This is a challenging circuit. A part of those challenges means that we do need to recover some race cars.
So the car's stopped at turn 16, and that's just past here where Lemvard had his problem. See it emerge into view right there. Did they run over some debris that destroyed the tires, or was it just a straight up technical problem with the truck?
Well, if the tires were down, they probably just rolled it back to pit lane from there.
Yeah.
But he's definitely come to a stop. There's no damage on the car from what we can see. Haven't seen a shot of the rear end of it, so we can't confidently say that, but it suggests that car's come to a stop because of a technical difficulty. Could be drive shaft related too, you know.
These drivetrains are worked very hard in these trucks. Boosted diesel power. Diesel engines already provide so much more torque than other types of engine. And they're built strong to cope with that, but sometimes wear can take its toll. So 4 laps to go here, and hopefully we'll see the crews clear that truck very quickly so we can get back to racing. At the very least, hopefully, 2 laps worth of racing left to run here in Thailand's Super Pickup.
Was that the safety car tuning its horn on the run down into turn 2?
I think it was. Oh man, I didn't. That caught me off guard. I was like, have they gotten some other traffic outside the circuit on the microphones or something?
potentially. Still possible.
Maybe the safety car driver's just saying hi.
Oh. You know what? If you want to be a part of an event like this and participate, but also be that's white smoke, not black smoke, and that's not a good sign.
No.
In the rear end of Thanaphon. But if you were thinking about getting involved in an event like this, learning to drive and being a part of the safety car would actually be relatively important. Or there'd be two people required in a safety car as well, one to operate the functions and talk to the driver, and one to actually be the driver. So you require a little bit of skill to be a safety car driver because you've got to maintain a certain speed. But certainly being part of and then you get to do laps of the track as well.
Yeah, and I guess the big benefit at an event like Bangsaen, considering, you know, the nature of this event, is you're practically guaranteed to get some work experience.
Still in the middle of our safety car. They'll feed down into turn 8 at the moment. Waiting on a message from race control. I'm expecting to have 2 laps to go when we go back to green flag racing, because we'd have a message by now if the safety car would be pulling in this lap. So we'll go to 3 to go, and then we'll go back to 2 to go. In terms of racing for the rest of the afternoon, what have we got available to us? Currently in Thailand, it is midday, a touch after midday local time. And that means that in about 40 minutes we'll be going the race start for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC will be up after them. That will begin at 1:40 p.m. local time. That's in about an hour and a half. And they will run for an hour from there. F4 Southeast Asia kicks off at 3:10 p.m. in about 3 hours time. Before we run our final category of the weekend. It is always the last race to go on your Sunday afternoon from the Bangsaen Grand Prix. Thailand's Super Series, Supercar GT3 and Supercar GTM. Combined categories for 2025 from 4:05 p.m. That is in precisely 4 hours from now. So 4 races still to come in the program for the weekend.
And we've got a packed schedule here on the Sundays. It looks like they've cleared the number 5. Okay, so is the number 5 truck. That's Natawut. Unfortunately, that came to a stop there out of turn 16. Safety car in this lap from race control. So we will be going racing with 2 laps to go.
That we will. That will give us about 7.5 kilometers worth of racing to go for these guys. So still a fair bit of racing action to come. But I am concerned about the smoke coming from the rear of Thanaphon. Is that potentially a turbo with some issues? Is that potentially some overheating?
Yeah, I mean, you expect black smoke to come out of these things. So much so that they have a penalty for too much, or a warning for too much. But yeah, white smoke, certainly not what you expect. So hopefully there isn't some sort of overheating issue from trundling around slowly under safety car, not getting much airflow over that intercooler, etc. Once they get back up to speed, Thanaphon will be able to maintain things. This is a good angle here. Really shows off how tight turn 8 really is. It's a 90-degree right-hander at the end of a long straight. Not much in the way of runoff. And the apex is super sharp. It's already claimed a few victims today. Thus far, none in Super Pickup. but we're still going to have 2 circuits of the Bangsaen street circuit to complete, and anything can happen in that short amount of distance.
One of the cool things you actually missed earlier on in the week was that I believe it was Thursday, we actually got a look inside. There was a massive break-in proceedings, and the media team, what happens is when you get a whole bunch of guys with cameras, they all like to do something fun and funny to keep the fans entertained, because after all, we might be in the motor racing business, but we're also in the entertainment industry as well. We've got to look inside the media pad and the media trucks and how the show comes to life back on Thursday. So there is a lot of minds that go to work and a lot of eyes and creative skills that go to work, and right now there are some drivers going to work. Thanafon restarts as early as he possibly can for 2 times in a row. This time he gets another giant launch way out ahead of Bandit, and the field will start to go after him. 7.5 kilometers worth of racing action to the end of this one. It's already underway. Run down to turn number 1. There is a couple cars a little bit deeper in the field, only about 7th or 8th or so back. Side by side on the run to turn 1. Keep your eyes on the back of that shot. They've managed to sort it out when they get to turn 1. Back end of the top 10 is where the fighting is going to be thickest.
The Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand truck not having the greatest of exits out of turn 1 in the background there, or turn 2 rather. Manages to keep the rest under its thumb as race control has sent a message through that the restart procedure is under investigation. So might that tell us that maybe they thought Thanafon went a bit too early?
That's what I'm guessing it's going to be as well. Number 19 of Nantawat having a go at Tenawat ahead of him. And they were side by side when they got halfway down the straight. They've been forced to go back in single file. Of course, remember, bigger, wider, heavier trucks take a lot longer to get going and a lot longer to pull themselves up, but that car width is the big issue. It does mean that some of these sections, Super Ricos could go racing through it. The trucks just cannot.
Yeah, and that's down at turn 8 as well. You know, I mentioned how tight the apex was. There's a bit of a lock up there into turn 15, but the track narrows up quite a bit on the exit. It's almost half the width that it is on the way in. So if you're going to make a move, you got to make sure that you're ahead before you get to the apex, just so you sort the position out and don't put either of yourselves into the wall. Thanafon has been dominant here ever since he took the lead off of Bandit. The final lap has begun. Is his truck going to hold up? That white smoke that was coming out under safety car was a little cause for concern for us up here in the comms box. You can still see some shades of it on the way into turn 2 there. But for the moment, it looks like, if anything, Bandit might be in trouble for second, because here comes Chinawat.
Yeah. So a little bit of battling now for second place as they build and run over Monkey Hill for the final time in 2025 for your super pickups. Maybe the run down to the hairpin. And now they'll start to feed their way back in. All lining themselves up. And I tell you what, Chinawat did actually get some good drive off of the turn 6 hairpin. Problem is, he's going to need to be significantly alongside when they get to the braking zone down here at turn 8, or prompt a mistake. Now, he has forced the cover from Bandit Ladiam, who's recognised it's on for P2 and P2 only, as Thanafon has gone. So he needs to cover, he needs to prop, and he just needs to defend and make it just that little bit difficult. Chinawat might just decide, you know what, P3 is good enough.
Yeah, they got a good gap back to P4. No need to fight any further and force maybe a disadvantage in the final few corners. Speaking of the final few corners, we're almost on them here. Thanafon was 1.5 seconds in the lead at the start of the final lap. Now all they have to do is head down to the double apex here, the left-hander, and put the power down one more time up through the gears for Thanafon Chucharonpon. What a drive, what a victory.
Yeah. Haven't seen any further updates from race control, ladies and gentlemen. Remember we said We're investigating that restart, but Thanaphorn gets it done on the racetrack. Bandit will be behind from Chinawat, second and third. That's a car going around in the last corner, for sure. And Thanaphorn very happy about the race result right there.
As he should be. That was perfectly executed from him. Good job from Bandit Ladayem as well to keep all of his attackers at bay and hold on to second place as well.
Great job from those guys. Still coming across the start-finish line at this point in time. Remember, a field of 27 cars took the green flag. 23 of them had finished. And I thought I heard a whole bunch of tire squealing. I did. And there's a car that has made the finish line. The finish line is that white line back up at the top of the screen where that gantry is. So he's dragged that car to the finish. I believe it might be the 81 of Akasit or the 91 of Jataron.
I think it's the 91. And did you see how the front wheels were pointed towards each other?
Yeah.
Something's gone majorly wrong for Jataron there. Hopefully nothing that's too far involved anyone else, but Thanaphorn, I haven't seen many onboards from these trucks at Bangsaen. It just gives a real perspective for how narrow the circuit is in these things, how you're lumbering your way around this place. And they don't have a particularly tight steering ratio either, these trucks, so you're working the wheel hard the whole way around.
Yeah, yeah. Heavy trucks, trying to rotate them as well. Power steering systems that get a heck of a workout in these things as well. You need to make sure that you have a fair bit of cooling on that power steering pump to keep you moving, because I believe your race results would be heavily reliant on that. Regardless, race results. Thanaphorn gets it done on the racetrack from Bandit and Chinawat. Also 1, 2, 3 in A-class drivers. Your race winners in the B-class is going to be Sirichai in the 89 machine, who finished out of 6th spot. Saranyu finished right in behind him, and in 10th spot, Suwat Limjurapanya is going to take out 3rd spot. You see him at the back end of the 10 right there. Fastest racing lap, 55.553. That was put together by Tanawat Suwanarat out of 4th place. So great job by the 22 machine, as they finish in reverse order in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, 24, 23, 22. 2nd through 4th.
They certainly do. Well, good pace from Tanawat. Wasn't quite able to get on the podium, but he came here with a very fast truck indeed. And when the next round comes, it'll be a reset for a lot of these drivers. The likes of Jack Lemvard and Akil Aknakad. They will be, I think, glad that the weekend is over. Unfortunate to see it end that way for them. It's time for our top 3 to find their way into pit lane. Goody on standby down there in the bottom left corner. Going to be getting ready for a chat with these guys, and I believe these interviews are all going to be in Thai. There are no non-Thai licensed drivers that compete in this category this weekend, so we won't be able to tell much of what they're saying unless you speak Thai, which we do not. But I'm sure you're going to hear 3 very happy men jump out of those trucks.
Very much so. 3 men that got to go racing, had a bunch of fun, and Thanaphorn with huge launches on those restarts, catching the opposition napping. And of course, that is going to get us done for this morning's racing action, as we're now into the afternoon in Thai time. Reminder, Porsche Cup Carrera Cup Asia and their 30-minute race coming our way in a short period of time. That will be underway. Race start set to be in about 25 minutes, due to queue up here in the dummy grid in about 10 minutes or so as well.
แน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับจบลงไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับ
We'll listen to Goody and some interviews from down in pit lane.
1 Class A และ Class B นะครับ overall นะครับอันดับที่ 3 เป็นของพี่ชินชินวุฒิเหล่าชินชาตินะครับแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับผมครับพอดีข้างหน้าเขาเร็วกันจริงครับก็ต้องยอมรุ่นพี่หน่อย
แน่นอนก็ถือว่า เราก็มาถึงจนระดับ 3 เลย
ใช่ครับ
เกือบไปแล้วนะพี่โต้งนี่ก็จี้มาที่ติดเลย
เดียวครับ
เวลาไม่พอนะครับ
ใช่ครับ
เนื่องจากเซฟตี้คาร์ออกไป
ครับผม
นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ถือว่าทำผลงานได้ดีในวันนี้
ครับ
พอใจในผลงาน
พอใจครับผม
ครับ
สนุกครับ
ครับส่งต่อสนามหน้าครับ
ครับก็สนามหน้าบุรีรัมย์นะครับ ฝากติดตามเชียร์ทีมพวกเราด้วยครับ
ครับ
อัลฟาแฟคทอรี่เรซซิ่งทีมบายเผาซ่าครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับแน่นอนครับไปอันดับ 2 กันต่อนะครับ บัณฑิตรัตดาแย้มครับอันดับ 2 ครับโอ้โหเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
โอ้
อย่างที่คาดการณ์ไว้เลย
จริงๆไว้ก็เป็นไปตามแผนนิดนึง แต่อยากจะสู้จนที่1นะแต่เราต้องยอมอาจารย์จริงๆคือ
ครับ
อาจารย์มาเร็วมาก
ครับ
ผมไม่ได้เปิดไม่ได้อะไรหรอกนะ แต่ในความที่เขาลึกเรารอบแรกด้วยมันยอม แต่เราจะยอมแค่อาจารย์นะเราสนามหน้าเจอกันแน่นอนมันแน่นอน
โอเคฝากถึงแฟนๆเลยครับ
ได้เลยครับยังไงฝากเชียร์ตุนติ่มเบอร์ 24 ด้วยนะครับกับทีมโฟตอนเลสซิ่งทีมบายอุดอ๋องระยอง แล้วก็พี่ๆองโดด้วยนะครับอาจารย์เบสตุ่มติ่ม
ครับ
ทุกๆคนเลยเต้เต้พี่หนุ่มเซยู
ฮะ
สนามหน้ามันแน่นอนครับ ไปครบทุกคันเหมือนเดิม
ครับ
ครับผม
ขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งหนึงครับ อันดับ 1นะครับเป็นของธนพลชูเจริญผลเบเทอร์บยามโอ้โหไม่ผิดหวังเป็นดับเบิลแชมป์นะครับก็คือเป็นแชมป์ของสนามบางแสนกลางปีถึง 2 สนามเลย
ครับ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะเบื่อหรือยัง
ไม่เบื่อครับ รู้สึกว่าต้องตามให้ทันครับ
ตามไม่ทัน
ใช่ครับ
แน่นอนวันนี้มาถึงจุดนี้แล้วอีกเช่นเคย
ครับ
นะครับมีความสุขมากๆแน่นอน
สุดๆครับ
โอ้โห แล้วกับการตัดสินใจที่เราเปลี่ยนเครื่องยนต์
ครับ
มันมีผลจริง ๆ ใช่ไหมฮะ
มันมีผลครับ แล้วพอเราเจอแล้วมันก็ไม่มีปัญหาครับ
ครับ
มันพาเราเข้าเส้นชัยได้ครับ
โอเค แม้ว่าเงื่อนไขกติกาบอกว่า
ครับ
เรา
ตาม
จะ
กติกา
ใช้เครื่องที่มันใหญ่ขึ้น
ใช่ครับ
ก็ต้องแบกน้ำหนัก
ถูก
มาก
ต้อง
กว่า
ครับ
ชาวบ้านเขา
ใช่ครับ
ครับก็ถือว่ายอมรับเพราะนี่ก็คือมาจากฝีมือจริง ๆ นั่นเองนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับเบสครับฝากถึงสนามหน้าเลยครับ
ก็นะครับผมก็ที่ทำเต็มที่ทุกวันนี้ก็เพื่อรักษาแชมป์ให้ตัวเองนะครับ
ครับ
ก็เจอกันอีเวนต์สุดท้ายครับ
ครับ
ว่าวัดกันไปเลยครับว่าใครจะเป็นแชมป์ครับ
เบสเทอร์โบยาม never give up ไม่เคยยอมแพ้จริง ๆ นะครับแสดงว่ามีดีอีกครั้งครับ กับ
ขอบ
ธ
คุณครับ
นพลชูเจริญผล
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณครับ แน่นอนนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับ ยังมีสิ่งที่น่าสนใจอีกมากมายนะครับ เพราะฉะนั้นไปพบกับไฮไลท์ได้เลยครับ
Highlights now for Thailand Super Pickup and the final race of their weekend. The grinning phase, as usual, smiles abound with a few eyes already firmly focused on what was about to go down.
Yeah, it was certainly a tough one for many in the field. But all smiles in the Super Pickup category. I love the crew of drivers that race in this category. It was a solid start from the front, but keep an eye on that number 15 truck because it made its way to the lead in very short order around the outside at turn 1. Absolutely mammoth start.
Run here down towards the final couple of corners, and you're right, it was that run. And look at the rear tyres that we were worried about on Thanaphon because he was really using them up as best as he possibly could to get the advantage. 22 on the 19 machine would go toe-to-toe, Tanawat and Nantawat, and that was the overtake there. This moment, we still cannot for the life of us figure out what happened to Jack Lemvard. And it looks like he was very confused as well when he got back to pit lane. But it was a huge incident, it was an awkward one, and it left a fair bit of damage on the front end of the 41. It was difficult for them to arrest that car, tow it, and get it back to pit lane as well. So we lost a few laps on the safety car process there, and we'd restart just the other side of the halfway mark of this one.
Certainly did. Plenty of trucks gaining some damage. Another view of the damage for Lemvard's truck. I think he might have been a bit perplexed as well. Something happening under brakes. We also had the number 5 of Natawut pull over at the side of the circuit and trigger the second safety car of the day. But after that, race got started again with 2 laps to go, and we saw Bandit Ladayem have to defend second place from Chinawut Lauchinchat, but nothing could stop Thanaphon Chucharonpon, who took a dominant victory up the front here. And that will conclude the pickups racing at the Bangsaen Street Circuit for this year. An absolute highlight category of the Be Quick Thailand Super Series. Well, we don't have long to go, Scott, before Porsche Carrera Cup Asia gets things started. The prize ceremonies are obviously taking place for the categories that have run and done so far, but we're going to be seeing some Porsches around here pretty shortly.
Yeah, joined the support categories for this week of the Bangsaen Grand Prix last year in 2024, but they returned yesterday. And Reese, it was all-you-can-eat rain extravaganza. It came, it went, and then it bucketed down immediately afterwards yesterday. We finished the race on a safety car with drivers splashing around on slick tyres behind the safety car. Red flagged. We didn't see the end of that session. And to be perfectly honest, there was no other decision open to race control. The track was dry 1 minute, and the next it was a swamp. Well, what's the weather going to have in store for us in just a few minutes' time? Hang around, because your Carrera Cup Asia action will continue in just a few moments.
so truly ครับ
โดนแข่งให้โดนหมด
เดี๋ยวเราจะมาดูการแข่งขัน Porsche Carrera ครับคือเรสซิ่งเข้าของกันนะครับ
Porsche
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia racing action. Yesterday, Dylan Pereira got it done, managed to hang on to things, but it was the drivers cutting their way through the field. I believe it was the Enzo Trulli number 99 machine being a little bit of a cork in the bottle for both Brock Gilchrist and Hugo Ellis. Ellis got clear, the British driver, and started to make inroads on the top four. In fact, he was moments away from potentially getting a pass done on Dylan Yip when we went to safety car because of the rain and the conditions. Lap times yesterday swung as much as up to 10 seconds due to the changing conditions. We started out dry, got a little bit of rain, dropped off to about a 147 or so, and then it came back into the 140s. We got back underneath the 140s down to a 138, and then it started to go away from us again. When they did call the race, we just went about 145s again, restarting yesterday, but yeah, there was some chaos. This category is chaos every time it comes to Bangsaen. Last year, so many red flags in the qualifying and the practice sessions and the races.
Indeed. Good view of the hairpin, which these cars are going to be turning extra tight through. There's a lot of unknowns here coming into the final race. As you said, plenty of chaos happening over the course of the weekend in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, but I'm just ready to sit back and enjoy these super fast machines. It's been a while since I've seen Carrera Cup racing, let alone around a circuit as great as this.
Well, you see, Reese, I'd love to be able to actually getting some of the details out of Porsche Carrera Cup Asia's website, actually be able to bring us up point scores. I get locked out of their website. Apparently, my computer's not functional for their website, or there's some sort of issue. So, unfortunately, I have no point scores or information about how the 2025 season has been going, unfortunately, for viewers watching along at home. So we literally only have the racing as it happened yesterday to basically give you a rundown of. And like we said, it was Dylan Pereira from Rodrigo Diaz Almeida, Dylan Yip, and Hugo Ellis in top four. There was a huge battle pack on. Just in behind those guys as well, like we said, it was the, I believe it was the Enzo Trulli entry that was giving us a huge battle pack starting to form in behind him.
Good variance of drivers taking part up the front. It looks like the most represented nation in this category is China. We do have one Kiwi in the field, for those of you in our part of the world. Brock Gilchrist starting out of P5. And we have a couple of Brits as well, Hugo Ellis and Josh Rowledge as well taking part. One Thai driver, and it's Mungkong Satyantharaki.
And got some updates for you at the moment. This is the fourth of 6 races, I believe, for this category so far this year. Sorry, fourth of 6 rounds so far this year. 2 races at Shanghai and Motegi. Those are the first 2 rounds. They went to Sepang on their most recent racing weekend. 3 races were held at Sepang, and now we're here at Bangsaen. They'll be off to Mandalika and finishing the year off at the Marina Bay circuit as well in Abu Dhabi. And that will bring us home for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. At the moment, Dylan Pereira has a hefty coming into this weekend, of course, not regarding the first round, but he built on that yesterday at a 73-point lead in terms of the championship standings over Enzo Trulli. Trulli finished back about 5th spot yesterday, so that margin he might now have more than double Trulli's points. Getting a notification from race control at the start of this race has actually been delayed, and that would be because of issues. That's 2 cars with contact, and that's Dylan Yip, who was scheduled to line up on row number 2.
I think the front left wheel looks like it's not where it should be. Oh my god. Okay, well, that explains it. Dylan Yip in way too hot there on the formation lap. The blind corners on this circuit, putting pay to what should have been a good start to today's race for Dylan Yip. That was scary.
And that's him following around in formation, so that would have to be, we can't see a number on that car ahead of him, but that will definitely be Rodrigo Diaz Almeida.
Yeah.
And that was red flags being displayed, I think, around the circuit just there.
Oh, no.
That was a huge hit.
Yeah.
Highly different speeds between the two cars. It looks like Diaz Almeida was warming up the brakes, and Yip just didn't see it.
Yeah, Yip was coming in at like full racing speed. That would have been terrifying for Diaz Almeida.
A little bit terrifying for Yip too.
Yeah.
What are they going to do with the cars here? Are they going to return them back to pit lane, or are they going to park them up on the start-finish line? Gesturing to the start. Gesturing to the grid boxes.
Okay. So yeah, they're going to be forming up on the grid, and they will wait for the call to get going again. Two stricken cars out of what looks to be turn 15. And yeah, I think I can see 55. That is Rodrigo Diaz Almeida. So that's the cars that's the drivers that would have been starting second and third on the grid out of the race before it's even had a chance to begin.
And the thing is, Dylan Yip sits fourth in the championship we did coming into this weekend. And Rodrigo Diaz Almeida finished second yesterday, so he would have scored a hefty bank of points. I believe he would have taken 20 points out of yesterday's race, and that moved him up a little bit closer to finishing in terms of the overall podium. No one's going to touch Dylan Pereira at the moment. And now we're missing the 99 car as well.
That's Enzo Trulli.
It's Enzo Trulli.
That's at turn 1. Did he? Oh, turn 2. Sorry. Did he miss the call to stop on the grid? He must have.
Is that a?
I mean,
that's a door off the 55 car. There, you see that?
Yeah.
So what's happened here is, you see the 10 car is Brock Gilchrist, so that's 5th spot. We've lost Enzo Trulli we saw, so now they're waving them through. So what's happened is we've lost 2 cars ahead of them, which is Rodrigo Diaz Almeida and Dylan Yip. But I would say Pereira and Trulli have gone past before they were giving that command to slow down, stop on the grid. So what's happened is Dylan Pereira, and that's why you're seeing these guys now circulate. Cars have now been directed to move to the pit lane. So Dylan Pereira and Enzo Trulli have gone through. Trulli's got down to turn 1, looked up in his rearview mirror and gone, oh, there's no one following me. So he's stopped there. So occasionally you will get commands. So this is something I was taught at motocross tracks as a kid. You see a red flag. Occasionally it's pull over and stop straight away. Occasionally it's move back to the pits at a safe speed. Now see Trulli's crawled his way up through the hill and gone, there's no one in the rearview mirror. Now there is cars in the rearview mirror, so he's proceeding slowly.
I believe that's
I want to say that's Yip.
Yeah, concerning the livery, yeah. Finding his way back out to the other side of the circuit. Yeah.
That's scary that's ripped the door off.
Yeah.
Pereira's already back in the pit lane, there you go.
It is a terrifying spot to come up on someone. Like, you know, you've just made your way through the chicane of turns 10 to turn 12, and then you're going through the sweeping S-bend along the beachfront, walls on all sides, and then there's the kink before turn 15. I mean, Yip would have come into that kink, getting ready to brake, and heat up the tires, heat up the brakes, etc. Only to see
electronics race. That's the Dylan Pereira car. They're going to work on the electronics in this car. They're trying to change something. There's something wrong with the Dylan Pereira car. We're going to be missing our front 3 cars when we go for a start here.
Are they allowed to do that?
Well, they return to the pit lane, and they're waiting on further instruction, and there's going to be a reasonably hefty wait here because they've extracted one car, and now they're going to extract... I would say they're fine to work on the cars in the pit lane. And what they're doing is effectively repairing that car, which you would generally be allowed to do under most red flag procedures.
Yeah, true,
But there'll be officials, that's the Porsche official down there keeping an eye on things, I would assume. So the team would have had to have alerted the official to what's going on that car, and then they've gone in there. We might be missing the front 3 cars out of this race.
This is bizarre. This is just bizarre. We've had a lot of strange incidents happen already today in the TSS categories, but Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, I think, saw that and decided, yeah, we can go 1 better. How about 3 better?
Well, we haven't had an incident on the formation lap so far this weekend. We've had certainly cars retiring on formation laps, but no contact. So that's a new one. Again, DSL Mater just didn't check his mirror before he turned in there.
Yeah, the door was gone from the 55.
Yeah, that's just...
I mean, that could have been a lot worse.
Certainly.
I think we all got very lucky there.
That was actually at race speed.
Yeah. Oh boy. All cars on their way to the pit lane, and we'll get some semblance of a plan of action for what is to come. Into the tight, cramped pit lane of the Bangsaen Street Circuit. Basically makes its own hairpin off the exit of turn 18, coming back onto the track on the exit of turn 19.
So I'm seeing some comments, and I want to clarify a couple of things. Now, the big thing will be as a part of the result of that incident. Now, have a look at where Dylan Pereira's pulled up, because Pereira, I think, was in a pit box. Is that him, the pink car at the front of the queue again? So whatever they've done to that car, they've got that back around. But it looked like it was back around the other side of the pit lane, and they were working on it in the other end. So there's still some time here before Dylan Yip's car gets removed. So what's effectively happened is that Rodrigo Diaz Almeida is trying to warm his brakes up at the same time as Dylan Yip's come off the monument. He's sort of maybe warmed his brakes up and been a fair way back off of Diaz Almeida coming through there. Then they come down through, and there's a kink. Sort of, you come off the monument. I'm just wondering whether or not we can't get our timing screen up with the track map on it, so I can just sort of talk through a little bit of what's going on, because this is just going to be watching these cars in pit lane here for a little bit and sort of instruct. But effectively, you come down through turn 8. It's a 90-degree right-hander, very slow. Turn 9's a little bit of a left-hand kink, and then you carry some speed up to... I don't think we'll have this interview, because this will be on Porsche Carrera Cup Asia's coverage.
Yeah.
But they noticed exactly what we did, that they were working on some of the data systems on that car. I have a feeling it's just the electronics, maybe data capturing, potentially timing systems for the Pereira car, is my thinking, is that that'll have something to do with perhaps the tracking on that car. But yeah, effectively, you come through 9, 10, 11, 12 through the monument. And I would say what's happened is Dylan Yip's backed up through the monument and was doing some tyre warming and brake warming through there. Meanwhile, Diaz Almeida's continued on at reasonable speed in that section. There's going to be damage repaired to those barriers. There is a lot of damage to those barriers, by the way. And then, so Almeida's sped up, and he's carried a lot of speed down towards turn 14, and then he's jumped on the brakes to put some heat through the brakes and the tyres there. Well, that's happened at the same time as Dylan Yip was speeding up, and he was intending to go down to 15, and I'd say he was looking to test the grip level down there on cold tyres, and also put some heat through the tyres at the same time. And he's come across him, and it's blind. 15, before you get to turn 15, there's a little kink, and it is blind down there, and he's just sort of seen the car go through ahead of him, but he's maybe doing 50, 60 kilometers an hour greater, and then basically come through the kink and the car's just there. There's no way with the speed differentials. That's just tyre warming procedures gone wrong. There's no intent in it.
They're just out of sync.
Yeah, Pereira's back out, so whatever they were doing on that car, they've changed that. But effectively, Diaz Almeida's not checked his rearview mirror before he's turning in because it's a formation lap. He wouldn't have been expecting to do so. So keep your eyes on T8 to 9 to 10, 11, 12 here. So what I reckon has happened is Diaz Almeida's got down to 8. He's backed him up. He's been doing some tyre warming through there. And then he's sped off and gunned it up through 9, 10, 11, 12 and the monument. And Dylan Yip through 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 has backed the car right off. Done some slow weaving, maybe some dragging of the brake procedures, maybe even a mini practice start or something to get the clutch in position, but you don't want to burn the clutches out in these cars as well. And then he's got through the monument, which is 10, 11, 12 on that track map, and then he's gunned it down through 13 and 14. But you see where turn 14 is, between turn 14 and turn 15, there's another left-hand kink there, and that's where you actually dive on the brakes and move back to the right. So Almeida's already gone through there, and that's blind. So that's just a unique aspect of this circuit. That's just, it's silly things going on from both of them, but that's just unfortunately just the nature of a street circuit like this. So could they have done better? Yeah, look, Yip probably shouldn't have been that far back, but he was trying to close that gap and he was closing it aggressively. So obviously it's going to be on Yip if it's reviewed by the stewards. But Diaz Almeida backed the car off, and it's just speed differential. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's partially the nature of the circuit, the nature of the category as well, because Porsche Carrera Cup Asia is one of those feeder categories. Drivers will use it as a stepping stone to get onto bigger and better stuff, like one of the many SRO GT3 series that operate around the world. So you'll have some drivers in this series that do have learning experiences like that, and I think that's going to be a learning experience for the both of the drivers involved in that. When you're racing around a tight street circuit with, you basically can't see around any of the corners around this place, so you have to be on your guard, especially when you're going around on the formation lap and there's going to be a speed differential to the cars ahead of you.
The other thing I will let everyone know as a part of this coverage as well, this coverage that we're providing to you right here, right now, is actually not the official Porsche Carrera Cup Asia coverage. You can go over to their channels and witness their coverage, and we strongly suggest that you do if you're looking to support Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. This coverage is provided to you on behalf of the Thailand Super Series as part of the coverage for all of the other categories this weekend. We are not working directly for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Must distinguish that. So go and support their channels as well. That's the information on all the class categories as well. Pro and overall outright sort of are the white numbers on the cars. Pro and Am is going to be the orange numbers. Am cars will be in the green numbers, and Masters is your blue numbers as well. And then there is a teams championship known as the dealer trophy. But yeah, we are covering this purely on behalf of Thailand Super Series, not on behalf of Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. If you see anyone in a black shirt down at the circuit with Porsche on that shirt, that is part of the official broadcast team over in Thailand this weekend.
Yeah, shout out to Arjuna Kankapati. Much like myself, Scott, and Dan behind the scenes, Arjuna comes from the world of sim racing, and if you watch anything on Race Spot TV, the high-profile iRacing events, for example, you would have heard his voice. He's on the commentary team for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia this weekend, so give some of your love to Arjuna and tell him Reese sent you.
I wonder if you'll be flicking him a few messages after that one and just saying, yeah, I guarantee you guys will trade a few barbs about that. That's crazy. That's just nuts what's going on this weekend. So
yeah,
you missed Formula 4 Southeast Asia coverage yesterday, by the way, Reese, and it was the two teammates. It was actually pretty much kind of a similar incident, only it just happened during the race between the two teammates of Seth Gilmore. You remember how quick Alex Sauer was back at Buriram for Formula 4 Southeast Asia? Well, he got a terrible start. Seth Gilmore overtook him before they got down to turn 1. And then he tried to go in on the outside at turn 15, and Seth Gilmore just come back across the track and squeezed him against the fence. So
Bangsaen always brings out a few big surprises. I'm looking forward to the final F4 race, which will be coming up later this afternoon in between your Thailand Super Series Supercar GT categories. For now, we're waiting on confirmation as to when exactly proceedings are going to start here for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Doors open, drivers milling about, teams conferring with them on the plans ahead. But a very interesting development indeed.
This race might just be moved completely because we're going to have to. I guarantee we're running shortened programs for the rest of the day. Because that's huge hits to those barriers.
Yeah, how long is it going to take to repair the barrier is the question. They're probably working on it right now. Whether or not they'll be able to replace the barrier in time for proceedings to begin again. I mean, it is a narrow time window. According to the official event schedule, pit exit opened for this category at 12:40 local time. That was about 18 minutes ago. And it's meant to be a 30-minute race, which should have been run and done by 1:15, which is in round about 17 minutes time. So yeah, things are running a little bit short here. The next category on the program is the TSS Supercar GT4 and GTC race, which is due to get started around about 1:40 p.m. local time. So yeah, they might have to either shift things around or potentially miss this race entirely just to stay on the program. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, and they haven't started work on that barrier yet, and that concerns me.
Yeah, they're still assessing the damage.
Although I think they're assessing whether or not that's structurally significant and whether or not they do need to do some work.
Well, it's okay. The hammers are out. It looks like they're going to start work on it. I think that barrier might not be as important as others around the circuit because it's on the inside on the exit of a corner, right? The cars don't usually go too close to that one. So I don't know, maybe they'll just do the minimum to get it back up to spec and then move on out, but more personnel arriving on the scene to try and hammer this barrier back into shape as the engines fall silent here in the pit lane.
Thank you for everyone out in the YouTube chat as well. If you're joining us right across the English language coverage of the Thailand Super Series this weekend, of course, we love hearing from our fans and where you're based internationally. The entirety of your English language coverage based in Australia, but based completely in different regions of Australia. So I'm saying a big hello to you guys from a couple hours south of Brisbane in northeastern Australia. Reese is joining us all the way from the western side of the country, and in actual fact, you are on Thai time.
1 hour ahead. Yeah. 1 hour ahead of Thai time, so the conversion's pretty easy for me.
Yeah, and then we've got our producer who you'll not see in the background. And by the way, thank you very much, Dan, for getting that track map so I could illustrate a point a few minutes ago. So big shout out to Dan Yeaman. You would have heard his voice before as Dan shifts across to production coverage for the weekend here this weekend. Normally our regular producer, Jay Kennedy, would be with us, but he's having some issues that he needed to go and resolve and handle things this weekend. So wishing Jay Kennedy and his family all the best at the moment as they work through some things in the background. Health issues, unfortunately, for Jay and the family. So again, hopefully they're on a speedy recovery on those sides of things. But Jay is down in Victoria and Dan Yeaman also down in the southern part of the country in Melbourne. So all of us within completely different regions of Australia, which is what we love. You know, that's the whole point of us getting together as a part of this one. I really like the fact that we all came together as a part of sim racing, but you know, we're from such different regions within the country whereby we never would have interacted with each other without that. And now look at us here, we're sitting down, enjoying a cup of tea, watching Thai fans in the heat whilst we're in the middle of winter in Australia. And enjoying some Porsche Carrera Cup. I'm enjoying watching the engineering go to work on the barriers, by the way. I love looking into the setup and things of the barriers. Have you been following along the Thailand Super Series Facebook page at all, Reese?
I don't get on Facebook that much anymore. I've sort of fallen off the face of the earth, so to speak, when it comes to that platform, but I do keep up from time to time.
Well, there was a lot of videos put out over the last month because, of course, this circuit doesn't just get put together in a day and then torn down in a day. It does take a fair bit of work to come together. The big thing I was looking at and keeping an eye on was a lot of the circuit construction works and what goes on to actually make this possible. And there was a lot of talk about the barrier supports. If we get a shot at the back side of some of these barriers at the moment, see if you have a look through the barriers, there's supports on the back side of them. So there was discussions about the engineering that goes into building those supports, how they prop the walls up, how they support them on the back side, how they all come together. Which is really interesting, because the logistics of putting a race, you don't just show up and the race is put together. No. You've got to get barriers into position. You've got to have forklifts working on the track weeks in advance. Everything's got to be bolted to the ground and secured so that it's all offering the correct level of support. Because if you don't do that, you don't get the FIA level 3 grading that allows this to be an international event, which means Porsche Carrera Cup can't come here, which means Formula 4 Southeast Asia can't come here as well. So, if you haven't seen those videos, they are in Thai. It is mainly watching for the footage, unfortunately, on my side of things.
Yes, but pictures can tell a lot. And, I've, through my sort of own creative work, I've done a lot of research into how racetracks are constructed, and you learn so much just watching stuff like this about what really goes into, like, it's not just a case of slapping down the barriers and away you go. It's not like how it was in, say, motorsport up until the late 1960s, where they just put hay bales everywhere and that was all they had to mark out the circuit and keep cars from going beyond the bounds of the track if they crashed. There's full-on engineering that goes into every aspect of these barriers. Like, look at them taking them off here, putting them on the back of the truck. Big sections of steel. They rivet to the posts, and to those posts then are attached the catch fencing, and they're all bolted into the ground as well. Like you say, a lot of work it takes to set up a circuit like this. Tracks like Monaco, like Surfers Paradise here in Australia, it takes weeks to set up a circuit. Weeks at least, sometimes months. But it's all taken down in just a few days. It's a lot of prep work.
But the big thing about this one is that they come back here each and every year as well. So they've obviously taken up quite a number of the roads in the Bangsaen area, located in Chonburi province to the southeast of Bangkok. And from there, you've got to shut down the roads for a few weeks at a time. But the big thing is this is Bangsaen and Bangsaen Centre for 48 weeks of the year, effectively. You get 1 week of racing out of those 3 weeks whilst you're piecing a track together. And it's got to live on. So there are some bits and pieces around here that would be semi-permanent. There's bolt holes and bits and pieces so they can just put the walls back down nice and easily each and every year. There's curbing and structure and white lines on the ground that'll stay there throughout the rest of the year. Timing loops will be built underneath some of the roads and left there because it's far easier to just come back and plug and play next year, provided that everything is put away and looked after. And by the way, it's not simple that either. I was actually chatting to, where I am, I'm actually back living where I grew up in Grafton in northern New South Wales. So my family have for, gee whiz, so I'm 33 now. I started motocross racing when I was 6, and I think my parents got into officiating when I was 7. Some openings happened at the club. My dad was an enduro racer before we got into it as well, so he was racing for a couple of years leading up to that. And then 2 Pee Wee 50s came down the chimney and landed under the Christmas tree. So me and my brother got into racing. That was Christmas 1997. So we were racing in 1998. So yeah, I would have been 6 years old, 5 into 6 years old when I first started racing. And mum and dad got into officiating from there, and they've been officiating ever since. So Dad was doing some work on the timing loops at the local go-kart track just before Christmas, because I went out to help him. At one point there, it was before, it must have been after Christmas, because I have no, I was still living at home at that point in time. I just moved back in with them for a little while. So it was before Christmas. Would have been late August, early September, maybe mid-September last year. I went out to Dad, and Dad and I were looking at the timing systems, and we were getting a really low signal from a timing loop at Grafton Go-Kart track. And we were looking at that, and Dad was asking me some technology questions, because he's obviously not very technologically sound, but he's very electrically minded and mechanically minded as well. So we were talking about what the potential issues with the timing loop could be, and that's just at a local go-kart track, right? So Dad and I were chatting about it, and we basically came to the conclusion that there's either something wrong with the cable under the track, or there's something wrong with the signal coming up from that cable. As it turned out, there was water basically trapped in the cabling system, so they had to run a completely new loop that was waterproof, or at least drained a lot better, so if water did get into the system in the future. So, you know, there's a lot of interesting things. You think about that, that's just at a grassroots level to make that sort of stuff happen. Well, for here, it's not just a timing loop, it's a flag system loop, where the flag systems, and you can deploy flags in certain sections of the racetrack. Then that flag system is also going to be bound into a track-wide system, which might be tracked into a Motec system that would be on board these Porsche Carrera Cup cars as well, that feed into their steering wheels. Then you've also got to have marshals at different posts around the circuit. That is the most Bangsaen Grand Prix thing I've seen this weekend.
Yes! Oh, that's great.
Is that Dylan Pereira? I think that's Dylan Pereira.
I think it is. Oh man, that's good. Oh, I could do with one of those. I mean, it is the dead of winter, and I'm rugged up here in my home office, but there's nothing like a young coconut on a hot day. Yeah.
Oh my word, that's hilarious.
Good points that you make, though, about just how much goes into setting up a racetrack. It's no wonder that it takes certificates and diplomas to get into civil construction, and such hard workers as well, because a racetrack is a giant civil construction project, and when the event comes, it's almost like a giant organism, all of these parts working in unison to bring you an event. It's very easy, especially for non-motorsport people, to go, it's just cars going around a track, but it is so much more than that. So much goes into preparing these events. And speaking of preparations, well, they're working hard to finish that barrier, and we're going to be having a restart at 1:15. So let's see if we can avoid any further dramas and get these Porsches revved up.
Yeah, here we go. Everyone, all of a sudden, there's a fair bit of a rush to get back in. So we can have a little bit of a chat potentially about the Carrera Cup Asia standings, and this is again resources pulled from the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia website, and we might get some images and some graphics up about what's going on there. We're looking at a restart potentially at, like you said, Reese, 1:15 p.m, which is about 4 minutes from now. But we'll be under a safety car condition. So effectively, that'll be a sighting lap. That's what they want to get out there. They also want the cars rolling around to have a little bit of a look at what's going on.
Yeah, interestingly, the site hasn't locked me out, so I'm able to see the standings. And yeah. Seems that the Carrera Cup Asia website is specifically band for people named Scott Rankin.
Gee, thanks.
But yeah, I'm looking at this championship lead that Dylan Pereira has. 73 points in the lead over Enzo Trulli, and just for notes, that doesn't count yesterday's results. So the first race results of this weekend have not been added to the official standings just yet, but could be a big blow for many of the drivers here, or a big points haul, considering that we've lost some crucial drivers in our top 3 ready to take the start.
Yeah. I'm just looking if there was any documents that came out of yesterday's racing, and there wasn't. So timing results not added to the point scores yet on the website. I can tell you actually, just communicating with one of the Australians that's actually over and assisting. Update on the restart will be at 1:20 p.m. by the way. So we still have a little bit more time, because I was about to say there's nobody in the cars yet, and nobody wants to be in the cars because there's sweltering over there in Bangsaen at the moment. And race results of Porsche Cup yesterday. Dylan Pereira from Rodrigo Diaz Almeida, Dylan Yip and Hugo Ellis finished in 4th spot. Enzo Trulli finished down in 6th. So that will be a huge opening up. In fact, that will now go out well and truly beyond 75 points. I think that's going to be closer to 80 to 90 points that Pereira is going to have lead. And remember, at the end of today's racing, will be 4 of 6 rounds complete, and there'll only be 4 races left. So he's nearly got 3 race wins. Well, actually, in actual fact, he would need a DNF the final 4 races, and Trulli would basically have to win. Although I have a sneaking suspicion that P2 on the championship with that one would swing the way of probably Hugo Ellis after yesterday, because he was only 6 points behind and he finished a couple places ahead. So I would say Ellis is probably the next competitor, and we're going to be so close to nearly a 3 to 4 race win. So all Pereira's going to do is finish on the podium at the next race, and that'll be championship over. There's nothing anyone can do from there. You won't even need to start the final 3 races.
Oh, yeah, so by the time they head to Mandalika in Indonesia, we may have a champion crowned. So, Pereira, the most consistent of the drivers in this category this year. Looking through everything, Pereira, the only driver to really consistently get the sort of 26 to 28 points per race bracket, which is in line with a race victory or a second place, maybe just missing out on a couple extra points for fastest lap or so. So he has been the picture of consistency. The championship points system does give you 1 point for pole position and 1 point for the fastest lap, with 25 points for a race win. So that means that race 2 in the opening round at Shanghai, both races at Motegi, all 3 races at Sepang, Pereira won, plus he got either 1 or 2 extra points for pole position or fastest lap, or both.
Yeah, and I'm just looking, Enzo Trulli finished 6th yesterday, so that's 10 points, and Hugo Ellis finished 4, so 14 points. So Ellis is currently 2 points behind Enzo Trulli. So it's really, really important. Pretty much, if both of those drivers finish inside the top 6, it will come down to whoever finishes ahead will have the lead, basically, today in that race for P2, and it will be a race for P2 in the championship. It's got to be. So Pereira scored 25 points yesterday, so he moves to 200. Enzo Trulli grabbed 10 points, so he moves to 112, so it's a lead of 88 points and 90 points back to Hugo Ellis. So realistically, he could actually win the championship today.
Well, we have something to potentially look forward to here. All depends on if he can keep it consistent and out of the barriers, which, I mean, pretty much every category that's run so far this weekend has proven that no one is safe at Bangsaen.
Yeah, so move truly up at the moment, P2 effectively. So let's talk about the restarting order, because we've lost 2 cars here and it was second and third spot. So Dylan Pereira's on pole. Rodrigo Diaz Almeida and Dylan Yip were supposed to come off of P2 and P3. They've now been demoted off of those positions. Enzo Trulli is the next car in that order, so he will move up to effectively P2. Brock Gilchrist will then become P3, and Hugo Ellis will become P4. Now look at those standings. We said it was 88 points the margin. Now if we just wave the checkered flag here and score points based upon that, Diaz Almeida and Yip will be hoping that that doesn't happen, because obviously every other car scoring points is not going to be good for them. But realistically, if we wave the flag now and Trulli's second and scores those points, remember, if this is, we'd have to meet a minimum requirement for racing laps to score points today. And there will be some concerns over hitting those laps. If we hit a safety car nearly straight away, we may not hit that marker. It may just end the race right there and then. But if that's the case, so that championship margin back to Trulli will become 93 points. So from the final 4 races, Dylan Pereira's got to score 7 points to win the championship.
Yeah, so basically if he just gets 1/9 place and DNFs everything else, he's got it.
Yeah, so that'll be worthwhile keeping an eye on. And just having a look at results from last year, because I know Pereira was a part of this championship last year as well. It was Alexander Goretti who actually won the championship last year. Pereira took the first race win from Shanghai International Circuit. They swapped. So Pereira won that race, Goretti won the next 5 straight. Goretti didn't show up at Bangsaen, and Pereira had issues in qualifying last year. I remember him hitting the barriers very, very hard in qualifying, and we never actually saw that car again for the weekend. That was his big opportunity to sort of grab points back, and he just wasn't able to take advantage of it, unfortunately. But he went on a rampage at the back end of the championship and did start tracking down Goretti. But the next driver back was Matthias Herbert. Sorry, I believe that'll be Herbert. And he's not in the championship this year. Rodrigo Diaz Almeida finished 5th last year, just ahead of Dylan Yip. So those drivers have been racing each other for a number of years as well.
Yeah, I love series like this just for the mix of quote-unquote veterans, so to speak, drivers that have been racing for a few years, and then you have the rookies, the up-and-comers, trying to make their way up the ladder. You know, there are drivers who find a comfortable home in these categories, and then there are others who are looking to move on to even bigger things. You never know, you could be looking at a few future GT World Challenge stars, or maybe even better in this field today.
And don't forget, for Dylan Pereira, he's Porsche Super Cup champion in 2022 as well. So he's incredibly capable race car driver. But he actually got his start in iRacing. Would you believe it?
Yeah.
So began it actually is in 2014. He actually began his real world campaign, and that would have been at the age of 17 in European Volkswagen Golf Cup. So from there, he's sort of grown up through the championships. 2015, actually, he finished his second year in racing, finished second in that championship. Porsche GT3 Cup in 2016 to 2017, Middle East, finished third in that championship. Onwards and upwards, he's been so quick, so consistent. 2020, second in Carrera Cup Germany. Porsche Super Cup, second in 2020 as well. Backed it up with LMGT AM World Endurance Championship P2 in 2021. ADAC GT Masters. Sorry, my apologies. Second at 24 Hours of Le Mans that year as well. And hey presto, championship standings loaded for you guys as well.
Very nice. So there we go. That's the top 10 as things stand. And yeah, Pereira effectively unbeatable as things stand. But still pretty close runnings in the back half of the top 10. I mean, Diaz Almeida won't be taken to the start for this final race here, so he's going to lose out a lot, being P6 in the championship. Josh Rowledge will easily move past him as long as he finishes in the points.
Dylan Yip was making ground yesterday as well, up to finishing third. So he would have been right there and in contention for an overall second place finish in this championship, but that's not going to happen now. That DNF is going to wreck both of those guys' championship runs.
Yeah, it is. And it all happened when the race hadn't even begun.
It's in the same pit lane. I believe you'd be aware of Jack Widdis, by the way, Reese Gardner?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, sim racing star from Australia. In a V8 supercar on a number of different things. I've actually just got a couple of messages from him. He's actually over assisting with the number 44 Rat, I believe, Mercedes AMG from the GT4 classes. He's currently sitting down in pit lane inside that car, getting ready to feed out to the dummy grid. And damn, I'm sweating it out waiting in the car now. Tell them to hurry up. That's about the Porsche Cup drivers.
Well, I did see that looks like the start's being delayed a little further to 30 past the hour. So rest assured, we're not too far away from it. We did see on those shots around the circuit, the barrier has been repaired. So looks like under safety car conditions, we'll be getting started in about 6 minutes' time.
So timer hasn't started on that race as well. The other problem I have with this is that we are moving into 1:30. So there is going to be some adjustments to the schedule for the remainder of the day, and TSS Supercar GT4 was actually supposed to be getting underway from 1:40 p.m. So that's not going to happen now. I guarantee you every race for the rest of the day will be shortened. There's no way to get the hour in. Well, they might just run it late. Depends upon sound restrictions in the area.
Does indeed. Well, here's hoping that we'll find some good action at least to make up for this delay. Porsche Carrera Cup racing is always intense. Wonder how many outbraking maneuvers we're going to be seeing into that second turn on the race start. The safety car standing by, waiting to lead them all away. My timing screen is showing that the race will start at 1:29 p.m. So not quite 1:30. With the barrier just being repaired, they can move that forward by about 60 seconds. And now it's just counting down the minutes until we get rolling.
That's it. Everyone's a couple minutes away. We'll get race start. So what I'm thinking is exactly what happened yesterday with the GT3 racing action when we started behind the safety car. They fed out a pit lane, they started the timer immediately, basically, is what will happen here. So I'll probably there'll be at least one siding lap. I guarantee you they'll probably be looking to do 2 to get some heat into these tires. Given the way that we've seen Carrera Cup racing all weekend, it's been 2 formation laps. So what will happen is as soon as the field starts trundling out of that pit lane, they'll start the 30-minute timer. We're scheduled for 14 laps. I don't know that they'll be looking to give them 14 laps, but we still have a 30-minute timer on this one as well, so race hasn't been shortened as yet. Which means at the conclusion of this race, we're going to be approximately... We're going to be approximately an hour and 45 minutes behind schedule. Yeah, it'll be an hour and 45 minutes behind schedule at the end of this. We've lost
That's quite substantial. As if they don't shorten this one any, so regardless of where the timing stands at the end of the day, we will be here to bring you it. It's been a great journey over the last couple of years, coming together with Speed Cafe and TSS to bring you this English language commentary.
I cannot tell you the amount of tabs I have open on my browser right now to keep track of so much stuff that's going on and trying to bring you guys research as well. I've learned to multitask. That's the one thing TSS has taught me.
Yeah, indeed. I got plenty of tabs open on my browser as well. Stream open for the YouTube chat, and then there's the Carrera Cup Asia website, the PDFs showing the point standings, the schedule for today from TSS, our communications with the media crew and race control behind the scenes.
I was just doing some research into what. Okay, so we're rolling off pit lane. Race has been shortened. We'll have 16 minutes.
Right.
By
so
the way,
we'll stay on schedule a little bit.
In about 15 minutes time, we're supposed to get a flash storm to the northeast of Chonburi, not Chonburi province. It's going to hit somewhere around Donghua Lo. I'm just going to try and get some indication about how far away that is physically. I reckon it's probably somewhere 15-20 minutes away to the northeast. But the maps I'm using don't actually have scale.
ตรงนี้นะครับก็จะลดระยะทางหรือว่าเวลาของการแข่งขันลงจาก 30 นาทีเหลือ 16 นาที
Well, I'll see what I can do to pull up a couple of weather radars as well. Keep an eye out on things.
การแข่งขันนะครับก็จะเริ่มต้นภายใต้เซฟตี้คาร์ด้วย
The safety cars pulling out onto the circuit. We will get rolling in just a few minutes' time. The Pro-Am standings in the meantime. Bao Jinlong in the lead, but 24 points ahead, so 1 point less than a overall race victory.
Somewhere about 30 to 40 kilometers northeast of the circuit, in about 15 minutes time, there's going to be a flash storm move through. Medium to heavy intensity, and it looks like it's only going to last about 5 or 10 minutes.
We'll see if any of that rain hits the circuit, or if it just gives us a little kiss as it passes by. Time to get those tyres and engines warmed up. Oil pressure, water pressure, make sure all your systems are working, radio checks with the team. We're about to go racing here in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. In terms of Pro-Am, Francis Gia and Li Chao looks like the closest of those standings, aside from Eric Zhang and Wang Zhongwei. Down in P5 and 6, only 4 points separating them. So a few different championship battles to keep an eye out on.
We've got somebody out in the YouTube chat already trying to curse this one. Please don't crash on the formation lap this time, yeah? A little bit of spice to throw things a muck. And that timer is what we have left available to us. And like I said that timer was going to start ticking when we moved out of pit lane. There's no way there was enough time to give us half an hour worth of racing action. We're going to finish here somewhere about 1:45 p.m. local time, which will move us back to about an hour and a half behind schedule. So already starting to try and catch some of that time up, because we've got our two big categories at a time, Super Series weekend. The two GT categories to come before we're done this afternoon's racing action.
Here we go then, safety car going to be coming in. And we'll get things started here. leading us away will be Dylan Pereira, with Enzo Trulli in second and Brock Gilchrist moving up to third. After we lost Rodrigo Diaz-Almeida and Dylan Yip from the front of the field. Amir Harris-Jeffrey has also not taken to the start, it seems. In the AM standings, Munkong is way... Oh, no. Oh, come on. No, not again. That's car number 69. That's Jackie Wu. They're going to proceed with the start, but what happened to Jackie Wu? Oh, too hot into the corner. That's at turn 15 again.
Well, this is where they were just cleaning up the racetrack and working on things. They've gone green flag racing at the tail end. I'm just going to keep an eye to see if we do see Jackie Wu cross any of the timing lines. We'll be waiting for him, and he has gotten that car out of the barrier and rolling again.
Good.
So no safety car required for this one. Pereira will lead us off down into turn number 1 as the Porsche 992 is firing it down the inside. A little bit of contact to the apex. That'll be Gilchrist trying to get his wide pass. Truly, they will bang doors as they climb Monkey Hill. Finally, 12 minutes on the clock. And Brock Gilchrist wasted no time in making room past Enzo Trulli. And do you know that actually might be enough points for the championship. If Trulli loses one more spot to Hugo Ellis, championship will be over before we even get to the 5th round of Porsche Carrera Cup Asia.
Yeah, Dylan Pereira jetting away at the front of the field. Doesn't look like many other drivers have an answer for him, but Brock Gilchrist with that beautiful, brave move up the inside of turn 2. Now we come to the monument here at the chicane. Out they come. It looks to me like 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They're starting to make some ground there on, I think that's Bao Jinlong in the BWT car, running in 5th.
Oh, big old wiggle out the other side, and that was Hugo Ellis in the 38 Sign Motorsports machine. He's the other guy that sits 3rd in the championship at the moment. 2 points separate Enzo Trulli and Hugo Ellis. If Trulli gets overtaken by Ellis, that will swap back around. It'll be Ellis who'll sit 2nd in the championship, but it will mean that Dylan Pereira will be your champion for 2025, barring any points deductions.
11 minutes remaining on the clock as they complete the first racing lap. Bouncing over the bumps here on the way into the turn 2 left-hander. Extend it out as much as you can, but that Armco will be there to greet you if you press a little bit too far. And as we've pointed out many times this weekend, permanent yellow flag at the hairpin. You cannot pass or get alongside on the way into here. Once they cross that white line there, it's back to regular racing conditions and they can make passes. But it looks like everyone's sort of struggling to get a better exit than their rivals out of that hairpin.
Yep, just getting power and traction out of the rear end of the 992 spec Porsche Cup cars as they fire off and down towards turn 8. Now they'll run it through the monument. And Enzo Trulli looking a little bit quicker than he was yesterday. Yesterday, there was a horde of cars that were all over him, but perhaps it was the race length. Maybe that car is good on its tires, fires them up quickly, and they go off. Could have been some adjustments. Looking at some data and some adjustments to that car since yesterday. Big thing though, Reese, is whatever they did to Dylan Pereira's car to rejoin has not bothered him whatsoever. Something electrical in the passenger side of the Team Shanghai Honda BWT car. Won't challenge him on board. This is deeper in the field. 76 machine. And Munkong at the moment, he leads the way in terms of green numbered AM drivers.
Trying to keep the 27 of Yan Chuang behind him. Loses out just a little bit off the start-finish straight there. There's not going to be any way for Chuang to find his way through here up Monkey Hill. Side by side at the start, obviously, but once things... oh, hello. I've just gotten a note from race control. Incident at turn 2, the 99 and the 10 noted. So apparently Brock Gilchrist's move to get into second place raised a few eyebrows.
well, it says noted, not under investigation. So I reckon it's just been noted. They're aware of that. Contact paint was traded. So it's on the notes. It's on the records. All those two drivers. I don't think there was much in that bit of a racing deal. If you ask me, that's paint trading. When you're in Porsche Cup.
Just good hard racing.
That's it. That's it. It was a hole, and Gilchrist firmly placed his car into it. Got the move done. What's going to be the recovery like from Hugo Ellis? Can he start to put some pressure on Enzo Trulli?
Seems that the 76 here is making up some good time, actually. Moncong starting to catch up to Francis Jart as Pereira rockets down the start-finish straight. His lead is out to 3.3 seconds, and yeah, 135.9. He is running 1.5 seconds faster than anyone else right now.
Yeah. Over P2, Brock Gilchrist out of Team Porsche New Zealand. Made the trip over to Bangsaen to compete this weekend. And Hugo Ellis still with some work to do. Up margin closed up on the most recent lap. Great run down the start, finish straight through turn 1 for Gilchrist. Look at the margin. You just can't see another car in the back of the shot at the moment already.
He's just hot lapping right now.
He's gone. There we go.
Yeah.
Now we get an opportunity to have a look back. That is Gilchrist that sits second. And the big thing will be, with 7 minutes on the clock to go, is Hugo Ellis making some time. A little bit of a mistake that time through for the red livery number 99 of Trulli.
Ellis doesn't seem to be capitalizing too much, though. There doesn't seem to be any one area of the circuit where he has a clear advantage. He might have to hope for a mistake from Trulli here to really find his way through into that position.
So sector times looking like through sector 1. A little bit of a gain for Trulli. Sector 2 saw about half of that gain back in the direction of Ellis. So Trulli was good in the first sector on the most recent lap. What's the final sector time going to look like when they get to the control line? And about bang on even between the two cars. Nothing separating them as they run down towards turn 1. They'll climb the hill once more into the phase braking zone. 2 parts to this one. Back to the right, then back into the left. Different conditions to yesterday as well. Hot racetrack. No rain in sight. Ellis was supreme in the rain yesterday at cutting his way through. He just felt really, really confident in the all-round conditions.
Yeah, some solid runs happening there for Ellis this weekend. Go on, Scott.
That's the Baojing Long in the second of the BWT cars, albeit BWT Phantom G Racing, whereas race leader Pereira, Team Shanghai Yonder BWT.
Good to see the BWT still has a very solid motorsports presence. Keep an eye as well here on Li Chao in the number 9. The red-numbered AM class, and things are looking good for him at the moment. Eric Zhang, though, seems to be making up some ground on him. Took 4 tenths out on the previous lap, and we could be seeing a move here for overall 7th.
Yep, keeping an eye on that one for Li Chao. It'll be a move on pro driver Josh Rolich as well, if he can pull that one off. 77 of Eric Chen, trying to buy his way in the back of that battle. So that's a class battle as well between Li Chao and Eric Zheng. Second and third at the moment for Pro-Am. And still seeing the lead for Moncong at the moment, who leads out the AM class as well. Adrian De Silva currently in the 61 machine leads the Masters class as well. The 4 drivers entered in that one for this weekend. Top formation, Pro white, Pro-Am orange, Am green, Masters in the blue.
Yeah, so I messed that up. Li Chao, part of the Pro-Am class there.
Baojing Long doing a great job inside the top 5 in Pro-Am as well. as Hugo has been able to do over the last couple laps time, starting pulling off just a fraction. What'd you spot there, Reese?
That fastest lap has been brought down again by Dylan Pereira, down to a 35.5, sorry. That is crazy pace out front.
Several seconds, 4 or 5 seconds faster than yesterday as well. Albeit yesterday there was a lot of wind in the area. Gale force winds whipped up a storm, pulled over the racetrack. We never actually got completely green, completely dry conditions at any point during yesterday's race. The tyres just barely got up to temperature, and the rain had started to come down to take some grip away from the circuit. I don't know if it's dirtier or cleaner today, though, with the amount of accidents, unfortunately, we've had. 61 machine, Adrian De Silva, and like we said, class leader in Masters at the moment. As he tipped it in, a little bit slow at 15, starting to get some pressure applied to him from the next Masters car in behind, which will be that of Christian Chia. 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. Chia deep in at the final corner. He'll lose a little bit more ground.
That's going to affect his entire run down the start-finish straight here, and we'll see if Eric Kwong has anything to say about it. Across the start-finish line to begin the next lap. 2.5 minutes remaining, and that should be 2 laps to go. For now, the positions stay the same there between Yan Chong and Henry Kwong. The car ahead, meanwhile, strutting its stuff, as is our race leader, who is looking supreme at the moment. Dylan Pereira is showing everyone here at Bangsaen why he is so far in the championship lead. Does run a little deep there at turns 18 and 19, but gathers it up nicely. He can afford to relax a little bit, but I don't think he will.
No, he's just in the zone, and sometimes when you're in the zone, the best thing you can do is press on just a little bit. You'll drive fractionally beneath your limits. Big accident last year for Dylan Pereira. He came into Bangsaen weekend looking hopeful of running up at the top. And in fact, it was Chris Vandendrift who actually took an invitational entry for that weekend. Didn't score points, but I believe he took one of the race victories and finished second in the other race that weekend last year. But it was up here as we crest the hill. Pereira clouded the inside barrier right there at the crest of the hill, top of that shot, and then straight into the right-hand side wall. And that was his weekend over before it began. And that was enough to really decide the championship for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. One of the rounds that Gutierrez, last year's champion, didn't attend was the Bangsaen weekend. It was Dylan Pereira's big opportunity to score points back. So he rued that last year. Lessons learned. And he was on track. I'm not going to say he's won both races yet, because he's on track to win both races. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia's trip to the Bangsaen GP in 2025. But a series sweep would be a little bit of redemption for the driver from Europe. A talented driver. Credentials don't need questioning. Gold license in FIA. So we all know he's capable of these sorts of drives. Generally first trip to a street circuit too is trouble. You always know that you've got to, either press on and push hard, and he pushed the boundaries too hard last year, and we found them. Final lap board is going to be displayed. So one more lap, Porsche Carrera Cup Asia for the weekend. And Pereira's got it in the bag at the moment, but what does Hugo Ellis have for Enzo Trulli? And Dylan Pereira will climb out of the car if Hugo Ellis gets by and be champion in 2025.
As things stand here at the start of the final lap, it looks like it might still go another round or so before we truly decide the championship. As things stand, it'll be 228 points for Pereira, 129 for Trulli. So the championship is unable to be decided just yet. Just within the margin of 4 race victories plus a few bonus points for the fastest lap and the pole scattered in there. But at the moment, logically, mathematically, the championship is still up for grabs, but considering the form we've seen from this number 5 machine today, it's becoming very difficult to question that this is Pereira's championship to lose. Just a couple more turns to go, and he can grant himself the gold for victory.
There it is, out of the hotel hairpin for the final time in 2025. Dylan Pereira and Team Shanghai Hyundai BWT will complete all their objectives. Pole position, fastest lap in both races, and a stack of points. Those bonus points might be enough to lock it out. Brock Gilchrist gets P2, and he'll be celebrating that one, the New Zealand driver, for Enzo Trulli. Manages to hold off Hugo Ellis and will hang on to P2 in the championship heading into Mandalika. From Hugo Ellis. In fact, he'll build a couple points margin. I believe that one will be up to 5 points then for Trulli and Hugo Ellis over 4 remaining races from that championship. Here comes the Pro-Am winner. Sorry, my apologies. This will be the Am winner in Hong Kong. Bao Jinlong got it done in Pro-Am in the 7 car. And we watch and we wait for the 88 machine of Christian Chia. In fact, we might have lost 1 car in Masters on the final lap of the race as well.
Yeah, De Silva's dropped. I don't know what's happened to Adrian De Silva.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay. Oh, dear. Drama for Adrian De Silva. Right at the end. Oh, goodness. Yeah, the rear left is disconnected from that car, but it looks like he's going to muscle his way to the finish line. You only see cars crabbing like that on iRacing from time to time. Good to know that that happens in the real world too. He just gets the checkered flag, but man, that's a tough way to end things for car number 61, who was leading the Masters category.
He was indeed, up until the final lap. Christian Chia gets it done on the last lap of the race. Silva touches the wall, and that might mean more barrier repairs. That's right outside the pit lane exit. Again, we mentioned that. Why is that significant? Well, that's a section of the circuit we've actually never seen hit. There's been no actions in that section of the circuit in the last 2 years, I can tell you, Reese, since I've been covering this series until today. Today's the first time I've seen a car hit it, and it's hit it twice. That same section of barrier.
Like lightning strikes and London buses. You wait for one and then 2 come at once.
It would be thoroughly impressed with the amount of Lightning McQueen jokes we got out of co-commentator David Haynes yesterday, because there were some Lightning McQueen model cars on the outside of the circuit yesterday.
Nice.
That led into a tirade of hilarious jokes and references for the rest of the afternoon. But Porsche Carrera Cup racing comes to a close. Dylan Pereira makes it 2 from 2 in 2025 for the Bangsaen GP. Maybe he'll be off for a dip in the surf and sand in celebration before we get our way into GT4 and I believe our GTC racing action for, well, it's scheduled to go for 1 hour. And whether or not that will be the case, or whether we have a shortened race to allow our GT3, GTM races to go to their duration as well. Questions about what happened to the 61 machine of Adrian De Silva. Some contact. I'm going to say it's contact at the final corner. Or maybe he gassed it up and found the left-hand side barrier coming through the right-hand kink on the run to the start-finish line. So somehow found the wall and ripped the left rear tyre off that car. Did manage to crawl that car back to the finish line, but he went from leading the Masters class to finishing the last car across the finish line on the final lap of the race. I'm questioning whether or not there might have been more damage with that car, maybe going through turn 17, and then it's come down to the hairpin and gone on.
Maybe. But the damage was clearly on the left side of the car. So, yeah, I'm not sure how you could get damage at turn 17 on the left side of the car unless you hit the barrier on the inside as you were going through the corner. Regardless, what a fastest lap from Dylan Pereira. Almost a full second faster than the next fastest lap from Brock there in P2. What an incredible race. And honestly, we didn't see much in the way of passing in that race, but a very decisive move there from Brock Gilchrist on Enzo Trulli. That was probably the move of the race there.
Yeah, it was. Put the elbows out. Highlights now from the delayed start to Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Before we jump ahead to our GT4 GTC, we're going to be running an adjusted schedule for the rest of the day and rest of proceedings this afternoon. It was, unfortunately, an incident on the formation laps to the grid. We were scheduled for a standing start. That got cancelled. And it was absolute drama on the run to start the race off. Cannot believe that this happened, by the way. There it is. And that is Dylan Yip getting into Rigos Diaz Almeida. Both cars retiring before we even saw green flag, red flag, cars back to the pit lane. Was that Dylan Pereira a little bit annoyed with the car? We didn't see that. This was another incident on the formation lap as well for the 69 machine. That would get itself out of the barriers and would continue on to take the conclusion of that race. Contact as they climbed up and out of turn 2 between the 99 of Enzo Trulli and Brock Gilchrist, number 10. Then it would be Trulli trying to hold off Hugo Ellis for third spot on the racetrack. After that, things settled down. Air quotes, settled down, because it all kicked off again in the final laps of the race in a 40-minute shortened sprint.
It certainly did. Successful job for the number 5 of Dylan Pereira. Would take the win, but yet more drama at the finish with our former Masters class leader of De Silva finding the wall out of the final corner, but able to get it across the line to at least score the finish. Well, that concludes runnings for Porsche Carrera Cup Asia for this weekend, Scott. Now we can move back to Thailand Super Series, Supercar GT4 and GTC. This is going to be a fun one.
That it is, and yesterday we saw contact between two of the cars before we got to the end of the first lap, which meant that we had some retirements from Daniel Bilski in the number 36 car, and it was the 33 entry, and those two cars will be lining up next to each other once again on this next start, so keep your eyes on that one to get interesting at the back end of the GT4 group. Don't forget as well, we also have the 4 GTCs we're expecting to see out and in action. It looks like we've got the Ford Daytona Coupe on pole today from the Toyota Altis, the Honda Civic FK8, and Daniel Hamilton in the Trans Am Mustang to bring us to the end of the GTC field. They're going to fire through their gridding phase, I'm sure, because we have to catch up some race time. But for now, we'll take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, grab some refreshments, and get back into our racing action.
ครับผมการนาทีกุชิรินะครับผมมิกานาซูนครับก็เราทั้งสองคนนะครับเราขับรถในรุ่น GT4 นะครับเป็นรถหมายเลข 1นะครับซึ่งจากผลงานจากสนามที่แล้วก็ค่อนข้างที่จะดีเลยก็คือเราจบได้อันดับที่ทั้ง2วันนะครับแล้วก็ตอนนี้ก็เป็นผู้นำในคะแนนสะสมด้วยนะครับหวังว่าสนามนี้จะทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีนะครับซึ่งเราก็ควอลิฟายไปแล้วนะครับ
การควอลิฟายก็ได้โพลทั้งคู่นะครับก็จะออกสตาร์ทที่1ในวันเสาร์และวันอาทิตย์ด้วยก็ปีนี้ไท
ขัดก็ค่อนข้างดีนะครับตั้งแต่วันแรกที่มาถึงก็มีกริปเลยปกติวันแรกก็จะมีทรายมีอะไรอย่างนี้เราก็ต้องระวังมากๆแต่ว่าปีนี้มาถึงก็มีกริปมาตรฐานค่อนข้างดีนะครับปีนี้เขาได้เพิ่มเทคโนในหลายๆโค้งที่มีความเร็วสูงเนี่ยเรานักแข่งก็รู้สึกปลอดภัยมากขึ้นที่จะได้ขับในสนามก็ฝากแฟนๆเชียร์ทีม TSS Motorsport นะครับแล้วก็รถหมายเลข 1 ในรุ่น GT4 แล้วก็รถหมายเลข 99 ในรุ่น GT4 เช่นกันส่วนในรุ่น GT3 ขอเป็นหมายเลข 18
Hi, my name is Kenneth from Singapore, driving for Rompo Power Unit, Team Supersonic.
Yeah, hi, my name is Shane, also from Singapore. Yeah, I'm also driving the car number 23 along with Kenneth. The last race was actually quite a fruitful one for us. Basically, the car hasn't been performing well, but with some sheer luck, we managed to get P1 for the first race, and then we got a good result of overall P2 for the GTC class. So yeah, we are leading a championship now, so bringing the momentum, we hope that we can do as well here at Bangsaen circuit.
This track is really scary, but fun, very fun at the same time. So in order to get a good time, you really must millimeter precise, and you have to go really close to the wall. That adds to the excitement as well.
Yeah, you really need to be precise. I believe that Bangsaen Street Circuit is one of the best circuits to test the driver's precision. And if a good driver would definitely perform very well here. Yeah, so we are excited to try and do well here. So basically, just like what you said before, we want to be stay safe. We want to survive the weekend as we are leading the championship. So and of course, not go too passive also. Yeah, definitely win overall P1 will be our goal for our class.
Please watch us, please cheer for us. We need your screams. The louder you scream, the faster you go.
Yeah, we are from another country. So yeah, hope that we can get more followings and fans from the Thailand community and of course from the Southeast Asia.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we had to race through to get this race back underway. So, update from the circuit, we are about 15 to 20 minutes behind at the moment. We've caught up an hour by racing through the first part of this one. So congratulations to the team that's actually on the ground over in Thailand. Have done a phenomenal job to get us back ready to roll yet again. And I want to welcome to our viewers at the moment. We have GT4s, Pro and Ams in together, and then the GTC cars, which are looking out from the rear end of the field at the moment. 4 of those to go racing here this afternoon in Bangsaen.
Yes, and what a day it has been. Plenty of dramas in just about every category that has raced thus far today, and well, this circuit has seen plenty of action. It's going to see plenty more. Turn 1 and Turn 2, best overtaking zone on the whole lap. Can't make overtakes into the Turn 6 hairpin up the top of Monkey Hill, but the long straight down to Turn 8 does provide an overtaking opportunity. Round about the Turn 15 to Turn 17 area is where we've seen a lot of the biggest incidents today over this 20-turn circuit. And, well, we've seen a couple of barriers being hit that we've never seen hit before.
Yeah, so a lot going on in the 3.7 kilometers, 20 turns, 12 of them to the left, 8 of them back to the right in our anti-clockwise direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be firing through this because we are about ready to get underway. Pacing laps coming to an end. Kennedy Kasiri from Romain Leroux, they will go at each other once more. Mitchell from Kazuhisa Arabo. Arabo was quick at the tail end of yesterday's racing in his Toyota Supra. On row number 3 is going to be Todd James Kingsford and Shui Pang. Pruderat from Sudapong will be on row number 4. And we'll get back to Hayden Haikal and Philippon on row number 5. Row number 6 will be Sathapon, the last of the GT4 drivers. Gianni, Mortability Gianni will be lining up on the first of the GTC cars. Then we'll get back to the final couple of rows. These guys are all the GTC cars. It's going to be Chris from Sheehan and Damien Hamilton in that Trans Am car. Hopefully looking to go the duration on this one. Right. Just about ready to go here. Reese, I think we're in for a good one here. Hold
I think we are indeed.
Pull the belts a fair bit tighter, mate. Strap yourself in for an hour racing.
Oh boy. Let's get going. Good to see Gianni Morbidelli on the grid for this one. Never thought in my life I'd be commentating a race with Gianni Morbidelli in it, but here we are. Love seeing the GTC cars go at it as well. Some nice varied machinery there, and the Honda Civic FK8 in the middle of that category with a Trans Am Mustang and a Ford Daytona GT Coupe. That gives me some of the vibes of improved production here in Australia and sports sedans as well. But GT4, the star category for this particular race, and that number one car, Kamikin Kantadi Kusiri at the front of the field, that number one AAS Motorsports car in prime position to take victory here. Roman in the Aston Martin going to be handing over to Graham John Dowsett later on in the event. A great performance to put that car on the front row in qualifying.
Yeah, and Mick and Kantadi Kusiri, the number one car defending champions, took both race wins back at Buriram a bit over a month ago. So they're showing supreme pace yet again on board the Porsche Cayman. Pole position in qualifying here this afternoon. And they will be getting underway here in just a few moments. 1 hour worth of racing action to come our way. Local time at the circuit, 2:05 p.m. as we get set for a race start here. We are exactly 25 minutes behind schedule. Actually, my apologies, take that back. We are about 20 minutes behind schedule as they form up. What can Romain Leroux do from on board the Aston Martin that will start on the front row? Can he put the challenge to Kantadi Kusiri? Ladies and gentlemen, get set for your GT4s. They are going to feed off and fire off down towards turn one. What does Damien Hamilton look like on board the Trans Am car with a whole bunch of poke in a straight line on the run down to turn one as well behind these guys? GT4 rounding the final corners. They'll roll out towards the lighting gantry, and we'll wait for the lights to come on before we will get underway here. Rolling towards the start-finish line. The driver's attention on the lights up the top of the gantry. Here we go, GT4s, and the second to last race of the Bangsaen Grand Prix underway. 1 hour from now, we'll have a conclusion to this race. Oh, big contact from Pruderat. Destroyed the right front corner, and that car's going to round that. We'll be in a safety car straight away.
Oh, got it turned around the right way, but everyone has to jump on the brakes there. Damien Hamilton working his way around in the Trans Am Mustang. Oh dear, didn't take long for the drama to also hit GT4 and GTC. That Mercedes looking very worse for wear. Looks like a bit of a slow start from the Supra in front of him. Got caught out in the braking zone for turn one. So Pruderat, some major damage to his car there. Good on everyone for jumping on the brakes and making sure they didn't make the incident worse.
And that makes it 2 races with 2 major incidents. Turn one lap. Oh, look at the debris shedding off of that car. That's going to be a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Up and over Monkey Hill. It's offline is the biggest benefit, but if they go in there too wide...
That's a tyre shredder for sure.
Yeah, they're going to have to come back to the pits. They'll be getting that one ready.
So race control will assess the significance of that debris as we're reaching just about the end of the first lap. A little unstable on the brakes there for the 95 entry. Krakunen Kazuhisa the wheel of this one.
Yeah, Rabe was very quick yesterday. Ended up taking the race win on Saturday's racing action for GT4. What can he do, though, when he's asked to make some overtakes? And have a look, they're already hitting the debris down in turn 1.
Coming up to the debris up turn 2 now. There it is. Oh, it's flying all over the place, but it looks like it's actually been moved off the racing line now as a result.
Yeah, and can confirm that number 60 and 44 both back in the pit lane out of the GT4 field. So I believe that would be the Supra that got collected by the AMG of Prutarat.
Bit of a cork in the bottle scenario forming here for Romain Leroux.
Just trying to bring...
Yeah. Oh, okay, here we go. So there's damage being assessed for the number 60 Supra. Getting contact from the rear by Prutarat.
Going to work trying to get that away from the tyres at the moment as well. I believe that's number 19 GT4 of Sittapong. At the moment, that's holding up Shane Ang as well. The GTC field's actually been massively split up as a result of that. There's a couple of GT4s scattered in amongst those guys. So Gianni Morbidelli moves up to 8th overall. So he's done a phenomenal job to get away from everyone else he's around. There's a 3-car battle pack actually starting to form just in behind him. Satapon and the GT4 starting to run him down on board the 32 Porsche Cayman. Then you've got this battle. This is Todd Kingsford up against Hayden Highcal, who's trying to get to the inside of him. Does. A little bit of a mistake for Kingsford. Going on to turn number 1. So that's a pro car getting through on the AM leader.
Yep. No need to force the issue too much for Kingsford, still leading his class. A little bit wide at turn 1 just to let him go. There's a close view of the damage there for Prutarat. And yeah, I mean, can they even send that car back out with that level of damage? I wouldn't think so.
Well, if they can cut that guard and the flap away, so that's officials there pointing out and discussing it, and they'll be communicating with race control about what they can and they can't do. So there'll be discussions about the safety of that car. But if they can get that guard away from that tire, I don't see why they can't continue.
True. They'll be running at a reduced pace, but at the very least they get a finish on the board. The incident at turn 1 is under investigation from race control as Romain Leroux continues to hold back the number 39 Supra. All that is just allowing the number 1 to jet away here as a move around the outside turns into a big wash wide for the number 39. And the 95 decides it's time for a bit of a run here. Will we see a move into turn 2 here? Where do you position your car to defend?
That'll be the big question. It's Mitchell Shanmenji of Malaysia on board that car at the moment, a dual Malaysian pairing. The number 39 Toyota Supra from Wing Hin Motorsports. And the Keeper's Land that comes on board that car at the pit stop to take it to the flag. We saw 4 safety cars break up this category yesterday, so they'll be desperate to get some green flag running.
Yeah, they certainly will. And it seems that there's been a good recovery from Mitchell there. He's catching right back up to Romain Leroux. And we'll have another go very shortly at finding his way past. Meanwhile, here's Gianni Morbidelli in the Daytona Coupe. Got Damian Hamilton not too far behind him, and Akarapong and Chris sharing the number 9 machine not too far behind either. Toyota Altis GTC, actually. It's showing up as ahead of Hamilton, but clearly it seems Hamilton is now ahead. I'm not too sure what the deal is there.
And Romain Leroux journeyed over here, by the way, after participating in last weekend's Spa 24 Hour. 14th place overall for the car he was on board. I'd have to say that's somewhat of a successful outing. One of the most sprint-like feeling 24-hour races in the world.
Yeah, indeed. Proper good run. This is Chongyin Shiwan in the Honda Civic FK8 ever so briefly, trailing off the back of the GTC field, but still not dead last. At least that's how it seems. So yeah, confirmed on the timing, Damien Hamilton is indeed in second place here, trying to chase down Gianni Morbidelli for the GTC lead. This is starting to turn into a proper battle here. They do have a GT4 car separating them, though. It's the AM car, Sathapond, at the wheel of the number 32.
Worthwhile pointing out as well, yesterday we had one GTC car make the end of the race, and that was currently the last running 23 car amongst the GTC cars. Hamilton's making ground there. They're all making ground at the moment on Morbidelli. He'd be enjoying driving that unique Ford Daytona GT Coupe.
Yeah, Morbidelli has driven a whole host of different types of car over his very long career. From Formula One all the way through to sports cars, touring cars as well, active during the Super Touring era, driving for Alfa Romeo, I believe, in the World Touring Car Championship. If it existed, Gianni Morbidelli's probably driven it.
And that car, by the way, Rafael Galliana, that he's driving alongside, is actually the owner of Tech Pro Barriers.
Oh.
So there you go. How's that for a unique racing car to have out there? Formula One driver alongside one of the people involved in bringing Tech Pro and safety barriers to racing the world over.
Yeah. He's certainly seen his product get tested today, hasn't he?
The only hope will be that he doesn't go and test it any further.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, boy. Well, Romain Leroux still holding off the number 39 Supra here. But look at the straight exit there. The punch out of these corners that the Supra seems to have is insane. Roman's holding on to some good pace here in the Aston Martin. He will have to hand the car over to Graham Dowsett at some point. That some point being in about 15 minutes time, which is when the pit window will open. But for now, he's going to make hay while the sun shines, and the sun is indeed shining on Bangsaen at the moment. There's been scattered rain in the area, but every storm that I've seen coming towards the circuit has fizzled out by the time it's got here.
Yeah, but it has. And at the moment, Mitchell's doing everything he possibly can on board that Toyota Supra Evo 2 to challenge the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Romain Leroux, of course, driving for Aston Martin in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. 22-year-old driver as well. So very, very young and moving his way. This will be really, really important outing for him to come and get experience on a street circuit like this and challenge his skill set. So a driver of some class and prestige making his first run, and he's going to get roughed up at the hairpin.
Oh.
So after the high-speed flowing hills of the Ardennes forest to the streets of Thailand in less than a week. How is the life of a professional racing car driver?
It's a life that many of us would like to have. It's amazing to watch here. And check back in ever so briefly with our GTC lead, Gianni Morbidelli, keeping the GT4 at bay for now, and it seems making some tracks here on Damien Hamilton, who's looking further and further away every time we focus the cameras on these cars. I think Hamilton would be grateful to get that podium here. We're going to see replay here of the 39 clipping the Tech Pro. No damage to the car from what I can see, but that was a bit close for comfort.
Yeah, that'll be Mitchell making a little bit of mistake. Malaysian car from Wing Hin Motorsports. He would have been hoping that that one was not caught on camera. Got bad news for you. It absolutely was. But you're right, this group is starting to come apart a little bit at the moment. Fastest... I just had a quick look at the times. Shane Ang, who's running at the back end of that pack, is actually losing a lot of ground. So I'm wondering whether or not there might be some issues for the Honda Civic today after winning the class yesterday. Whether or not there might have been some balance of performance adjustments potentially made to that car overnight. Just testing to try and bring... The difficulty is when you've got 4 unique race cars that never really compete against each other, and you slap them out there on the racetrack, you have drivers of vastly different skill sets as well. You've effectively got a race car that's going to be very difficult to balance because you've got a Trans Am car here. It's very little driver aids, doesn't have a whole lot of grip, and you can actually see it's not out and out a Trans Am car anymore. That's a heavily modified Trans Am car to bring it more in line with a little bit more downforce, aero spec of the other cars that's racing against in its category.
Yeah, and if they've kept the internals as well, I believe it'll also have a 4-speed sequential transmission on that car as well, which could be difficult to handle around a circuit like this.
Well, it'd definitely be first gear right there. That's the one benefit. But yeah.
Yep.
Having to
No ambiguity there.
The gears everywhere else. Kennedy Kasiri continuing to lead the way. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, for that car in the recent past, all the way back on lap 5, 141.233. And Romain Leroux still continuing to hold off Mitchell. Although with that mistake, there's now some margin between the two cars for second and third now.
Yep. See the gap. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. Is that lap traffic that they've come up on? And that's put Mitchell even further back now? Looks like it.
Don't believe so.
Yeah, there's
Actually, no,
clearly
you're right. You are 100%
lap
right,
car
yeah.
ahead of him, getting out of the way on the run down to turn 8.
That's actually the number 60 car, the Toyota Supra that got tagged by the
Yeah.
Mercedes on the run to turn 1. We could look at the timing screens. They're back out there, but 3 laps down.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pruturat still in the pits, and we saw him down in pit lane earlier, very frustrated at what happened at the start there. No result for him today.
Frustrating Saturday as well for him, unfortunately. Had issues down at the hairpin and couldn't get the car rotated at one point there. Had to wait for the whole field to come by. Had a frustrating weekend for the number 44 Mercedes.
The Honda Civic team in GTC as well, coming off some heartbreak at Buriram last round. I believe they were actually leading their class, but they ended up running out of fuel on the final lap, or there was a technical issue, actually, an electrical issue that put them to a stop on the final lap of the race. So they've been putting a lot of effort in trying to get that car sorted out. For now, the Civic running 4th and last in the GTC category, but not too far away from Akarapong and Chris in the number 9.
So at the moment, margin for the race leads 4.5 seconds. This is the 39 machine. Mitchell trying to make some ground, gets down the inside. That's well done by both cars there.
So now lap traffic is a factor. You see that Roman is getting held up massively there by the number 19. That's Sutapong at the wheel, and both of them are getting held up, and there's going to be the move up the inside there for Mitchell. Up into second place.
Yep, nothing he could really do. He was just forced to sit, watch and wait. He was trying to predict where number 19 car was going to go ahead of him. He just kept picking wrong, unfortunately, for Romain Leroux. And now they're going to come across the Shenyang number 23 car, the tail end of the GTC field as well. They're both going to get to the inside. Pace carried out with the late apex there, the 39, which means Romain Leroux is going to struggle for straight line speed, start-finish line. And pit window will open in about 8 minutes' time.
Not far to go to sort things out there. I can see that the front bumper of the Aston Martin is a little bit askew now. Obviously, bit of contact there with Sutapong through the monument section. So minor damage to that lovely looking Aston Martin Vantage. Looks to be minor enough that it's probably not worth fixing in the pit cycle, but they'll surely take a look at it anyway. The lead for Kennedy Kusiri out to now 10.5 seconds. That number 1 car, the best prepared of all, it seems. The AAS Motorsports crew have come ready to fight this year, and as you said, taking both wins at Chang International Circuit last round, they are on course for a great 2025.
They are. 32-year-old Kennedy Kusiri behind the wheel at the moment for the number 1 car. Looking strong. But it was the 95 Supra yesterday that took the race win. Kazuhisa Arabe drove a phenomenal final stint. A race that was marred by 4 safety car periods. The cleanups that began on the very first lap. Good to see Hayden Heikal out and running around in P5 at the moment. His first racing laps of the weekend. That car completed precisely 3/4 of a lap yesterday. And the number 36 Mercedes AMG before incident down at turn 5 between themselves and the number 33 Supra. As Falfong tried to go down the inside of Daniel Bilski at turn 15. Five minutes away now from that pit lane window opening. We're getting closer. The final pit stops. The GT4s and GTCs of the Bangsaen weekend. A little bit of a think about the GTC category at the moment. Damien Hamilton's doing a great job to stay relevant with Gianni Morbidelli.
Yeah, things are certainly heating up there. Meanwhile, cars 19 and 60. Seems like this is a battle for position. They must have made their way past the... No, the Honda Civic has actually gotten ahead of the Grant and Sutapong number 19. So potentially something going wrong there for that Supra, but this Supra right off the back of them, that's a bit deep into the chicane there, but keeps the pace up. Almost disaster.
Yeah, definitely disaster averted. That's not a corner that you want to be going in to offline. You'll miss time the turn-in point. Now he's going to look for an overlap at turn 15. 19 slows it down on the inside as well. Sutapong, he's just being a little bit difficult for Shupang Kanjanpas to have a look at and a read on. If he can just carry the speed here, and he's starting to look at it, he's trying to fill those mirrors. Gets the overlap now as they run down to the final corner, and he'll get down the inside, get the job done. Now, having said that, this is 2 cars that are on different laps. And Sutapong is on lap 11 at the moment. And lap 9 for Shupang. So 2 laps behind now. The opportunity to try and run away, see if he can't track that car down. After an opening lap incident with the 44 Mercedes. That was actually not come up too bad, actually, at the back end.
Yeah.
Just pulled it out.
I thought for sure it'd be a bit worse for the Supra, but it was only light contact in the end. Evidently, the front right corner of the Mercedes AMG is a little more fragile than I expected. in with the number 23 Honda Civic FK8. And it's consistent for this crew. Chris at the wheel, but running lap times a bit slower than those around him. 2:05.8 for the last lap. There's no other car in the field that has done laps over 2 minutes in length.
There's something going on for that Altus. Remember, it's run down in the 148s as well, so they're 17 seconds off at the moment. So they've definitely had an issue. Remember, they've gone deep somewhere.
Oh yes, that is the Altus that I was feeding information from. Got the cars mixed up there. Honda Civic running on the podium and running 1 minute 52s, which is still a few seconds off the pace of what Damien Hamilton and Gianni Morbidelli have been able to set at the front of GTC. 146.2 actually the fastest lap for GTC by Morbidelli, and that was on the last lap.
The speed's starting to come to those cars. I wonder whether or not the circuit temperature is actually starting to drop off a little bit here now that we're getting later in the afternoon. 2:30 p.m. local time. And that is an incredibly slow looking number 9 GTC. That does not look up the speed whatsoever, does it?
No, the Altus has just been circulating for the last few laps. I think you're right. There might be a technical issue on board with that car. They just can't push as hard as they want to.
Well, they're 7 seconds slower than the other cars in the class when they were nearly matching them in both the first and the second sector. So we're going to watch and wait. More information that one says Gianni Morbidelli once again puts the power down, and this car's quick in a straight line. Compared to the Porsche, Porsche reasonably staying with it. A lot more grip and a lot more downforce through the slower sections of the racetrack in the 32. So at the point you can see the ground he closes up into turn 1.
Yeah, I suppose it's a case of old versus new as well, because that GTC car is based off an old Ford Shelby Daytona coupe, which dates from around about the 1960s. Obviously has been through quite a bit in terms of modification and such to bring it up to modern racing standards. Oh no, I think that's the end of things there for Gianni Morbidelli. Pulls it off. I thought that car was going a little bit slower than it should have into the hairpin section, and he's taken straight to the runoff from the lead of GTC. Looks like that might be race over.
That will be. And that'll be 2 retirements from the weekend at the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
It's a horrible feeling, isn't it? When when you've got such a fast car, you're leading by a comfortable margin, and then something completely outside of your control ends it for you.
Nothing you can do, unfortunately, and that's Damien Hamilton.
Oh, what? 2 cars on the same lap. Our top 2 in GTC.
Oh, that's in a very, very awkward spot.
That's dangerous.
Double wave yellows immediately. But there's no way they'll deploy the safety car immediately for this. Pit window's actually just opened. Actually, we've got 2 cars on pit lane. Kennedy Kasiri's dived in, as is the 39 entry. Romain Leroux's gone through, as is Kazuhisa Urabe.
Interesting. So have they come in too early in the number 1?
No. The pit window's open.
Oh, yeah.
They came in basically bang on when that window opened. But the problem will be, if Damien Hamilton, that's a horrid spot for that car to be parked up. They'll be waiting on Hamilton to try and fire that car and get it out of there. Oh,
man. The technical problems, the gremlins, they just don't go away for those GTC cars, do they? And that's on the run up to turn 10, I
see
believe.
that sign. That's just before the monument. Yeah, okay, so it'll be turn 9 then coming through.
Yeah.
Well, the window's still open. As soon as the safety car gets deployed, it'll be closed off. You're going to see the whole field dive in.
Might as well get in now. Here we go then. So it looks like staying out for the moment, Romain Leroux. We have the 95 and the 36 also staying out here. But basically everyone else has jumped into pit lane on this lap, and we're still waiting on the call from race control as to whether or not we'll get a safety car for the stricken Damien Hamilton.
Surely. The whole field's in the pit lane now. The only two cars we haven't seen come in are the two cars that are out on track that have just pulled it.
Yeah, there they are. Wow. Big turnaround in proceedings here. We've lost our former top two in GTC, and that halves the GTC field now.
Well,
Chongyin Shiwan and the Honda Civic will now lead.
There's no reason to deploy the safety car right now. Yeah, so that's Shane Ang trying to pull in because their pit stop's right here, but they had to come around the Aston Martin. There's actually no cars out on track. You can just hear them leaving pit lane now. So there's no reason to deploy a safety car yet.
Yeah.
There's literally no cars circulating.
Yeah. The racetrack falls silent for the moment. Looks like Damien Hamilton is showing up on my timing screen as being in the pits. So I think he managed to get it fired up and back in there.
Yeah, I see that as well. So well, that explains why we haven't seen the safety car then.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, literally no need. See, there's Hamilton there at the entry to pit lane. He's crawling it
out
forward.
again. Well, the benefit is that given that everybody's now been into pit lane, the placement of that car, it can block the pit lane and it's not going to cause an issue at the moment.
Yeah. Thank goodness for that. Oh. Out come the cars that have completed their mandatory pit stops.
Oh,
no!
That will be a safety car.
Oh, good lord. That is heavy contact with the barriers. It's knocked over some of the catch fencing as well.
Have a look at the front end of that car.
Where on the circuit is that?
It's a 39. That was the car that was in P2.
Turn 2, maybe?
It's all I'm thinking is that's about the only area maybe it could have gone in. Maybe the monument would be the other place. Would be the only two locations in the circuit it could be, but I agree. I think it is the outside of turn 2.
I'm looking at my position tracker and I'm not seeing anyone stopped
that's
anywhere.
That's turn 2.
Yeah. Oh boy. Wow, that is heavy contact. That looks like a brake failure. See how much he's pushed the barrier back there?
Yeah. That's the second time this weekend we've seen a heavy contact in at that exact location.
Crazy. Well, that's going to require potentially another extended break, or maybe even a red flag, because I mean there is no barrier at turn 2. There's only half a barrier there, so that's not an estate that can be raced.
That's going to require some extension. Well, it'll just be reattaching it, and that's the 19 back in a pit lane with smoke pouring from the rear of the car. They're going under the hood of this thing as well. What's going on in this?
Here's the story. Oh, yeah, I think that might be brake failure. Wow. I've never seen a barrier just be moved out of the way like that.
Front-on contact, that's the 9 returning from pit lane, so they've obviously had an issue and they've had the time to dive underneath that car and sort of have a look at it. It was a 3-minute stay on pit lane. Then, by the way, the Shane Ang GT6 all of the GTC cars have had really long stays in pit lane. The shortest of the pit lane transit times is 3 minutes and 11 seconds. You know what? They've got that car back out there. It might be the only circulating GTC. It might win the race. Even if it is 17 seconds a lap slower at the moment.
Maybe. I'm just taking all of this in, man. Like, it's... oh, Damian Hamilton jumping out of the 88 Ford Mustang. It looks like that's going to be day done and weekend done for Damian.
Unfortunately for him, he spent the last year really coming to grips with that car and trying to bring himself up to speed with it, and he was starting to look comfortable and set in it, and upgrade from 12 laps in a race last year in this category to the combination with GT4s makes it 60 minutes plus a lap.
Well, it looks like those issues with the barriers have not stopped proceedings at all. Still very much at racing speed for the #1 Porsche Cayman.
Back in control of the race, and we're sort of waiting for an update on where everyone's going to shake out because all the pit stops have now been completed.
It looks like the Honda Civic FK8 in GTC has found its way out of the pit box as well, so we do have 2 of our GTC cars still circulating. The Toyota Altis, who we saw was running miles off the pace earlier, thanks to the technical issues for Damian Hamilton and we presume Gianni Morbidelli as well, finds itself in the lead of GTC by some margin.
That it is at the moment. Still waiting. That Chang'an car is now back out of the pits, so their goal will just be to circulate turn laps. You know, they're only a bit over a lap behind. There is enough time for there to actually be somewhat of a race between the 23 GTC and the #9, albeit there is a hefty margin to overcome, and Chongqing will be behind the wheel of that car now.
Driver changes happening for the majority of teams in the field. Graham John Dowsett now at the wheel of the second place running Aston Martin, getting chased down by Daniel Bilski, who's taken over the number 36 Mercedes from Hayden Heikal. And you can see that the Merc is attacking every single corner here, making up good time on Graham for the moment.
Yep, Bilski. An opportunity to meet him at Bathurst actually earlier in the year. Up 12 out, ran a Mercedes GT4. Mountain, we talked differences, we talked about series, we talked about categories. He was in a heavy hit with this car yesterday, so it's good to see that they got prepared back out there. Had his neck checked out by the medical staff on site. Looks to be all A-OK and running again. He runs himself a 45.7 at the moment, so there's 3 cars coming together rather quickly. Graham Dowsett being chased down by Daniel Bilski by Prakoon, who's also chasing him down. So we're about to have ourselves a 3-way fight for second place on the circuit. And that car of the 39 has been raised over the barriers and out of harm's way, and I think they'll now start to go to work on trying to repair those barriers as best they can.
Well, it looks like they've had a bit of a makeshift solution by moving the Tech Pro back to its original position somewhat, so that might stay in place just until the end of the race here, and then in the break between this and F4 Southeast Asia, they'll try and repair it fully. But here comes the chase. Graham Dowsett will be looking in his mirrors shortly to find both Daniel Bilski and Prakoon here in the 95 chasing him down. Comparing lap times, previous lap, a 146.28 from Graham Dowsett, 145.7 from Dan Bilski, and a 144.1 from Prakun. This Supra is looking mighty quick and having a look up the inside of the final corners.
Yeah, that he is. Now it'll be on Bilski to try and get some drive off that final corner and a run down the start-finish straight, because Prakun is coming, and he might show the nose on the run down into turn 1. See if he can find any sort of overlap. When he gets there, here it comes. Tries to show the nose to the inside at turn 1. Runs it in. Backs up the braking zone. Feeds it into turn 2. Nothing doing on this occasion. Bilski will carry enough speed to get out and over the other side.
Love seeing these cars attack these corners and the way they swing it out wide as close to the wall as they can to turn in for the hairpin here. It's a brilliant circuit. And light flashing for both Dowsett and Bilski. Ah, that's why. That is the second place running GTC car. Just letting them go.
I ran a 241 on the most recent lap.
Yeah.
So I believe that's also crawling around with issues.
It's a hazardous situation, especially if you come up on a car like that in this section.
Had a very, very slow sector 1 time, that car. I wonder whether or not it might have been a mistake. Slow in sector 2, but that also included letting that group of cars go. And was that a Supra at the rear end of that 95 machine flicking around off the final corner? We'll look for a little bit of time. We'll get the start-finish line. We'll have a look at what the lap times will look like. Daniel Bilski's going to find some time. 1.5 seconds. A 46.1 plays a 44.7, plays a 45.0. So he built some margin to Prakun in behind him and took a fair chunk of time. Graham Dowsett ahead. And by the way, if they can clear Graham Dowsett, trailing 2 have every opportunity of potentially running down Kamek. He ran a 46.1 on the most recent lap.
Yeah, Kamek a little bit off the pace that Kantadi Kasiri was able to set. Here we go. Oh, so close to the wall for the 95. One thing that I've noticed around this circuit is how much more twitchy the Supra is.
Yeah, particularly that 95. Now he's going to get on the lights as well. He wouldn't even know that the Mercedes was flashing the headlights at the Aston Martin. Nearly buries itself in the rear end of the Mercedes. Three-way fight. Welcome to Thailand Super Series. 3 manufacturers. Your GT4 on-track battles are playing their way out.
I'm loving this. It looks to me like Bilski making up some more ground on Graham Dowsett, but right around this section, the Supra seems to come back at the Merc and the Aston. Find your way down to the last corner here. Is there going to be any move to the inside? Any looks? It looks like Bilski's going to do it, but also up the inside. Oh,
elbows in wide.
Comes Prakun, elbows out, and he is through.
Well, he's got the job done, but whether or not Race Control are looking at that one and going, well, he's forced him way out and deep at the hairpin. Prakun will get the next opportunity. That's what Graham Dowsett a little bit of time. But that 95 machine is desperately trying. It wants to win both races this weekend. And it might be a Toyota Supra, but it should be named Super for Super Send It.
That was a big send at turn 18. Might be any chance for Bilski to respond here with the permanent yellow flag in place at the hairpin. Full credit to Graham Dowsett as well. He's just been minding his business up the front there in the Aston, letting Prakun and Daniel Bilski fight amongst themselves. But I think now, with Bilski starting to drop off, he's going to have to really look out now. There's the signal. Is there going to be a... I reckon there's going to be another send at turn 18 here, considering how much the Supra's catching up.
Yeah, he's all over him at the moment as they enter the monument section. Aston Martin's pulled itself a little bit of protective margin right there, though. That was not a great monument chicane for the Toyota Supra. Prakuna's got a job to do at the moment, and both of these guys have lost some time now to race leader on that lap whilst they were fighting each other. Now he gets close. Another flash of lights. He is trying to get Graham Dowsett to have a look in the rearview mirror. Dowsett is an esteemed endurance driver of his own. Moves to the inside. Wiggles back in. Another move. Fires it down the inside at the final turn. Does he get the car parked up? Aston tries to turn it back underneath. There's no room there. Through goes Prakunen to second place on the race. What has Bilski got now? He had the opportunity a couple laps to go to have a go at Graham Dowsett. Now he'll get another one.
Yep, maybe a little bit too far back to get it done at turn 2, but considering the pace advantage he still carries, should have an opportunity to get by at turn 18. Now for Prakun, it's trying to catch up to Kamik up ahead. And Kamik's last lap was a 1:44.9, playing a 1:44.8 from Prakun with a pass being made in the middle of that. Considering the gap's around 13 seconds and we've got still 17 minutes to go, it is possible.
Oh, I tell you what, Bilski got in the back of Graham Dowsett there. So Dowsett struggling for turn and rotation. Bilski's able to carry a lot more entry speed. Is there lap traffic ahead of these guys? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's going to be the 23 car. Yet again, they're trying to clear out of the way. Just taking another look at the 23 car at the moment. 2:36 on its last lap. It is 45 to 50 seconds a lap slower than the GT4s at the moment. It is having a real disaster. Oh, and then the monument. Oh, gee whiz.
Oh, that's tough. Graham Dowsett's had good runs through the monument chicane over the past few laps, but not so on this lap. That gives half an opportunity there to Daniel Bilski. Oh, Dowsett's wide. Bilski's through.
Yep. P3 now gone and nicked on the road. But Daniel Bilski, he'll pick that one up. 16 minutes on the clock. Is that enough time? Can Bilski in a little bit of free air start to track down the Kamik race leader? Graham Dowsett, what can he do in reply? Another one of the GTCs. And this is a shortened race because I believe we've just been shown the final lap board.
Oh, yeah, we have. Interesting. So it looks like we're making some decisions here to speed up the schedule after the Porsche Carrera Cup Asia related delays. And that means that this number 9 car, despite it trundling around the circuit, on its way to victory. Yeah, speaking of victory,
it's in the bag for the number 1 car at the moment, as it is for that number 9 car. I wonder, Reese, whether or not they've shortened this one, because they're taking a look at those barriers out at turn 1 and gone turn 2, and gone, we actually need to do some work here.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. The incident between Prakun and Daniel Bilski, meanwhile, down at turn 18 a few laps ago, under investigation by race control. So stay tuned for some news on that. But it is the final lap. It's a few turns to go here for Kamik and Candide Kassiri. The star entry of this series, the star car, the star drivers. They'll be making their way through for victory here at Bangsaen.
And doesn't manage to claim the Saturday victory, but Sunday victory is just as sweet. 3 races from the 4 in the championship so far, and that might be a huge statement in the defending champions AAS Motorsports. Kazuhisa Arabe and Prakun are going to be phenomenally happy. P1, P2 from the 2 races across the weekend, and Hayden Heikal steps up into a GT4 in 2025, and Daniel Bilski brings that car home in P3. They will be over the moon with how their Sunday's gone, considering they completed 1 racing lap yesterday. That's really a tale of 2 completely different races. Oh, we just got an update. We just got an update. 5-second time penalty for car 95 for the incident in turn 18. Change for P2 in class. Bilski Heikal are gonna finish P2.
Wow, big decision there. I don't think that's going to be quite enough to put them behind Dowsett and LaRue as well. But, man, big decision there. A little bit too much aggression down into turn 18 as more finishers come across the line, the 32 and the 23. That's a 10th place for that number 23 Supra. And just waiting on... I don't think we're waiting on anyone else, because those were the last actual finishers of the race here. So 10 cars getting to the finish here in the GT4 and GTC classes at the Bangsaen Grand Prix. AAS Motorsports looking to get their celebration on.
What a race. 6 retirements from 16 cars.
Yeah, mind-blowing, and the attrition in GTC as well.
Well, all of the cars, the remaining cars, so the fastest lap of the race for the number 9 GTC was a 1:48.039. Their final lap of the race at 2:05.633. So that's 17 seconds slower in that car. Have a look at the 23 though, 1:57.38, their fastest lap of the race, 2:39.6. They were 40 seconds slower. Near to 40, they were 39 seconds slower. Sorry, my apologies, 49 seconds. Yeah. That car was put back out there to put points on the board, was what that was all about. Kennedy, Kassiri, and Kamik are going to get the job done in GT4 from Hayden Heikal, Daniel Bilski, and Kazuhisa Urabe and Prakun. The overall standings in the class as well. Swap those 2 cars on the bottom steps of the podium around. Should be the other way around after post-race penalty was applied. This is your GTC podium, albeit Gianni Morbidelli did not finish the race. 2 cars left running. Prix Racing Thailand's Altus GTC from the Honda Civic of Shane Ang and Chong Yi. Reese, wow, what is going on this weekend?
Yeah, this is my head is all kinds of messed up from this race. It had everything. Some spectacular crashes. A very bizarre pit cycle where we saw no one circulating on circuit for a couple of minutes. Fastest lap, of course, going to the Wing Hin Motorsports car there, a 141.11. That is honestly quite substantial there. Shame that car wasn't able to get to the finish. Collected the barrier in a big way down at turn 2, which I believe is going to mandate some repairs, which is why this race was shortened at very short notice. Scrutineering time, evidently, for the 95 as well.
They'll be doing weights at the end of that, so they'll be on scales there. At the end of the race, they'll be weighing all 3 podium cars as they bring them through. And up on all the scales for the number 36 car, which gets promoted to P2 at the end of that one. Just heard some updates as well from Jack Lempard. Do you remember the super pickup crash we had much earlier in the day? That was a very weird reaction. Brake failure confirmed as the issue for that car.
There we go.
A lot of high-profile brake failures across the weekend.
Well, it's a very brake-heavy circuit, isn't it? You know, you're on the brakes so many times a lap, and you're trying to trail it through the corners to get the rotation you need. It somewhat makes sense that we see more issues with brakes at a weekend like this. But yeah, for it to fail there in the pickup race, and the reaction that we saw, I mean, obviously all the weight transferring off the rear without actually starting to slow down, it just destabilized the rear.
Yeah, and he would have been on and off the brakes trying to get that car to pull up appropriately. Maybe he used the gears to actually try and pull that car up because he knew he was going to go in the barrier hot. And rolling through scrutineering to finish the weekend for GT4 GTC. So we have a feeling this race was shortened on very short notice. We got no alert. All we got was the final lap board, was the only notification that we got here as well. So I wonder whether or not that was a very late call to do that. We feel like the reason that was done was potentially barrier repairs down at turn 1. It is currently 2:55 p.m. in Thailand, and we're expecting the dummy grid to be open immediately for F4 Southeast Asia, but we can only watch and wait for more updates from the circuit. There have been a number of heavy impacts to the barriers, extensive repair works done today, and to all the fans that are watching along at home, this is the nature of street circuit racing. Safety is paramount. We apologize for losing so much of the racing action across the weekend, but we have some racing still to bring you, and that is the reason that we do what we do, and we take effort to ensure that the barriers are repaired to the standard that they are repaired, because if they weren't repaired, we could not go racing no more. So that's the big notes moving forward. Right, we're going to get ourselves ready for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. That will be ready to go here in the very near future. But for now, we're going to step back, take a little bit of a break. I have a feeling there'll be no highlights coming out of the way of GT4 and GTC due to the shortened nature of that race. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back shortly with F4 Southeast Asia.
เอาละครับท่านผู้ชมครับผลอย่างไม่เป็นทางการนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT4 และ Thailand Supercar GTC นะครับอันดับที่2จริงๆนะฮะตอนนี้มีการเป็นการแสดงยังปรับผลอยู่ฮะยังไม่เป็นทางการนะครับแต่ตอนนี้เรามาพูดคุยกับเฮเดนแล้วก็แดเนียลบิลซี่ก่อนนะครับ Congratulations โอเคมาตอนนี้เรามาพูดคุยกันก่อนโอเค This camera how do you feel in this race Yes.
Without them, we wouldn't have been able to win out today.
Yes.
Yeah, also I'd like to thank Daniel and Sanjay.
Yes.
They both were on it this weekend. You know, Daniel as well. Just now was a mega drive. It was really
hot.
Oh, wrong mic. Anyway, but yeah, it's been one hell of a week. You know, it hasn't gone our way. So to end it in a podium is really nice. For you?
Just reiterating what Hayden said, a very big thank you to the YK Motorsport team for fixing the car yesterday. There was a lot of damage. They got us back on the track. Big thank you to the team, the crew, the engineers. Fantastic drive by Hayden today, and I can't go further without saying happy birthday, mate. That's a hell of a present.
Thank you.
It's his 21st birthday today, so I feel a bit old. But it was a fabulous drive. We pushed with everything we had, so really grateful for the result.
Okay, last question. Thai fan with support.
To all of the Thai fans that have been out this week to the Bangsaen Grand Prix, this event would not be as great as it is without you. So thank you to everybody that came and supported all of the categories, all of the championships. Thank you very much. You make this a very special event on the World Motorsport stage. So thank you very much to the fans.
Thank you. Congratulations. ไปต่อนะครับสำหรับอันดับที่2ตอนนี้นะครับเป็นของนี่เลยคุณประคุณพรประภากับแคซู Congratulations โอเค
ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับ How do you feel with this race
Yeah, it was so I think good race.
Great.
Chao-san overtaking two cars. That was amazing.
That was amazing there. Yeah, so that was the last time to the last race in the Bangsaen Street Circuit. And so for the next race, you're going to go to Sepang, right?
I will not join next Sepang.
Right. Okay.
But I can join September Sepang round.
Okay. September คุณเช้าครับมีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับการแข่งขันในวันนี้ครับ
สวัสดีครับวันนี้ขับมันดีครับก็ได้แซงเวย์2 position นะครับก็ทำดีที่สุดแล้วนะครับก็ตอนแรกรถก็มี trouble นิดหน่อยมีเข้า fault แล้วรถก็เร่งไม่ค่อยขึ้นก็ตอนแรกก็เป็นห่วงแต่ก็จบได้ที่2ก็ดีใจมากๆครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่มาเชียร์วันนี้ด้วยนะครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับขอบคุณครับและอันดับ1ในรุ่นนี้นะครับเป็นของ AAS Motorsport สวัสดีด้วยครับแม่มิกกี้ก็ถามเมื่อตอนก่อนเปิดการแข่งขันว่าวันนี้ไม่ได้ไปสัมภาษณ์หรอ ได้แล้วครับเมื่อกี้ครับพอดีว่าต้องสลับรุ่นกันในแต่ละวันนะฮะเพราะว่าเมื่อวานก่อนเราสัมภาษณ์ในรุ่น GT4 ก็จะกลายเป็นรุ่น GT4 แต่บังเอิญเวลาไม่พอเนาะแต่ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งในเรื่องของการแข่งขันในวันนี้มาเป็นที่ 1รู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างครับ
สนามนี้ก็มีความคึกคืนมากนะครับก็ต้องขอบคุณผู้ชมแฟนๆที่ออกมาเชียร์พวกเรานะครับก็มีบรรยากาศไม่เหมือนสนามอื่นๆนะครับบางแสนมันก็พิเศษนิดนึงครับผมก็วันนี้พี่บูมก็สตาร์ทดีนะครับแล้วก็ยืดออกไปเป็นแกปที่ค่อนข้างมีมาร์จิ้นค่อนข้างเยอะผมก็พยายามไล่แซงแอสเซนมาร์ตินได้แล้วก็พยายามจะประคองให้จบเรสครับผม
จนเป็นความรู้สึกที่เหมือนกับว่าถ้าเราดูทีวีทั่วๆไปเหมือนแบบขับอยู่ในทุ่งลาเวนเดอร์สบายๆชิลๆนะฮะเพราะทิ้งแกปแบบเยอะมากครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับบูม
ก็ดีใจครับที่ได้กลับมาอยู่บนโพเดียมอันดับที่ 1 อีกครั้งหนึ่งเมื่อวานนี้ค่อนข้างยากเพราะว่าเรามีที่ต้องจอดในพิทค่อนข้างเยอะนะครับแต่วันนี้ก็ทำเต็มที่ครับแล้วก็ผลงานออกมาก็เป็นที่เราหวังไว้ขอบคุณทีมงานที่เตรียมรถอย่างดีแล้วเราก็ทำออกมาได้ครับ
ขอบคุณแฟนๆเลยครับ
ครับก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆนะครับที่ติดตามเชียร์ AS Motorsport นะครับแล้วก็เราทั้ง2คนด้วยแล้วก็เดี๋ยวฝากตามเชียร์รุ่น GT3 ด้วยนะครับครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับขอบคุณครับเอาละฮะท่านผู้ชมครับเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันต่อนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT ไปดูอันดับ3กันก่อนนะครับอันดับ2โอเคอันดับ2ในขณะนี้หมายเลข23นะครับcongratulations
Thank you again.
Wow that's good result today how do you feel
I think we used up our luck yesterday. Our car, our turbo broke, so we are driving like NA like that. Yeah, that's why we lost a lot of power.
Yes, a lot of power.
Yes.
So, okay, this today to the last day for the Bangsaen for the next race. Okay.
Yeah, we will be back for next race definitely, but we are definitely super happy because we took the most points that we can, and we are leading the championship by a lot. So that's something good over this weekend, and definitely one of the best weekend of the year. Kenneth, you got anything?
Bangsaen is such a great place with so many people. It's so fun here, and we hope to be back next year again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. และที่1นะครับเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ขอแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับเอ็กแล้วก็กล้านะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้
ก็จริงๆก็วันนี้เราออกเป็นอันดับ2แล้วพอออกไปเนี่ยรถเราจะเสียเปรียบเรื่องทางตรงใช่แล้วก็ตามเขาเข้าไปก่อนตอนแรกแล้วก็เราจะพยายามไล่ในเซกเตอร์หลังครับใช่แล้วพอวิ่งไปแป๊บหนึ่งก็มีปัญหานิดหน่อยก็เลยพยายามประคองให้วิ่งจนถึงพิทวินโดว์โอเพนใช่ครับเพื่อจะได้เข้ามาเปลี่ยนตัวและแก้ไขทีเดียวเลย
ครับก็จัดการหลังจากอันเดอร์คัทเสร็จก็ออกไปเป็นยังไงบ้างครับเอกครับ
ครับก็หลังจากที่เข้ามาก็มีการแก้ไขนะครับก็ได้แค่เบื้องต้นนะครับแล้วก็ผมก็พยายามที่จะประคองตัวรถครับเพื่อให้รับเช็คเกอร์แฟกให้ได้ครับ
ก็ถือว่าวันนี้ประสบความสำเร็จในอันดับที่1ปิดท้ายกับสนามบางแสนกลางปีที่นี่เลยสนามหน้าไปยังไงกันต่อดีครับ
สนามหน้าก็ที่เซปังครับประเทศมาเลเซียครับคิดว่าตัวรถเนี่ยจะมีความพร้อมมากกว่านี้ครับผมคิดว่าน่าจะสนุกแน่นอนในเกมการแข่งขัน
แน่นอนนะครับปิดท้ายเลยครับกล้าครับ
ก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกเรา Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ด้วยนะครับ
ครับเอกครับขอบคุณแฟนๆอีกครั้งครับ
ครับก็ขอบคุณทุกท่านนะครับที่คอยติดตามเชียร์ครับทั้งทางบ้านแล้วก็ผู้ชมที่มาดูที่สนามนะครับผมก็ยังไงก็ขอบคุณด้วยครับฝากติดตามเชียร์ต่อๆไปด้วยครับ
ครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand ขอบคุณครับแสดงความดีอีกครั้งครับหลังจากนี้นะครับยังมีสิ่งที่น่าสนใจในรุ่นของ F4 Southeast Asia นะครับแต่ตอนนี้ไปพบกับไฮไลท์ครับ ละครับคุณผู้ชมครับยังอยู่กับอีกหนึ่งรุ่นที่น่าสนใจนะครับเพราะต้องบอกว่าเป็นปรากฏการณ์ในการมาอยู่ในสนามบางแสนกลางปีแห่งนี้กับ Formula 4 Southeast Asia นะครับ2ในนักแข่งชาวไทยนะครับที่เข้ามาร่วมแข่งใน Formula 4 นี้นะครับก็มีน้องไอตันนะครับแล้วก็อีกน้องพัตเตอร์อีกคนหนึ่งนะครับซึ่งอยู่ในสนามแห่งนี้และเมื่อวานไอตันก็เป็นแชมป์ของสนามด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้มาคุยกันว่าเขาเตรียมความพร้อมกันอย่างไรอยู่กับเราแล้วนะครับกับน้องไอตันครับสวัสดีครับไอตันครับสวัสดีครับ
มีใครเรียกชื่อผมหรือเปล่าครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับไอตัน
ก็
หายดีใจหรือยังตั้งแต่เมื่อวานที่ได้เป็นแชมป์
เอาแชมป์วันนี้ก็ได้ครับเมื่อวานไม่ได้ครับ
ต้องเอาแชมป์ใหม่นะฮะวันนี้ก็ถือว่าแสดงความเตรียมความพร้อมอย่างไรบ้างครับกับสนามในวันนี้
ก็ค่อนข้างจะพร้อมครับเพราะว่านี่ก็เป็นเลสที่4ของผมนะครับสำหรับอาทิตย์นี้ครับเพิ่งแข่งทัวร์ที่เสร็จไปเมื่อเช้านี้ครับก็พร้อม
ครับ
ผมก็เต็มที่ครับ
จากการมาขับในล้อเปิดแบบนี้ครั้งแรกของไอตันเนี่ยรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างมีความแตกต่างอะไรกับรถปกติทั่วไป
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่ารถค่อนข้างจะดิบกว่าครับมันก็จะเซนซิทีฟกับรถยนต์ทั่วไปเยอะคืออะไรเล็กน้อยเอลเบรจากการเหยียบคันเร่งมันมีผลต่ออาการรถเยอะครับก็ต้องมีการตอบสนองกับอาการรถอยู่เสมอ
มันไวมาก
ใช่จะค่อนข้างจะไวกว่าเยอะครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นก็เป็นเรื่องที่สำคัญในการแบบทุกวินาทีเลยในการขับต้องระวังตลอดเวลา
ใช่ครับก็ช่วยพัฒนาตัวผมเองด้วยครับว่าอีกหน่อยผมจะขับรถอะไรก็มีเบสเป็นฟาวเดชั่นเป็นรถ Formula 4 ก็เป็นพื้นฐานที่ทุกคนลอง
ครับโอเคสุดท้ายฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับไอตันครับ
ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับไอตันหมายเลข51ใน Formula 4 Southeast Asia ครับ
ครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณครับไอตันนะครับอัศดาธรนะครับมาอีกคันหนึ่งนะครับกับแชมป์ที่ต้องบอกว่าขอโทษครับได้อยู่ในโพลตลอดเวลานะครับกับอเล็กซาวเวอร์ Hello How are you today
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
You're looking so hot
Yeah, it's quite hot.
I'm fine You're fine okay So how do you prepare for this race today That was a race in Bangsaen Straight Circuit
Yeah, with a lot of concentration. Yeah.
Can you talking about yesterday
Yes, required more concentration. Yeah.
Yes. So, how do you feel when you're back to race in Bangsaen?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. Yeah.
All right. So, last question, leave a comment to Thai fans who's supporting you.
You to everyone watching and have fun.
Okay. Appreciate that. Best of luck here.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. เอาละฮะคุณผู้ชมฮะก็มาลุ้นกันนะครับว่านักแข่งชาวไทยของเราทั้งสองท่านนี้จะมีโอกาสขึ้นมาคว้าชัยในโพเดียมกับ Formula 4 Southeast Asia หรือไม่ติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับรุ่นนี้ครับในรายการ Prix Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. We are quick fire through the gaps between the categories. Looks like the barriers weren't repaired. A little bit of a delay on the start for this one, but it doesn't actually look too bad. We've actually managed to catch up the bulk of the time on the schedule. So a big shout out to everyone at the event for making that happen. Apologies to the GT4 and the GTC categories for that one. Obviously hearing issues with the turbo for the Honda Civic, unfortunately preventing that from running around at full steam. So they were just limping around there just to make sure that they grabbed points. That was a discussion they clearly had in that team and said, hey, the turbo's gone, but let's keep points on the board. So they were focused on just making sure they got to the finish within the required lap count, and that they did.
Yeah, they did indeed. And now we turn our attention forward to F4 Southeast Asia. The first last open wheel race of the weekend here in Bangsaen. Now, there's been some variance in results from the previous round at Buriram. Alex Soa not as dominant here as he was at the Chang International Circuit, getting ready to roll out of pit lane and get things started. Ayrton Asdethorn, who we saw earlier today in the Super Eco category, putting on a absolute barnstormer of a drive. He will start P1 in this particular event. So looking forward to seeing what he can do here with Alex Saw joining him on the front row.
Yeah, that he is. Here they look all gridded up. Looks like we've got 9 of them ready to fire off here this afternoon. And it was qualifying on pole position for Ayrton Asdethorn. Great moment for him in front of the home crowd. Race win yesterday. Can he double down on that? The thing is, Alex Sawa Hongdat is definitely the faster of the 2 drivers, but he's also made mistakes here this weekend, and that is critical. Is he going to make another one on the streets of Bangsaen here today? Is that going to present an opportunity for Ayrton Asdethorn to potentially build a championship hope as we move towards the middle of the year for the Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship? That's the storyline coming into this one, Reese. And it was aggression, and probably too much aggression from Alex Sawyer yesterday. He's got confidence in his abilities. He's been exceptionally quick. He's just dominated the championship today. And once you see a chink in the armor, you start asking questions. As a driver, you start changing the way that you do things as well.
Yeah, you certainly do. And there's not much that's going to teach you more than a race around a street circuit. If you're able to maintain speed and carry your consistency amongst the concrete walls and the Armco barriers over the bumps of roads that are driven on every day by regular traffic, then you can sort yourself out for even more dominance at dedicated racetracks later on in the season. So keep a close eye on Soa, on Asdethorn as well. Rishon Rajiv as well, the Indian driver, starting out of 3rd here with Seth Gilmore alongside him on the 2nd row, the Australian. Yep. Should be a very competitive one.
Seth Gilmore got a huge launch off the line yesterday and catapulted himself into the lead. Now he'll be on the other side today, which is potentially going to be the dirtiest side of the road for Seth Gilmore. But if he matches the launch he got yesterday, he could be every opportunity of leading down into turn 1. And to give you the example of what Alex Sawyer's championship has looked like thus far, I will read them out race by race. Win, win, win. That's Sepang. From Buriram, win, win, win. And then we get to yesterday. Retired, unfortunately for him. So he will come into Bangsaen on 188 points, stays on 188 points. Seth Gilmore, his teammate's actually the closest driver. Ayrton Asdethorn actually missed the first round at Sepang. Since then, he has been on the podium largely, except for yesterday's race. Although I thought he finished, he won the race yesterday. There must have been a post-race penalty applied to that one.
Yeah, must have been. Well, around the siding lap they go, and then will be formation lap and 25 minutes of racing plus 1 lap. And if you thought overtaking was hard in our closed wheel categories, well, the open wheel is carrying an awful lot of pace around here. It's going to be difficult to pull those moves off, but still, prime overtaking opportunities around the lap should be at turn 2, turn 8, down at turn 18 and 19 as well. How hard are they going to push here? It seems that clouds over the circuit here, so things should cool off a little bit. That should provide a bit more grip to the drivers, but it will make it a bit more of a challenge to get the heat into those tyres. And you see they're in, they're certainly hurrying that along, the amount of weaving they're doing.
Oh, looking for some temperature in those tyres. as they climb up Monkey Hill on the formation lap. Standing start as well.
The permanent yellow flag at the hairpin is going to be a tough one as well. The Super Eco machines were quite small, but I think these F4 cars are even smaller. They're basically oversized go-karts, these things, so there should be a lot more space to get alongside in the tighter spots of the circuit, but one appointment with the barrier and it will be a massive incident.
Well, as they feed through the Monument chicane and down towards turn 17, the high-speed kinks in the road, and the fans getting ready on the outside of the racetrack at the moment. Porsche fans wearing their garb to display their allegiances heading into the GT3 race this afternoon.
And we're at the penultimate race of the entire weekend here. It's just F4 and then Thailand Super Series, Supercar GT3 and GTM. And that will be the Bangsaen Grand Prix concluded. It's been a crazy weekend and a crazy day today, you know. I think the barriers have had more work done on them here today than they have in the entire weekend leading up to it.
Yeah, 100%. There's been so many fixes across the weekend, so many big accidents. Now, they feed in to their grid slots. Ayrton as the Thorn has got an opportunity to win one here today.
Got the star driver of the season, though. Alex Saw alongside him on that front row. Got to make sure that he nails that standing start. It's a long run down to turns 1 and 2 at the Bangsaen Street Circuit. One single break of traction can define the entire race from that point on.
Yeah, all right, here we go. 5 seconds before we are going to be green flag racing. Green from the rear end of the field. 9 Formula 4 cars. And the Tartus built machines. And again, have a look at Seth Gilmore. He is being lightning quick on the starts, but there's nowhere for him to go. Alex Sawyer's going to lose spots in both races across the weekend on the run down to turn number 1. He's going to be on the outside at 1, becomes the inside at 2 as he crosses the racetrack and covers off his teammate. Does not want to have to follow him through, but guess what? Seth Gilmore got good drive off turn 1. He lifted, he slotted back in. As the Thorn got there, Rishan Rajiv has also grabbed a spot on the run down to turn number 1 as well, so he is going to slot in ahead. And that says to Alex Sawyer, you've got some work to do here, buddy. 25 minutes worth of racing action in our Formula 4s, plus 1 lap. Here we go for the first time on the run down the back straight.
Hello, was that an overtake at the hairpin? I think that's a bit naughty. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Was there a car missing a front wing as well? Or, I mean, the front wings are just bare carbon fiber in these cars for the most part. So, oh no, there is a front wing missing on that car.
So that might explain it, and if there is damage to a race car, race control might just look at it and go, yep, that's okay, if they're off speed. But if that's been triggered by contact down at the hairpin, you cannot do that in this category. They feed in to turn 17. Sawyer's nice and close to Rishan Rajiv. Ayrton as the Thorn is trying to build some margin. That will be his defense when he gets to the point where Alex Sawyer is probably going to have a dive. Sorry, my apologies. I thought it was Rishan Rajiv. Rishan Rajiv has lost spots in the Black Arts Racing car. That was actually the 33 machine. Vanigo Antoni's managed to scrap through.
Yeah, good job.
What is the 25? Do you see the 25 come through? I thought I did. Yeah, it is. It's Rishan Rajiv. So their time is the wrong way around. But in the meantime, Alex Sawyer has gone the long way round on the straight and picked that spot. So he will move back into P2. So the Black Arts Racing cars must have the wrong timing software or the timing chips on board both of those cars.
Yeah, that's interesting there. Swap around to the transponders maybe? I'm not sure. The timing is clearly showing Inigo Anton in second, but it is Rishon Rajiv, his teammate, who's there in the number 25, so that's something to sort out. Etan Asdathorn, though, leading by 0.8 of a second at the end of lap 1, and here comes Alex Soa to make his mark on this race once again.
Yeah, now he's going to have to go off and in pursuit of Etan Asdathorn. Purple in Sector 1 was Asdathorn on the current lap. Purple in Sector 2 was Alex Sawyer. So now it becomes, can he start tracking him down? And what are the sector times going to look like on the back half of the lap? Remember, Asdathorn grabbed pole position on speed in this race. And he's finally starting to find chinks in the armour of Sawa Hongdat. He's been weak on those initial launches. Could that pop up again later on in the season? We head to Sepang for the final 2 rounds of this one.
Certainly could be. I guess part of it depends on, you know, street circuit versus dedicated racetrack. Street circuits used by regular traffic for most of the year, so they tend to be very low grip, especially around the start-finish area. And the nature of Bangsaen's racing line means that there's rubber being laid down more on the left-hand side of the grid. At Sepang, though, racing line crosses over the grid, so I think there's a bit more of an equal distribution of rubber. So worth keeping that in mind when we head there in the near future.
We're off to Sepang on the 5th of the 7th of September, and I believe that round will line up with more action. 5th of the 7th of September will be alongside Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, and then they'll return a couple of weeks later, 2 weeks later, 19th and 21st of September, to again be alongside the Thailand Super Series to finish off their championship.
Starting to make up some ground here is Seth Gilmore on Rishon Rajiv. And up the front, Etan Asdathorn will be looking in his mirrors at every corner to see Sawa Hongdat right behind him.
As they bounce around on the rough street circuit, and Asdathorn is making him chase for a little bit of tow. If he wants someone to punch a hole in the air, he's going to have to follow him back and forth down the start-finish straight. Etan Asdathorn, with under 20 minutes on the clock now, we'll be hoping that somebody takes that timer and wipes 10 minutes off it, because it is going to feel like an hour out there with Alex Sawyer chasing him around.
Yeah, so tough having to defend against such a quick driver, the Vietnamese in the number 12. And picking up a little bit of slipstream down the straight on the way up to turn 8. Be enough to get him a tiny bit closer, but it's really this back section of the circuit where so much can be gained and lost. Look at how close they get to the barriers there. Down at the Monument chicane. He's all over the back of him. Oh, it's going to have to be defensive into turn 15, or is it? No, he manages to get in, but he's slightly wide to the apex. Can Sawa Hongdat find a way through?
Well, for Sawa Hongdat, the 17-year-old of mixed British and Vietnamese nationality, is doing his best to use the lessons of yesterday. Yesterday, he would have sent that move around the outside of Etan Asdathorn, but Asdathorn just made it awkward. And after getting the car repaired and back in shape, again, Asdathorn has control of this one down the front straight away. Tipping into turn 1. Asdathorn looks good on the brakes down here at 1 and 2. It's the rest of the lap where Alex Sawyer looks to be the greater of the two cars. Don't forget there will be a battle as well for third place at the moment between these two guys.
All the way down to minimum speed for the hairpin. Oh, so close to the outside curb there for Asdethorn, but it seems that he's getting the drive out of the hairpin that he needs to just keep Alex Soa at bay. Once again, it seems that Asdethorn is less strong than Soa at this point of the circuit. Once they get out of the Monument chicane here, this is where Alex really starts ramping things up. It all started with the exit from the chicane there, but the track is so winding here as it goes along the waterfront. There's very slim opportunities to find your way through, and this time Asdethorn nails the apex of turn 15.
Yeah, it's going to be Soa Hongdat still in pursuit. He's going to get to the inside as they get to the final corner. He's going to run him wide. And that will be job done. No paint traded. He just took the apex away from him. And now Asdethorn's going to have to basically get a tie right here and get it back done. He is strong on the brakes at turn 1. How brave is he looking to be? Keep an eye on Alex Sawyer, and he will be looking in those rearview mirrors. Sees no overlap as they run into turn number 1 and looking for anything he can possibly find as Asdethorn, trying to make sure that his Tardis F4 looks big in the mirrors of Alex Sawyer. This the battle now for third spot as well. Seth Gilmore, the Aussie, trying to track down Rishon Rajiv, who sits on the podium at the moment.
Yep, looking for that podium, but Rishon Rajiv has been strong here in the second race. Kept him at bay for a while. Seth, though, will probably be aware now that his teammates managed to make his way past Asdethorn, and so the Evans GP team will want both of their cars on the podium for the final race of the weekend. Oh, is that a little bit of oversteer there for Rajiv? It's benefited him, though. Just that little bit of a slide, some extra traction coming out of that, and he's extended the gap across the back half of the circuit here.
You just hear a brake pinch, I thought, somewhere. So I'm curious about what's going on there, where that was. Gilmore makes a mistake coming off of 15. Does manage to start closing back in. Have a look at them bouncing all over the road as they run these cars as flat to the ground as they possibly can. Very little downforce, but they do generate a reasonable amount when you consider the size of the car. You know, right, supersized go-karts realistically. Down the front straight away now for Seth Gilmore. This is the closest he's been in a little while. Is he going to show the nose? Elects not to. Yes, he will show the nose, but it's very, very late, and it's a very early turn in as well for turn 1, which meant that he couldn't quite carry as much speed as he wanted to. Had to sort of lift off a little bit, pull the car up just a little bit better.
That's the big challenge, you know, because I think it's a sharper turn than it looks for turn 1, the right-hander. From an outside perspective, it seems so easy to just carry a bit of extra speed through the right-hander and dive up the inside at turn 2, but it's way more complicated than that in reality. You got to deal with there being less rubber on the outside, which then becomes the inside for turn 2, and there's not much in the way of runoff on the exit of that complex either. It's really only on the entry to turn 2 that you have that runoff. It's just Armco on your way up Monkey Hill. So you need to take very good care not to stick the nose in if you're not sure you're going to make the move. It seems like the back section of the circuit here, Rishon Rajiv much stronger than Gilmore. But then when we get down to these final turns, you see Gilmore start to creep up again.
You just see him wiggle that car all over the road. He's lucky to keep that out of the barrier there on the outside. So, no matter what was going on right there, there was some issues for Seth Gilmore as he tipped it in for turn 17. New fastest lap of the race for Alex Sawyer.
We can oh dear. Oh, both of them struggling with the rear end on the way through turns 1 and 2. It's going to be a question of who makes the least mistakes in this battle, I think. And for those of you who were unaware of yesterday's action, Asdathorn did cross the line in first in race 1 yesterday, but he did get a 5-second time penalty that ultimately demoted him to 4th. So he's still looking for that official victory here on his home ground in F4 Southeast Asia.
Seth Gilmore, though, is the guy still looking for podium. Did get promoted to race win yesterday. It's a huge opportunity. Just struggling to recall. I don't recall there was actually any incident we looked at and went, oh yeah, that's a touch aggressive. That makes me just question whether or not Alex Sawyer might be called back for that incident down at, well, not even an incident, running wide down at the final corner. If that's the driving standards we're approaching, if that's the case, no worries, or, you know, it is what it is, as long as it's consistent. That's what you care about primarily.
Sawyer, now that he's in the lead, is just driving away from Ayrton Asdathorn. Fastest lap of the race at a 137.6, and purple in sectors 2 and 3. Meanwhile, the battle ramping up a little more here between Rajiv and Gilmore, but again, through turns 1 and 2, it feels like they're just tiptoeing.
Yep. He's not pressing the brakes down there at the moment. Inigo and Son, confirmation at the 33. Yeah, right, timing's now been swapped around on both of those transponders. Back in a 5th spot for Inigo and Son. He tips it into turn 2. That's now been adjusted and brought back up to date. 11 minutes left in this one. Still that battle on for 3rd spot. Reminder, the series, 2 more rounds for the remainder of the calendar year. Both of them coming from Sepang, and both of them in September.
Checking in with the 22 of Zhongwei Wang. All on his own here. Got about 9 seconds to the next car ahead of Inigo Anton. And it seems another 3 seconds back to Nguyen there in 7th place. Having a clean and quiet race so far. Top 6 on the cards. But hang on a minute. There's half a front wing missing there for Nguyen.
Oh, indeed there is. Is that the car perhaps we saw earlier on? Was having issues on that one?
No, that was a different car. And in that case, the entire front wing was gone. But this one, I think, potentially, I don't know how that would have happened. Maybe a clatter of the barriers, a clatter with a car, maybe? That could explain why Zhongwei is so far ahead.
Yep, certainly could. Upcome's still reasonable for that car, so it's not affecting it anywhere near as much as you might have thought. It means something though. Seth Gilmore still looking at Rishon Rajiv. Not able to gain anything. And the issue with that hairpin as well is you're the first car to it. You control everyone else's acceleration, so you can basically just control who actually gets to put the foot down and when.
There was a much straighter exit for Rajiv, and now that means that Gilmore still has to follow in his wheel tracks through the last sector of the circuit. The speed they carry through this section is frankly incredible. I always look on with a little bit of uncertainty at some of the barriers, the way they poke out on some of the apexes here. One little touch of one of the wheels, and that's going to be day done. Little look down at turn 18 there for Seth Gilmore. Unsuccessful though, and Rajiv lines up the power perfectly. Holds on to the gap as they come around to start the next lap. 8 minutes remain. Considering lap times, looks like that's going to be around about 5 laps plus 1. That'll make it 6 laps to go.
That 6 more opportunities at each of these corners. 6 more opportunities for a mistake, 6 more opportunities to prompt something. Have we lost Thomas Yu Lee on this lap? I think he's in an issue somewhere. I thought he might have just lost a spot. My apologies, he has not lost a spot. Still looking okay. We've still got 9 Formula 4 cars at the circulation. Unfortunately for Seth Gilmore, lost a little bit of time turning into the hairpin on that lap. Prix just turned his fastest lap of the race as well, so he's found a little bit more time. Sliding and skidding all over the racetrack on those narrow, skinny tyres. And skip their way through the Monument chicane and the run down to turn 17. Look deeper in the field now. 44. And this is Warapong Aim Wuchen running around the 9th spot.
The Star Performance machine, same team that Ayrton Asdathorn is driving for. Warapong started at the rear of the grid and hasn't really moved forward since. Just hoping to get to the finish at this stage. Thai drivers bookending the field at the start of the race. His teammates still running in second. Warapong here is dealing with a 24-second gap forward to Thomas Yu Lee. If there's a problem for someone, he will net a position as long as he keeps it safe.
Yeah, it's making sure that you log every single lap of this race at this point in time is certainly important. By the way, I think Ayrton Asdathorn's finding some time at the moment. He's just gone purple in the first sector.
Oh, yeah.
So he's starting to find some speed in that race car.
Yeah, 37.5 seconds for Ayrton Asdathorn. Check back in briefly with Wang Zhongwei here. He's maintained 6th for the majority of the race thus far. In terms of full lap times, 1:37.6 for Alex Soa at the front of the field here. He's running consistently. And he's left Ayrton Asdathorn in the dust, the gap being around about 6 seconds. And Asdathorn still able to get some time back in Sector 3 as well. Did a personal best in Sector 3 that last lap, but doesn't look like it's quite enough to overcome Soa Hongdat.
Looks like they are running that car a little bit trimmed out. Ayrton Asdathorn as well, so quite quick in a straight line. This battle's getting closer and closer and closer by the lap. I did just see Seth Gilmore said his fastest lap of the race, 38.514, took 0.3 of a second out of Rishon Rajiv on the last lap. But it's bravery down through here that's costing him a fraction at the moment. And being slow to pick up that throttle. Just look at Rajiv just get away on the acceleration out the other side.
I think that's what's saving him here from a real attack from Gilmore, plus his strength here at sort of the end of Sector 2, start of Sector 3. Because through this section, you'll notice the gap between the cars increasing a bit. Rishon Rajiv, it seems, is a little more confident on the exit of the chicane there. But then Gilmore starts to bring the pace back up as he comes through the final corners of the lap. And that's where he tries to mount an attack into turn 1, but he can't get past, and then Rajiv's the first one into the hairpin and just straight lines it on the way out and blasts down the straight to turn 8. If I was Seth Gilmore, I'd be a bit frustrated.
Builds back all the margin he needs, doesn't he? And realistically, the one place that Gilmore's looked potentially like he might be able to get down the inside, maybe at turn 1, but you're stepping off line, you're stepping onto the dirty side of the road on the outside of turn 1. It'll become your line at turn 2. But you've also got to be a little bit closer than this. And the other problem is, have a look at the line that Rajiv's taking as well. Much later turn-in point. You just can't follow him. is the problem.
The strength there for Rajiv is, you know, he turns in later for one, and that means that he's got a straighter line of braking into turn 2. And that's how he sets up the exit coming up Monkey Hill. Right here at the hairpin, a lot straighter. See that Gilmore takes a bit more time to get the car turned around. Seems like a much pointier machine, that number 25.
We'll also consider that hairpin as well as a technical oddity. From a driver's perspective, they've got to double their hands over. It just may be that whatever Rishan Rajiv is doing in that car and the way that he rotates his hands means that he can get them crossed and uncrossed quicker, better, more turning angle on the front tires, whatever it is. You know, think of Lewis Hamilton taking his hands off the steering wheel at Casino in Monaco. You know, to get that car around there. So it's, if anything, this hairpin is actually tighter.
Oh. That's Gilmore.
That's facing the wrong way, and I reckon that's the back end of the monument.
Oh, it is. He tries to get it spun around. Does he emerge out the other side? He does. That is on the exit of the monument, and here comes Inigo Anton. Take advantage. And that is up a position there into the top 4 there for Inigo and the number 33.
That'll be frustration building a little bit for Seth Gilmore, yesterday's race winner. So what we have figured out was the 5-second time penalty applied to Ayrton as the Thorn, robbing him of a race victory in front of his home crowd. Oh. The inside.
Good on him. Oh, okay. I thought for a second good on him for keeping it out of the barrier, but evidently that wasn't the case. Oh, that looks like a fairly significant hit, but it was side onto the tire, so shouldn't be too much damage, hopefully.
There's some contact we were hearing reported between 22 and 37, which that would be the contact down at the hairpin. Remember the car missing its front wing? Well, that's the 37, and that would be the contact that was down at the hairpin.
Yes, yes. Well, that will be investigated after the race. 45 seconds on the clock, and So Hongdat now leads by just under... Oh, no! Oh, that's Nguyen. The man who had lost half of his front wing has found the barrier at the exit of turn 2. Double yellows. It's too late in the race to extract it while keeping the finish going. Oh, just lost the rear on the way in, and on the correction, he headed straight for the tyres.
Man, the front right's off there. I was about to say, maybe you can pull that out. The front right suspension's actually been broken on that car. And we'll go +1 lap, and they will deploy a safety car. And I think they kind of have to, just with where that car's placed.
Yeah.
They can't let them run down there at speed, unfortunately.
So, there we go. The safety car boards and flags have just been deployed there. And so this race will finish under safety car conditions. Looking for the opening in the fence is Mr. Nguyen there. He's found his way out of the car and he's safe, so all good from there.
He's done well to get that far with half a front wing, to be fair, it should be said.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the right side of the front wing, which means that the right-hand side of the car through the left-handers would have been understeering like mad, probably.
As he balances up on the tyres and gets out of the way. There'll be a crane quickly deployed for that one. The biggest benefit as well of grabbing the safety car out straight away is they can get out there, again, have quick looks at barriers, make sure that everything's checked. There's a check to do at the exit of the monument. It'll just be a, yep, cool. That's all okay, more than likely.
Well then, through the last couple of corners we come. Is it going to be another lap after this, or is this the final lap?
When they come across the start-finish line, we're going to start of the final lap. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
That one.
Well, as things stand, it looks like Alex Soa has bounced back beautifully from yesterday.
That he has. He'll take race number 2 of the weekend and get the win in race 8 of the championship, which will extend his leading margin. Closest rival was teammate Seth Gilmore. Gilmore finishing down in 5th spot. He'll open that margin up significantly once again. Put another 18 points over him. That margin will be up to 68 points now. Can't settle at any stage. There's still 6 races left in this championship. So still a fairly long way. Not like we were talking about with Carrera Cup Asia earlier on, where the championship is all but decided. But fans and supporters of the Formula 4 Southeast Asia down in the pit lane. As we will go to the finish under safety car conditions. 5 of the 8 cars already underneath the safety car.
Oh, yeah, that looks like Seth Gilmore. Yeah, okay, so looks like I was wrong about the hit to the wall there out of the chicane. That right rear seems to have become detached. So that should be a retirement probably for Seth Gilmore there. That is just past the start-finish line.
So he's taken the start of the final lap of the race, but he won't finish it.
Oh, that's a big blow there for Seth Gilmore, and makes it worse as he did it all on his own there with that mistake through the chicane, clobbering the concrete wall with the right rear tyre.
You can see the frustration from him as well.
Could have been a podium.
Yeah. He was struggling to find a way to attack Rishon Rajiv. Just couldn't do very much about it, unfortunately. The areas where he was strong weren't really passing opportunities.
Well, race will finish under safety car here. Mildly disappointing end to the weekend for F4 Southeast Asia, but it takes nothing away from the performance that Alex Soa has put on today. And Ayrton Asdathorn, he may have been demoted for safety car procedure infringement to 4th place in yesterday's race, despite crossing the line in 1st, but still, fantastic performance in race 2. Safety car is going to be first to the line, but Soa Hongdat is your winner.
Yep, gets it done. With a payback from yesterday, Ayrton Asdathorn comes home with P2. Evans GP, again, happy with their driver and happy with their performance from the weekend. A little bit of frustration from Seth Gilmore. So retirement for the Evans GP cars in both of the races across the weekend. Different drivers, though. That's Asdathorn waving from the cockpit of his star performance Formula 4. The local fans as the local driver.
And the stricken car of Ben Ewan will have to be extracted from the barriers. Shouldn't be too hard of a job in time for the final race of the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. TSS Supercar, GT3 and GTM coming up next. But for now, the F4 machinery trundling around for the final time. Yeah, just see how much steering angle they have to put on for the hairpin there. It's any wonder they can even make it through the corner.
Well, they're one of the better cars to make it around that section of the racetrack as well.
Yeah.
The smallest. I would assume they've got to run a custom steering pinion for this weekend, or a rack. So we'll look at the amount of stuff on the road down there this weekend. Confirmation of your final results as well. Alex Sawyer from Ayrton Azdathorn, Rishing Rajiv, Inigo Anton, and Wang Zhongwei, your top 5. Thomas Yu Lee will get home in 6th spot, last car on the lead lap. Seth Gilmore would not make the finish, but Warapong and Wuchan would on 1 lap down. And finally, the driver to make the barriers in turn 2, Hoi Naman Nguyen. And unfortunately for the 37 car, contact over the hairpin that ripped off a portion of that front wing. That is the final race of the weekend for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. And Reese just mentioned it. We have the big one. The one you've all been waiting for. GT3 action. Supercar racing action on the other side of these highlights, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. See the big guns come out. We had the sharpshooters in F4 just now. Highlights from the race just gone. It was a good getaway there from Seth Gilmore, but he ended up a little bit stuck. Rishon Rajiv, 2nd place very early on behind Ayrton Azdathorn, but then Sao Hongdat started working and he found his way past Azdathorn eventually and never looked back. There was a bit of a controversial move, very deep, coming into turns 18 and 19 as you see here, but no contact between the two cars. Had to open the steering a little bit there, did Azdathorn. The majority of Seth Gilmore's race was spent stuck behind Rishon Rajiv.
Yeah, and from there, it was all Alex Sawyer as he ran away out in front. This battle between Rishon Rajiv and Seth Gilmore was the highlight until this mistake from Gilmore. That would eventually result in the right rear tyre of his car coming away. Oversteer at the apex, unfortunately, for the 37. Ben Nguyen would end his race. Safety car deployed, and they would finish behind the safety car. And that's a suspension failure, confirmation of that one on the right rear tyre of Seth Gilmore as he brought it to the line, just past the line, pulled it up on the side of the road.
Win for Sao Hongdat, with Azdathorn and Rajiv completing your podium for race 2 of the F4 Southeast Asia Championship. Well, on that note, Scott, I think it might be time for us to step away for a second and get prepared for the final race of the weekend.
Southeast Asia ครับในรุ่นต่อไปก็จะเป็นการแข่งขันรุ่นใหญ่ที่สุดนะครับ Thailand Supercar GT 3 และ GTM ซึ่งตอนนี้ก็อยู่ในขั้นตอนการเตรียมความพร้อมที่ดำมิกริกครับตรงนี้นะครับก็จะเป็นไดเวอร์ที่1ซึ่งเป็นนักแข่งที่
Hi everybody, guess where we are? We're in Bangsaen. We just did qualifying, that's why I'm already undressed. Sandy's still in the suit, but we're in Bangsaen, that's the most important thing. So at the moment we're standing in front of B-Quick. We have some facilities here. We'll be doing a lot of activities in the weekend. We'll be giving away a lot of stuff, but most of all everybody will be here for the racing. B-Quick is here. We're running 2 Audi R8s this weekend, 1 Porsche 911, 1 Porsche Cayman and 1 Ferrari 296. So we're here with 5 cars. Of course, Sandy and I want to win the race, but we see already that there's a lot of people who can race very well also. So we have our work in front of us. But basically what I want to say is, if you see this now, you have a chance, try to come to Bangsaen. Cheer everybody on and have fun.
สำหรับเบอร์ 26 ของเรานะครับที่ลงแข่งในรุ่น Supercar GT3 นะครับเพิ่งควอลิฟายมานะครับคุณเฮงก็ทำได้สุดยอดแซนดี้ก็เต็มที่แล้วครับวันอาทิตย์จะมีเรส2นะครับก็ใครที่สนใจอยากมานะครับต้องมาเพราะว่าเข้าได้ฟรีเข้าได้ทั่วเลยครับงานนี้พลาดไม่ได้ครับเจอกันที่สนามครับผมรู้สึกว่าสนามปีนี้สวยกว่าปีก่อนก็ประทับใจมากเลยนะครับในสนามบ้านของเราเพราะว่าบ้านของแซนดี้เองก็อยู่ใกล้ๆนี้เองครับก็ผมก็ภูมิใจที่ได้มาแข่งในสนามที่สวยงามขนาดนี้หน้าชายหาดเลยนะครับก็เป็นสิ่งที่โดดเด่นจริงๆเลยครับก็ฝากแฟนๆทุกคนช่วยส่งกำลังใจแล้วก็เชียร์ Be Quick เบอร์ 26 นะครับแซนดี้กับเฮงครับ
สนามบางแสนก็ปีนี้ขับมาน่าจะเป็นปีที่ 9 แล้วครับค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นทุกปีครับเพราะว่าสตรีทเซอร์กิตนะครับอะดรีนาลีนหลังตลอดเวลานะครับบางทีเราก็แบบเหมือนบลายคอร์เนอร์บ้างเราไม่เห็นโค้งข้างหน้าบ้างแล้วสนามมีการแบบสุดทางตรงขึ้นเขาปุ๊บลงเขาแล้วก็ยูเทิร์นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับสนามค่อนข้างเร้าใจครับ
I think it's a very interesting track. It's one of I think toughest street track I ever raced. It's really good. I think this is my fifth year racing in this track. I really love it. I enjoy it. So I hope I will race again next year.
รถใหม่ก็สวยครับสวยดีครับเทคโนโลยีก็ใหม่กว่าคันเก่าคันนี้ก็ปี 2025 เพิ่งออกก็เทคโนโลยีวันนั้นกับวันนี้ครับก็แน่ๆคือขับแล้วสบายขึ้นขับง่ายขึ้นบาลานซ์รถดีขึ้นแล้วก็ขับแล้วค่อนข้างมั่นใจครับผมก็เพิ่งขับสนามบางแสนสนามแรกนะฮะก็อาจจะต้องใช้เวลาเรียนรู้กับรถนิดนึงเพราะว่าพอเวลาไปถึงจุดลิมิตสุดๆแล้วเบรกเนี้ยมันจะมีอาการแบบสายไปสายมานิดนึงก็คือจะต้องเรียนรู้นิสัยรถให้มากกว่านี้
Keep on supporting PSC Motorsport with the 296 Ferrari 296 challenge car number 77. So I hope to see you guys in the race weekend.
มาแล้วครับทุกคนครับสำหรับรุ่นที่ทุกคนรอคอยนะครับนั่นคือรุ่น Thailand Supercar GT3 และ Thailand Supercar GTM นะครับผลจากการแข่งขันของเมื่อวานนี้ไม่ว่าจะเป็นในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 กับทีม AAS Motorsport นะครับส่วนในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM จะเป็นของ PSC วันนี้เรามาพูดคุยกันในการเปิดรายการในวันนี้กับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM นะครับซึ่งเวลาที่ทำในการคุริฟายได้ดีที่สุดนะครับ1 นาที 38.839 นะครับก็ยังเป็นของแชมป์ในเมื่อวานนี้นะครับกับในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTM กับ PSC วันนี้ไม้แรกนั่นคืออาฟิกยาซิดไปคุยกันครับ Hello Afik Wow congratulations for the best qualify in this last race How do you feel on this race here
Yeah I think it's going to be a good race
Yes
The car is really good we have a really good setup for this weekend
Yes
and then I'm running with a new tire and then my partner is using new tire too so I think it will be a good race so we hope that we can win the race
Yeah so just congratulations for yesterday too You have the first position that and you just change the new car just use the Ferrari to 96 challenge How do you feel in this race with these new cars
Yeah, the car was fantastic. Actually, we received the car quite late, which is last week. So I think everything is new. We are still learning.
Yes.
So I think yesterday's result was really good for us, and for sure we will attack again today, and we will attack again in the next round in Sepang.
But is that not too much to learning here in this circuit, right?
Yeah. Because the car is quite good. It's very easy to drive. So I think it's just the mechanical thing we just need to learn because it's a lot full of electronics. So
it's very complicated, so we just need time to learn the car.
Right. So talk about this circuit. How do you feel about the challenge, the turns, in your opinion, in this circuit here?
Yeah, the circuit was fantastic, really good. I really love the circuit. I think this is my 5th year racing in this circuit, so I think it's not a problem for me. But I think for the first timer, it's quite hard, quite challenging. But it's really good. A lot of people coming here. I really love the atmosphere. So it really fun to race here.
Yes. Let's talk to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Keep on supporting the number 77 in the GTM class. I really hope to win the race for the double win.
Okay, best of luck here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
โอเคมาไปอันดับ 2 กันต่อยนะฮะกับไซมอนชานะครับเป็นที่ 2 ของเมื่อวานวันนี้มาลุ้นกันว่าจะเป็นที่ 1 หรือไม่นะครับ Congratulations for yesterday.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Today is the last day for Bangsaen Street Circuit. How do you prepare for this race here?
Today, better weather today. Much better. So I think it's a pro start today. So I just try to keep up and see how the race goes. And I think that the track is still a little bit dusty from what we saw from the last few races. So some incident here and there. So I think we'll just drive it more cautiously, bring it back, and then have good points. That's the strategy today. Yep.
Wow. Okay. The circuit here, this place. What do you feel about the circuit? How to challenge in this circuit for your opinion?
Oh, Bangsaen is always fun. The biggest event for TSS, and it's always nice to see so many fans in here. The circuit itself is changed all the time. I mean, this is my 3rd year here. I think the track condition from the first year to this year is also completely different. Every year you feel you can find something new, something better, something worse. So it's always very challenging.
Many things can be happening.
Yeah, I think for all the drivers, it's always the first 2 laps is to assess what's going on the track.
Yeah, okay. Especially for men to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Oh, Sawadee Cup. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see so many fans here. I think this event, like I said, is one of the biggest in Southeast Asia. It's always nice to see have so many fans to attend this event. So I hope we have been putting up a good show so far, and then everyone have fun in this weekend.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. ไปต่อกันครับ อันดับที่ 3 นะครับสำหรับการคุริฟายนะครับ นี่เลย Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับวันนี้อยู่กับเดี๋ยวขอก่อนนะแมนเดี๋ยวเราเอาให้หมดเลยดีกว่านะครับเป็นพี่วัวก่อนใช่พี่บอกไว้แล้วมาตรงนี้เลยสวัสดีครับพี่อัดครับมาแล้วฮะพี่วัวสวัสดีครับคุณพ่อครับสวัสดีครับพี่วัวครับโอ้โหจะเข้ามาถึงตรงนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับพี่วัวสำหรับสนามนี้
ก็สนามหนึ่งก็อย่างที่ทราบดีนะสตรีทเซอร์กิตเขาเรียกว่าอะไรแก้ไขปัญหาเฉพาะหน้าตลอดนะครับตรงนี้
โอ้โหต้องบอกว่าผมนี่นะที่ผ่านมานะมีคนเดินเข้ามากระซิบบอกเนี่ยเป็นแฟนคลับพี่วัวมาตลอดเวลามาเอาใจแล้วก็ตามพี่วัวไปแทบจะทุกที่เลยแล้วก็ภูมิใจทุกครั้งเวลาเห็นพี่วัวเนี่ยขึ้นไปอยู่บนโพเดียมนะครับรับรางวัลมามันเป็นกำลังใจที่ให้พวกเขาเหล่านั้นนะครับได้เห็นแล้วก็ได้ติดตามพี่ตลอดเวลาเลยพี่วัวครับไหนๆอยู่ในบรรยากาศแบบนี้แล้วอยากจะบอกถึงแฟนๆเหล่านี้อย่างไรกันบ้างครับ
ก็ต้องขอบคุณแฟนๆนะครับที่ตามเชียร์นะครับ Toyota Gazoo Racing มาตลอดนะครับแล้วก็วันนี้ขอให้เชียร์ให้เต็มที่อีกวันหนึ่งนะครับผมจะทำหน้าที่เต็มที่ดีที่สุดครับขอบคุณมากเลยครับ
ครับผมขอบพระคุณครับพี่วัวนะครับณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะจาก Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นั่นเองนะครับแน่นอนครับสำหรับทั้ง2รุ่นนี้60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1 รอบใครจะเป็นแชมป์นะครับสำหรับสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับ Be Quick Thailand Super Series 2025 ครับ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final race of the weekend here from the streets of Bangsaen. And we are getting set for the final 60 minutes of the weekend. To have a quick look at things nice and simply, it's going to be an hour of the GT3 racing against the GTMs as well. And you heard from the Ferrari 296, that is a brand spanking new car. A lot of technical details to work out on that car. Pole position, Lauren Henrique from Yidang, and this is the 37 machine, the 37 Audi that we're looking at the moment. The win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing prepared car. And there is not much more that we've sort of got to say and talk about, unfortunately. It's just going to be sit down, get into this race and see what you can do. A lot of work to do for Sandy Stuvik on that 26 Porsche as well. See if Stuvik can do anything about moving further forward.
Yep. Pit exit just about to open. And we'll see the cars find their way out onto the circuit. Lauren Heinrich and Wouterkorn on the pole in the Porsche up the front there. And away they roll. Final race of the Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. Almost underway. Just a couple of formation laps to get things started here. And we can begin rolling the GTM cars. Get off to their start just behind. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras going to be taking the final two spots in that category, with the Ferrari 296 Challenge car leading the way in that class.
Yeah, and don't forget that Simon Chen as well in the Porsche 992 Cup car. I wonder if he considered tagging into the Porsche Cup racing this weekend. A little bit more circuit experience. Either way, he's got the 992 Cup car out there and amongst the GTM category this weekend. This is it. This is the big one. GT3s and GTMs for 1 hour worth of racing. The final time we'll see the circuit map from Bangsaen, all 3.7 kilometers of its glory. Run down to turn 1 and turn 2. Braking zone's called all the guys out. Turn 7 all the way through to the exit of the Monument chicane. And then this 13, 14 and 15 as they tip into the fastest, most brave section of the circuit at 17. Anti-clockwise direction, 12 turns to the left, 8 back to the right. And as we've seen from the field this weekend, one of the most challenging race circuits going around at the moment, because it is tight, it is narrow, there are bumps, and with the support categories dumping a load of garbage on the track, it is dusty, it is dirty. It is not the cleanest, most consistent racetrack right the way around.
Certainly not. Here's the grid then. Lauren Heinrich taking the start in the number 18 with Yi on the front row, Sandy Stuvik and Kantasak on row number 2 in the GT3 Pro class. Behind them, we have Chris and Carlo on row 3, Dieter and Afik starting out of 7th and 8th. It's going to be the first car in the GTM class as well, the PSC Motorsport Ferrari 296 Challenge. Simon Chan in the Porsche Cup car, 9th alongside Natavude, the GTM champion from last year, with Manak and Katapong in the second of the Toyota GR Supras. Rounding out the 11 cars, getting ready to take to the start here. Another lap behind the safety car to go here. And it'll be time to go racing. This is absolutely the highlight of the weekend. Some of the fastest laps you're going to see.
Yeah, here we go. Lots of traction control, lots of downforce on these cars, and lots of engine power as well. Probably considered the premier racing class the world over. Yes, there are cars faster, but nowhere near as popular as the GT3s as well. Photographs in the pit marshals as well with some of the celebrities in pit lane as part of the Bangsaen GP this weekend. And you can tell motor racing is getting popular right the world over at the moment. Did you see Keanu Reeves wandered into pit lane at the Formula 1 at Silverstone yesterday?
I did not see that.
He went down and sat right next to the Sky Sports pit lane camera. So basically, they were sitting there having a grand old time chatting to a movie star. Oh, it was a
Lovely
sight.
stuff.
You know, the big comment I said to my friends that I was watching along with at the time was, I someday wish to be that famous that I can go out in public without having to wash my hair.
Well, I don't have that problem. I don't have any hair to wash.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, by the way, I just messaged Daniel Bilski and just said, congratulations on P2 in the GT4 race. Oh, and tell Hayden hi, Cal, happy birthday from all of us here in the English language broadcast team. They're enjoying their celebrations for their second place in GT4. Best result for that car so far.
Yep, fantastic job.
It's those little moments in these series, isn't it? Being able to chat and enjoy racing. And a big shout out to our YouTube audience that's been here, actually YouTube and Facebook audience has been here right throughout the weekend. We enjoy you guys because you guys also make the experience of being a commentator a lot more entertaining, because you guys are here with the bulk of the entertainment on right throughout the weekend as well. We get to chat to you guys, and you guys add to the value factor for us as well. So big shout out to our audiences internationally. And now, for those audiences who have waited a long time, it is time for the big one. This is the GT3s and the GTMs. It is time for the jewel in the crown of the jewel in the calendar. And Lauren Heinrich is going to lead us out of the final corner to a start. Yi Dang will line up alongside of him in the win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing, Audi. And they will form up, waiting for the lights to go off. They'll fire off into turn number one. Here we go. One more racing hour, and they've been released on their run down to turn number one. The 296 challenge car did not get a good getaway back in the GTM stuff as well, but Lauren did get a good launch from the front row in the Porsche as they feed into turn one. So it's Porsche, Audi, Porsche, and then it's the Honda NSX as they climb up and over Monkey Hill and tear through the local streets of Bangsaen for the final time. One more race on the first weekend in July in Thailand.
Already, Simon Chan falling behind the two Toyota GR Supras in the GTM class, so he'll be hoping for some technical problems ahead of him to try and get more positions. Lauren Heinrich, though, holding on very nicely to the lead. Sandy Stuvik settling into third place there, ahead of the number 12 Piti Bhirombhakdi and Kantasak as well, driving that number 12 Honda NSX. And the speed just climbs up here on the way up to turn 15. Sharp apex. And then flat out again all the way through to turn 17. Maybe a tap of the brakes, a slight lift through this very treacherous corner. And then the heavy braking zone of turns 18 and 19. This is where you're going to be seeing some passes, hopefully. Got to nail the exit because you're out onto the start-finish straight after just a few seconds. And the first lap is complete.
But it is. At a time of 1 minute 36.214, Laurent leads the race for the Porsche as they settle in. They climb the hill, run through 1 and 2. I do love the way that they come up and climb, crest the hill at turn 1 before tipping into turn 2 and climbing some more. And at the moment, excuse me, under control of number 18, AES Motorsports, excuse me, as they tip down into the hairpin. That's the margin they've got at the moment. Still trying to build some tyre temperature and pressure. And it's the pro drivers releasing anger at the moment. They do have to hand over to the co-drivers and the amateur elements of these combinations later on. I wonder how nervous Piti Bhirombhakdi would be after yesterday, having to start that car, that Honda NSX, right there, the number 12 in the rain yesterday, right through this section. Spun the rear end of the car around, managed to keep it out of the barrier, keep it rolling. No safety car was deployed for that one in the rain yesterday.
Beautiful dry conditions today. The NSX starting to fall back a bit here, down to 5th place. As the Ferrari 296 starting to make some tracks there. Second lap complete, and Lauren Heinrich up at the front of the field, 133.3. Fastest lap of the race so far. Purple in sectors 2 and 3, but a purple sector 1 for Yi there in the second place machine. So you never know. Things could be a little more complicated than they seem at this stage. We've still got a long way to go in this race, but that Porsche in the short term is looking rapid.
Certainly is. I think he's going to be the car that they will all be chasing. Going to have a long pit stop because of the driving combination, and that's how they balance these guys back out. It will be over to Vodacom to try and run down any advantages made up through the compensation times added at the pit stop. Back over in GTM, by the way. Most recent lap for Feek, 140.7. They put 3 seconds on the competition on the last lap. Now up to a 5.5 second lead. And GTM, Natavude managing to stick with them at the moment. And Simon Chen's lost ground. He now sits at the rear of the field, unfortunately, in GTM.
We've seen onboards from quite a few of our categories today. I'd love to see an onboard from the GT3s here, because especially the run from the monument down to turn 15 and then the run down to turn 18. It must be absolutely incredible watching a car go through there while riding on board. It looks rapid enough from the outside. How does it feel from the inside? Stuvik, a couple of tenths slower than Yi on the last lap, but could be making up some ground here. The Audi not having the greatest of exits out of turn 2. See if Stuvik can use the rear engine layout of the Porsche, that extra weight over the rear axle, to launch his way out of this hairpin.
Well, run down the back straightaway now for the Audi of Yideng. I know that they've been running this Audi in a couple series within the Asia region. And here might be Quick Absolute Racing branding. So iconic on the front grille of that car, you'll spot it anywhere as it just pops.
Yeah, lovely livery as well. Very close to the apex there at 15. It always impresses me how much these drivers push the limits. You know, there's barely anything between them and the barriers at a lot of the places around this circuit. But that's how you build the margin. That's how you set the fast lap. And that's how you grab the position eventually down the line. That's what Sandy Stuvik's going to be thinking here as he's still in the wheel tracks of the Audi. Not quite close enough to get the full benefit of slipstream down the start-finish straight, but not that there's much slipstream to speak of. A little bit wide there in turn 1 for Stuvik. He does bring it back for the entry to turn 1, but might be having a couple of issues getting that car turned into his liking.
Yeah, and it'll be the native tyre driver that spent a season off racing open wheel cars in Sandy Stuvik before returning to Taiwan Super Series as of last year. He'll be up against the Chinese and Malaysian driving pairing. Yideng, the Chinese driver behind the wheel, before he'll hand on over to Akash Nandi. Don't forget Hinks, the Dutch driver. As well as Sandy Stuvik will have to hand on over. Owner of the Be Quick brand.
Yep, saw him in one of the video features before this race got started, actually.
That's the big thing about being involved in part of those teams, isn't it? You just want to go out there, you want to be a race car driver. And that's what happened for the large part of that Be Quick Absolute Racing outfit. watching Tim Singer Motorsport Thailand entries. Number 12, the Honda NSX, currently driven by Candace Kasiri. And Carlo Van Dam currently behind the wheel of the number 89 Ferrari 296. I believe they're still becoming accustomed to that car. At the moment, some work to do, but lap time's starting to look a fair bit better.
Yeah, still a very new machine to them, the Ferrari 296 GT3. Here's the other Audi in the field. 786 with the pit window starting to emerge upon us at about 4:40 p.m. Local time. The pit window will open, and then we'll see those driver changes. Back to the lead of GTM here, the Ferrari 296 Challenge car, showing some very good pace here. This team running a 488 Challenge car last year, upgrading to the latest and greatest spec. Actually, no, I got my teams confused there. This team used to run a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, but switching allegiances. 296 GT3 car apparently arrived last week for this team, and I've given a go of the virtual version on iRacing, released recently. It is a very fun car to drive, and I'd certainly love to have a go taking it around Bangsaen.
Yeah, I've picked it up actually, but I haven't had the opportunity to, unfortunately, have a crack in that machinery on the platform as yet. But I've heard good things. And apparently a completely different beast of the Ferrari 296 GT3 car as well. Apparently it's supremely quick in a straight line because it's not restricted by GT3 regulations.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite interesting, actually, the difference between the 296 Challenge and the 296 GT3. They run similar engines, but of course, due to GT3 balance of performance and regulation requirements, the GT3 version of the car produces less power. So we unfortunately have lost the feed for a second. We'll try to bring it back to you very shortly. But while we're here, yeah, the 296 GT3 has a bit more downforce and a bit less power. Basically, what that means is the 296 Challenge car, much quicker in a straight line than the GT3 version of the car. A lot more power being put down. It also has a little bit more that you can do in terms of the electronics. But the lack of downforce makes it quite the different beast to handle in the corners.
Yeah, for sure. And particularly when you're effectively carrying around quite a much more raw machine as well. It'll be a little bit more handiwork. So for the team to not just pick up that Ferrari 296, but to grab it under their belts, wrestle it, and get an eye on it very, very quickly at the moment. I guarantee there'll be probably some balance of performance updates coming to that car in the near future. At the moment, running around 4 seconds faster than P2 in the hands of a Afik Gazir. Historically, been a successful driver as well.
Yes, so adding to my confusion about the Ferrari Challenge cars in this championship, the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand car, which is the 488 Challenge machine, still registered for the season, but during practice on Thursday was involved in a crash. So unfortunately, we haven't seen any mileage from the yellow Ferrari 488 that we saw at Chang International Circuit for round 1. Hopefully we see them back on track at Sepang. For now, keep an eye on Simon Chan here, who's currently running last of them all, but still has the 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing Supras right in his sights. Managing things very nicely. Natavude and Natapong at the wheel of these machines. Upgrading to the Supra. Last season they ran these cars as Lexus RCFs. A little bit of a bodywork change, still running the same engine and same internals as before, but shiny new body. It's worked out well for them so far.
Just doing some reading as well on my feet, Cassid. Open wheel star of years gone by. Back in 2011, managed to win 6 races in a row in the JK Racing Asia Series and Formula BMW cars. Culminating in 2 race wins in the Singapore GP weekend back in 2011. So, you know, phenomenal talent from him years gone by.
So listen to the V8s of those Supras. That's a proper engine under the hood of those cars.
Beautiful sounding race cars, and from the fans that we're hearing by the racetrack, they're saying some of the loudest cars of the weekend as well, up there with the Trans Am as well. There is our current race leader, 15 minutes into this one for Laurent Heinrich. We'll work on my French pronunciation across the weekend and across the series as well. I used to be very, very happy with the way I used to speak French at one point in time, but it seems as I've gotten older, I've lost that ability. But alas.
You might have to start working on your German as well, because that's where Lauren Heinrich is from.
Oh, far out. Are you kidding me? I've been fed bad information a few times now. I give up.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what? Trust knowing. When a commentary team hands you information, trust nothing you read. Trust absolutely nothing.
Oh, dear.
No, I'm not taking up German. I'm sticking to French, thank you, even if my pronunciation is terrible at the moment.
Currently competing as well in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. He drives the AR Racing Rexy machine as, oh no, that's the 786 that's had a problem. Dieter in the runoff area for turn 2. Recently rearranged barrier from the GT4 Supra clobbering it at high speed. Fortunately, he gets it turned around, but looks like a missed braking point there.
The big thing is, you see the car actually lurching towards the wall on the right, so he's done a very good job just to pull it up.
Yeah.
And that was the smart approach down there for Dieter. Still rolling, albeit at a reduced speed, so I wonder whether or not there's been more brake issues potentially in front of that car, or his confidence is just a bit shattered at the moment.
Yeah, could be an issue for him. But full credit, managed to keep it out of the wall. And the car remains undamaged for now. Hasn't got long until the pit window opens either, about 8 minutes or so until we can expect that pit window to open. And he can hand it over to his co-driver and have a well-deserved rest, as it looks like Heinrich making his way through these machines, lapping them. Supremely in control at the front of the field here. It looks like the GR Supras are starting to get into it with the 786 Audi as well.
Yeah, so lap traffic is starting to come into this one. Looks like Henrique has managed to make his way through at least the traffic for now. Oh, my apologies. I'll take that back. That is Laurent Henrique looking at another Vude at the moment. Flashing the headlights. He wants to make as much time as he possibly can in this opening stint before he hands that car over to Vidicon. And follows him up Monkey Hill. Looking for a little bit of an overlap and given a little bit of assistance by Nadavude, who lifts out and makes that one nice and easy. Good multi-class racing from the pair of them.
A difficult section of the circuit to come up on a lapped car. Roads are narrow, only 2-lane.
So at the moment, looking at that, it was actually a fair bit of time lost by Laurent Henrique. And that was to do with the lap traffic, and this is the lap traffic that Yi Deng's now having to deal with as well. He cannot find a way past Natapong as they run into the monument section. There probably was enough space for the Audi to find a way by. Finally, he will find some time to get by. But what that has allowed is Sandy Stuvik to close back up in. That gap was out to 3 seconds at the start of the last lap. Not no more. There is nothing back between them again.
So, can Sandy Stuvik find his way through on Yi Deng? There's seeing some activity down in the pits there. It looks like the 786 Audi has been brought in. And that's ahead of the pit window, so they won't satisfy their requirement. Is that a retirement for the car?
Is there anyone in that car at the moment? It looks shut down.
Yeah. I don't think there's anyone in it right now.
And that was not Saknana taking his helmet off.
No, it wasn't. Dita, the driver who started the car. So it looks like we've lost our first car from this race.
It'll be the GT3 AM entry. The only one for this weekend. One of the 5 cars prepared by Be Quick stable in the Super Series, and have a look at the headlights flashing. Natavude is about to get absolutely monstered all over because there's Yi Deng and Sandy Stuvik gets given a gift.
Yeah, Stuvik looked like he was timing that. Did you see that he lost touch with Yi Deng out of the hairpin, but then caught right back up once they made their way past Natavude?
Still starting to track back towards him at the moment. This one will come down to co-drivers. The benefit of the 37 machine is it has 2 silver drivers on board. So they will have a penalty at the pit stop to pay for that.
Yeah, so Sandy Stuvik doesn't have to worry too much about not quite matching the pace of Yi Deng here. The number 37 has the faster race lap than the 26. Talking about a 133.3 versus a 133.6. So Stuvik not quite faster than the Audi, but that advantage will be paid back in the pit stop time. Henk Kicks will take over the car once Sandy jumps out. Interesting to see how Henk Kicks matches up against Akash Nandi. That was so close to the barrier there for Sandy.
Longest pit stop with a lot of the cars, by the way, for this 37 car. When Akash Nandi drops on board, next closest in terms of pit stop length is the bronze-gold combination of Vudakorn and Laurent Henrique. So 141 seconds through the pit stop for the number 18 Porsche. It'll be 156 seconds for the number 37 Audi. So a 15-second longer pit stop. The silver-silver combination.
Not too long before that pit window opens, about 2 laps worth of time there.
Interesting case. I think some of these cars are starting to catch up to, and I say my apologies, they have all cleared that lap traffic now, so we'll be fair while they get back around. At the moment, Fika Z has got a 42-second lead in GDM. He is absolutely monstering that Ferrari 296 challenge. So we're talking about they were taking some time to get used to that car. Well, I think that's solved. They are now used to it.
Yep, using the power of that machine down the straight line sections here at Bangsaen to great advantage.
That would have been a handful yesterday in the rain too.
Oh yeah.
And the biggest issue is, well, that's a brand spanking new race car. The first thing you don't want to do is go out and put it in the fence. I'm sure they would have been driving with that in mind.
Good gains being made by the Ferrari GT3 here on the last lap. Sandy Stuvik with a 134.2. This car right here dipped into the 133s. So you never know, it could be a three-way battle for second place starting to form here, especially when we start taking those pit stops into account.
Well, of the cars remaining, this car has the shortest pit stop. So shortest pit stop in GT3 was 95 seconds end to end for the bronze rated pairing of the 786. 31 seconds longer is bronze and gold of Chris Vanderdrift and Gregory Bennett when they hand this number 11 car over. At 126 seconds for those guys.
It's nice to see Chris Vanderdrift still racing. I remember back in the day he was racing in A1 Grand Prix and International Formula Masters over in Europe. Good to know that he's still out there and showing his talents in a wide variety of machinery. Checking in with our GTM leader. Yeah, they are looking mighty comfortable, aren't they? Just watching the way the car attacks these sweeping corners here. Looks like barely a foot wrong here in the hands of Afik.
Watching and waiting at the moment for that pit lane window to open in about 30 seconds time. We expect that most of the pro drivers will stay in those cars for a fair while. About the one car that might split it down the middle will be the Yidang, Akash and Andy. We've got two drivers that are fairly equivalent in terms of outright pace. At pit stop, you just take advantage of whatever opportunity comes your way.
Okay, wait for it. In 3, 2, 1, the pit window is now open. For the next 10 minutes, opportunity to get into the pit lane, change your driver, take your extra time if you're a single driver entry.
Now we wait for that shot from the pit lane, showing us that sign held up, signifying that window is open. I believe Simon Chen has already dived into the pit lane. Race control. No, its pit lane window has been opened indeed. There's Nadavude. And quick yet again this weekend. Not as quick as the Ferrari 296. One of the older drivers in the field as well. He's been in and around for a very long period of time. That is Fire Monkey Motorsports Porsche Cup.
So Simon Chan at a standstill for a couple of minutes here. Handing something to the mechanic there. I'm not sure what. Natavude, as you mentioned, yeah, he's been around the block a few times, but certainly with a great breadth of talent, running second in the GTM race for very good reason. Meanwhile, there's our class leaders together on track. That's Lauren Heinrich, who's just found his way past Afik in the 296 GT3. Almost insurmountable pace from Lauren Heinrich, but tell you what, Yi Deng is starting to ramp up the pace in second place in GT3. His last lap, 1 minute 32.7. That's the personal best for the number 37 Audi in this race. Only 2/10 off the best lap set by Heinrich.
Yep, so at the moment, lap time's starting to come down. as fuel burning out of the car. So good response from Yideng in that lap time as well. But Laurent is now 13 seconds down the road in terms of the race lead, and we watch him wait. How deep into this window they'll take this pit stop. And the number 18 Porsche will continue on for at least one more lap. 7 minutes now on that pit lane window.
Love seeing the speed that they carry, as it looks like the number 9 is in, so Natapong handing over to Manat. Only one of the two GR Supras in this race needs to change drivers. Natavude in the number 24 driving solo. That will carry with it a slightly longer pit stop time to compensate. Start trickling in as we check back in with the Honda NSX GT3 in the hands of Kantasat Kasiri and Piti Birumbakti. Waiting for a pit stop from these two as well. I've almost lost sight of Chris van der Drift and Sandy Stuvik up ahead. About 8.5 seconds gap to the next car up, but still solid P5.
So put it this way, Van der Drift's going to gain 15 seconds back at the pit stop. And we'll wait for it. They're more than 15 seconds back off the race lead. They're 21 seconds back off the race lead. So in theory, Gregory Bennett should come back about 5 seconds behind in that battle. 26 car will gain 14 seconds, and they're more than that back off the race lead. So realistically, it'll come down to, I think, the pace of that 37 car when they do their driver swap. I think they actually are indeed in the pit right now. Rakesh Nandi to dive in.
They are indeed. Yideng bringing it in just now.
They've gained 14 seconds back on the race leader in the pits as well.
There's Akash Nandi getting comfortable in the seat. Win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing. Tyre change as well.
Brand spanking new tyres. You see that? Sticker's still on them.
Yeah. I've got to wonder if that's going to give them an advantage over Vutakorn and Heinrich as the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supras comes in. It looks like a tyre change on the cards for Natavude.
So he'll get fresh rubber for the final run to the flag. And Laurent's going to go for one more lap at least. 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. He'll have 2 minutes on the clock when he next gets back to the start-finish line. In fact, he should have somewhere in the realm of what? 2 minutes and 10 seconds. He'd probably go 2 laps, you know.
Yeah.
There is more than enough time for you to go 2 laps further.
Yeah, lap around here, about 1.5 minutes in the GT3 machinery, so it's well within the margin. 77, our leader in GTM in the pits too, as the pit stop is finally complete for Yideng and Akash Nandi. Akash brings it out. Driver swap down for the 77. Saravut jumping in to take over from Afik, and looks like that's Natavude who's just completed his stop, and away he'll go. Back out onto the racetrack for the number 37. This is going to be crucial for Akash Nandi.
Although that car actually in investigation at the moment for pit lane entry line infringements.
Oh dear.
I think we have seen one penalty. It's the third time that's popped up in our timing screens this weekend. I think we've only seen one penalty from previous 2. I believe it was only 5 seconds. was handed out in that case. So if there is an infringement, I expect that to be the penalty. And it would be the white lines on pit lane entry. Simon Chan has already done his pit stop. There'll be no additional transits to the lane. We watch...
Vanderdrift's caught up to Sandy Stuvik here.
He has. The Stuvik's driven those tyres off a little bit. Vanderdrift's still come alive. Unless there's some other problem for the Porsche at the moment.
This could be crucial in the battle for third place, potentially second place, depending on if that penalty follows through for the number 37. And just like that, I've seen it pop up on my timing screen. Car number 37's been given a 5-second time penalty for going over the pit entry lines.
There'll be some work to do now for that 37 car, and it'll be up to Akash Nandi. That'll become a penalty given to him by his teammate. Again, tyre changes headed for Piti Bhirombhakdi. Kandasak Kasiri gets out of that car. And they will bolt him in. Grab the belts. Hopefully give them a yank a little bit tighter. Make sure he's comfortable and set behind the steering wheel of the number 12 Acura. Sorry, Honda NSX, as we're in Asia. More pit stops about to come to us, and the only one we were waiting for really was number 18, AAS Porsche. And there he is, 50 seconds on the window. So they took that car as deep as they could have into the window. That's Vanderdrift in as well. Confirmation of the 5-second time penalty. 25 minutes and 40 seconds remain in the Bangsaen Grand Prix.
Who's going to get out of pit lane first as Stuvik and Vanderdrift find their way in? Really anything between those two cars. Out jumps Sandy Stuvik, and Henk Kicks will jump on into the orange Porsche. Gregory Bennett will take over from Chris Vanderdrift in the number 11 Ferrari. And just like that, pit window is closed.
Now we're going to wait for the inevitable, who's mismanaged their pit lane transit times, to pop up on our timing screens.
Yep, there's almost always someone who comes a cropper of that. Number 89, Ferrari 296 finds its way out. Vorovud jumping in, taking over from Carlo Van Dam. Waiting for the minimum pit stop time to conclude there for Henk Kicks.
At the moment, that will be the last pit stop to leave will be Vudakorn. What he's capable of. Keep an eye on this 37 machine at the moment. I'm tracking it on the timing sheets behind the 12 of Piti Bhirombhakdi. So Akash Nandi will have some work to do. So timing's going to skew in the middle of that pit stop cycle. There's the number 18 trundling down pit lane. It looks like Laurent might have done enough to get that car up in front of its competition. The big question will be, did they wait long enough in the pit lane? It's worthwhile giving up a second through the pit lane, because the penalty for going too far in the opposite direction is a transition back down pit lane and a 1-second stop and hold to clear the remaining time of your pit stop.
Yeah, and it's an absolutely brutal penalty, really, because it's not just a case of the car just comes to a complete stop instantly for 1 second and then you're instantly back up to speed again. It doesn't work like that. You got to get into pit lane, stop in your box for 1 second, and then go out as, man, Henk Kicks is still getting used to the power of the Porsche out of turn 2.
I guess you could say for Henk Kicks, there's a new pair of kicks on that car with the fresh tyres.
Hey, there we go. Henk finds himself in second behind Vudakorn. And then the gap for the lead was at about 6.9 seconds when they were at the start-finish line last. 77. Ferrari, Sarabut at the wheels, still solidly leading the GTM category. 23.5 seconds over Natavude here in, we're looking at Manat here in the second of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supras. It looks like the pit stop time did not go their way. They have given up third in GTM to Simon Chan. Still second in GTM Pro. All the same, bit of work to do.
Yep, a little bit of work to do. 21 minutes and 50 seconds now on the clock. This next time by the start-finish line, our timing will normalise and we'll get that proper picture of exactly where everyone sits. Now that 18 car is up to speed, it is the race leader confidently. And they've gained a significant amount of time. There's an issue for Hank Kicks on that outlap.
Back in with the number 18, aggressive turn in there for Vutikorn. Side by side, meanwhile, Akash Nandi getting on past the Honda NSX, and my goodness, okay, Ferrari stopped at the exit of turn 2.
The number 11, that was P3, so that was an overtake for 4th and 5th, moving up one spot.
Oh no, the car's switched off. You saw the lights go off there.
They're doing a Control-Alt-Delete on that car.
Oh man, that's tough. Especially after the performance that Chris Vanderdrift was able to put on in that number 11. Only a lap or so out of the pits, Greg Bennett having to reset the car. What exactly happened here? It was a massively close call here because he just pulled over right there as the Audi made the pass on the Honda. Seems like the car just stopped functioning.
That's very weird of what's going on there. It's still parked up. Double wave yellow still.
Got an official running up to the car here to check and see if things are okay.
Driver's being warned of the obstruction at the moment. Warned to stay to the right. Double wave yellows in the area. They're giving the driver every opportunity to move that car. Albeit at times just ticking away. Gregory behind the wheel of that one, unfortunately. Brilliantly quick lap times actually start. Oh, they got it going. They have got it going.
It's moving. Good, good.
It's lost a lap from where it was.
Yeah. Oh, well, the race has yet to be interrupted by a safety car. Touch wood. But the car is still going at a bit of a reduced pace around the racetrack. There might be further technical issues with that car. They're trying to check things out there in the garage. Hopefully whatever issue... Oh, yeah, he just lifted out of the throttle there. I think this car's going to be brought straight back to pit lane, Scott.
Yep. I'm confident of that one at the moment. Look at the lap times, though, for Akash Nandi, which is important. It's around a 35.050. He took 5 seconds out of 10 kicks ahead of him, so he is tracking that car down at the rate of knots.
Yeah, very aggressive
that car's
indeed.
got nothing.
Yeah, nothing at all. It's just crawling at the moment. I think it might be in limp mode.
Oh, it's going to be on the apex here. Oh, that's going to be nasty.
Well, hopefully nothing eventuates from that. We cut to the opposite side of the circuit just in time to see Akash Nandi right on the back of Hank Kicks on the way up to turn 6.
Yeah. And Akash Nandi just set at 1:34.7. Took 1.5 seconds out of our race leader as well. There is still time, but he'll need to get this pass done on Hank Kicks very, very quickly. if he can. And it looks like Hank Kicks is going to lift and let that one go fairly simply. Gentleman driver. So, 37 machine moves up one spot, now into second place. And the question now becomes, what can it do about race leader Vutakorn?
He's going to need about 1.5 seconds a lap or more in order to narrow that gap. It's even increased a little bit to 27.9 seconds to the lead.
Yep, so some work to do, unfortunately. Akash Nandy, but 16 minutes on the clock. Lost 1 lap. There's still a fair bit of racing laps to go here. I'm just going to take a quick look at it. There's no traffic in the way at the moment for 37, and the 18 machine's rapidly coming up on Simon Chen's Porsche Cup. So if he catches that at an inopportune moment, could be issues. There's a little bit of time gain back.
Those who are interested will be happy to know that Gregory Bennett did bring the number 11 Ferrari safely back into pit lane. And they're currently sat there. Whether or not they'll come back out, though, is another matter entirely. Meanwhile, Piti Bhirombhakdi, 4th place for the moment in the Honda NSX. And considering the pace that Hank Kicks is running, about 1 minute 40s or so, seems to be the quickest that he's gone. 3 seconds faster is Piti Bhirombhakdi. So, could be on for a podium here in the number 12 Honda.
Certainly could be. He is beginning to track down. Hank Kicks, that should be next lap, should be on him. There's the Ferrari back in pit lane.
Sad way for the weekend to end for them.
Oh, they're done. Yep.
Still unclear exactly what the issue was. Something to do with the electronics.
Still, cars all back in one piece, so that's better than showing back up with nothing to show for it.
Exactly right. There's the gap between the Singer Motorsport Team Thailand Honda and the Be Quick Porsche. Hank Kicks' last lap was a 139.2 and a 136.5 from Piti Bhirombhakdi. Taking huge chunks of time out of the German machine is this Japanese-American Honda NSX. As you can tell, the sun is getting lower and lower in the sky. The shadows are now creeping across the racetrack. That might cool things down a little bit for those who are struggling. We'll heat on their tires. Oh my God! That's the leader! That's the race leader, is it?
What's going on there?
Vutakorn has crashed in a massive way. The front end is destroyed.
He's continuing on. There's a fire at the rear of the Porsche.
What on earth has happened?
He was catching lap traffic. He caught Simon Chen. How's the Simon Chen Porsche in behind him? Has he gone through? That looks like it's hit the Tech Pro, not a barrier. He stopped right by a marshal's post, and somebody get a fire extinguisher to that race car. On the double, the AAS Motorsports Porsche is destroyed, and we were saying that car looked comfortable. There's the change for the race lead. There'll be a safety car for sure.
Oh my Lord. Well,
that flag's green, Marshall. You might want the yellow one.
Yeah. Oh, well, out of the car instantly there is Vutakorn. Wasted no time getting extricated. Oh man, Lauren Heinrich. You can tell the disappointment on his face there. He's still sweating from his time in the car. He did a perfect job in the lead of the race, but it's unclear exactly what happened.
Fire. It's still on fire.
It's unclear what happened, but all that hard work, look at the debris on the track there. That's out of the chicane.
But he was still going at a huge amount of speed, Vutakorn.
Yeah, and I'm perplexed that he came to a stop there with big damage onto the start-finish straight. He already had the damage when he was coming through turns 18 and 19. He could have gone into the pits. Oh no. Why didn't Vutakorn immediately... I mean, there's bodywork up in front of the windscreen. There's no way you couldn't know that.
Well, he'd be thinking that the car's just had a few pieces. Look at the debris!
Oh my god. I am speechless, as is Lauren Heinrich, apparently.
Vutakorn didn't need to push on in that car either. They were comfortable.
No. Yeah. I don't know, maybe... I mean, the GT3 cars have anti-lock brakes as well, so surely it couldn't have been a brake lock-up.
As he turned in early at the monument. Well, remember, he was right around Simon Chen as well. I wonder whether or not there was a miscommunication on the way in there about what they were going to do at the monument.
Yeah. Well, former headlight of the former race-leading Porsche. Looks like
now
the right headlight, depending on the geometry.
I was about to say that now becomes an expensive souvenir for someone.
Yeah. Wonder who's going to take that home. Wow. Very bizarre incident. Not only did we not see exactly what caused that crash, but for some reason Vutakorn continued on after that incident and brought it to a stop on the start-finish straight. I mean, maybe, potentially, he might have been aware that the car could have been on fire at that point, and maybe he wanted to try and not endanger anybody in pit lane. I'm just spitballing, really. But, yeah.
It'd be rattling about at this point. Look,
parts
more
flying
debris.
off. Yeah, and right here is pit entry. But he doesn't show any hint of even directing towards the pit lane. The car is literally falling apart and on fire at the point he passes pit entry.
So the one thing I will say is if you have a look at all of that damage, how much of it's actually visible from the cockpit at that point in time? Because a lot of it's down over in the front end. It probably actually doesn't look too bad from inside the cockpit, and he's probably climbed out of it and gone, yeah, no, that's not going to go much further, never mind.
Maybe. Still perplexes me a bit, because the front wheel arches, the entire front bodywork of the car was upright in front of the windscreen. There was a period there where Vutakorn would not have been able to see in front of him.
Gee whiz, Reese.
Yeah.
My lord, there's been some destroyed race cars this weekend. Like, in years gone by, yeah, we've seen some accidents. But we've never seen this level and this consistently, this many accidents. We've never seen the amount of brake failures we've seen this weekend.
Yeah. It's been a dramatic weekend. The debris, most of it anyway, has been cleared off the circuit, fortunately, so we should be able to get back to green flag racing soon. They do obviously have to move the stricken Porsche as well. And the question is, do they put it on the tow truck and bring it all the way back around to pit lane, or they just pull it into the wall opening and keep it there until the race is done?
They might just do that, provided the fire's out. That'll be the big thing. There's kind of no point with 7 minutes to go sticking it on a tow truck.
One thing's for sure, the mechanics will earn their money multiple times over this weekend. Bangsaen bites, and it bites hard.
But it does. Wow, all the fans still down, not wanting to leave the side of the circuit. 10 past 5 in Thailand. 6 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock at the moment.
Monkey!
He's,
there we go.
He's not monkeying around on the track either. Straight off to the side.
Well, at this point, we're going to have around about 6 minutes to go, plus 1 lap in this race. Should be a short sprint to the finish if we can get back under green flag conditions until then. Akash Nandi and Yi Ding find themselves in the lead of the race as, yeah, it looks like they're going to be putting it behind the wall there on the start-finish straight. So we can get things going again as quick as possible.
Speechless. I'm just speechless with just some of the carnage we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, that bloke, on the other hand, is more concerned about where his next banana's coming from, I think.
Well, there'll be a fair bit of food in operation around the circuit this weekend. Maybe you'll jump down to some of the stalls. In actual fact, I've just locked myself in a dinner date to go get some Thai tomorrow after watching this all weekend. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a good pad Thai. Couple of good Thai places around where I live. Well, safety car in this lap. Race control has just announced. We'll be getting back to green flag racing very shortly. Maximum of, I think, 4 or 5 laps they'll be able to get out of this.
Somebody get that monkey back on the line. There might be a driving seat available at some point in the near future.
Oh boy. Well, out through the back section of the lap here, and thanks to, oh, there we go, the green flag's out. We're going to be getting going right here, right now. Akash Nandi going to lead us away as the GTM cars get up to speed, and it is on again here between Hank Kicks and Piti Bhirombhakdi for second. There's the run for the Honda NSX. Can he find his way through at turn 1? Side by side on the way in. The Honda's got the car ahead on the way to the corner, twitching under brakes, slightly offline, but pulls it up in time for the apex, up into P2. And now Piti Bhirombhakdi can see Akash Nandi up ahead of him. The gap was about 28 seconds when the safety car came out. That gap has vanished completely. Now we wait and see what kind of lap times they can put on in these final few minutes.
Yeah, have a think about that Ferrari 296. Varavood Bhirombhakdi. Could we see 2 of the Team Singer Motorsports cars on the podium this weekend after a disastrous race 1? In fact, neither of them had a great race yesterday. Pit stop issues for the 89 car. They had to come back down the pit lane and serve a 1 second stop and hold. And Piti Bhirombhakdi making the error on track as well, demoting them away down the field. There's every opportunity for Varavood Bhirombhakdi, as he enters shot, might start hunting down Porsche of Hank Kicks here in the very near future.
Yeah, Hank's struggling to match the pace of those around him. As the glare off the tarmac assaults the lens of the camera. 3 minutes remain. And yeah, it looks like it'll be 3 laps to go, judging by that.
And 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Yeah, might just be the case. What was the lap time like? Akash Nandi, 34.616, so he fired off quite well. Started trying to get down the road. big question mark. Vorovud Birabakhti ran a 38.5, so he is already on the rear bumper of Henk Kicks.
That battle will surely get onto our screen in just a few moments. For now, keep an eye here on Piti Birabakhti as he chases down Akash Nandi at the front of the field. But Akash, it looks like, has nailed the restart here. He was 2 seconds faster on the previous lap, but he does seem to have gained a further 9/10 on that in Sector 1 thus far this lap. So, as long as he can keep it stable and out of the wall, Akash Nandi and Yi Deng on their way to a potential victory here.
And just with some of the stuff that's happened this weekend as well, I'm not counting on that until the checkered flag waves.
Me either. Yeah,
it's been a weird, berserk, bonkers. There are words to describe how crazy it is, but it's not going to put the picture in. There's stuff that's happened here this weekend, and this is why we like car racing. Henk Kicks is going to cover Vorovud Birabakhti to the inside, just about nudging the Ferrari into the rear bumper of the Porsche. At the hotel, around their pit lane counterparts, and the teams will get a glimpse of them as they fire through there. I wonder whether or not the words are being passed to Henk Kicks. There's a minute on the clock, mate. You've got 2 laps. Can you keep him behind you if you can? He's on the wide line on the run down to turn number 1. Kicks will have the inside when they get to 2. Still alongside. Vorovud closes him out. 2 P3. And there's now 2 Tim Singer cars on the podium.
Very good stuff there from Vorovud Birabakhti. For a second there, I was thinking it's like they're almost just waiting for one of them to turn in, and whether or not there was going to be contact. But they kept it clean. First time I've seen someone make a move on the outside into turn 2 as well.
Yeah, bravery on the behalf of Vorovud Birabakhti as well. You've got to applaud the move. The way that he got that one done. GT Pro, that battle's actually come back together. Think about that. That was a 45-minute lead for Rafik. And they're now nose to tail on the racetrack. Natavude's right there in the battle for GTM honours. In the meantime, out of the final corner to the start-finish line. The final lap board will be displayed from the streets of Bangsaen for the final time in 2025. And it's Akash Nandi with a 9-second lead, who looks comfortable. The team will tell him there's no one in the rearview mirror. There's no pressure. Be accurate. Be smart.
You want pressure, though. Have a look at this GTM lead battle. Sarabut at the wheel of the 77 Ferrari, chased down by Natavude in the number 24. Oldest driver in the field, but see the power and the speed of the 296 GT3. Natavude is going to have to find some way through in the twisty bits.
Yeah, that's where he's going to have to maximize it. 61 years of age. Natavude, a home legend in Thailand, with numerous titles to his name, still continues to enjoy his sports car racing. To be perfectly honest, I'm just glad he's out there. He tells a story. Goes back a long way in Thailand racing. For Natavude, he will have toured this circuit many more times than the rest of the competition in their series. He'll be the most experienced campaigner here. Could that be on his side? Apply some pressure when they get to the monument. For the meantime, though, the 37 car has one more braking zone to navigate. And on Super Sunday, it's Super Akash Nandi out of the final corner. Win here by Be Quick Absolute Racing. Win on Sunday in Bangsaen.
And absolutely fantastic performance from Akash Nandi and Yi Deng as well. Bringing that car in, taking advantage when the leader crashed. Second place for Kantasak Kasiri and Piti Birabakhti in the number 12. And it's going to be a podium for Vorovud Birabakhti and Carlo Van Dam. Singer Motorsport Team Thailand getting 2 cars on the podium there in the GT3 category. Henk Kicks bringing the number 26 Porsche safely home in P4 as the win goes to the number 77 team in the Ferrari 296 challenge car. Absolute rocket ship on the straights, and they played that to their advantage.
Yeah, wait till that thing gets to rip and tear around Sepang in the
Oh,
coming
yeah.
months as well. That'll be supreme. You know what? That's actually going to cause problems for the GT3s, Sepang. Because it'll actually get an opportunity to stretch its legs over there, and it is going to be supreme in a straight line, running the combined category for the first time here in GT3. Normally they've been out on the circuit on their own. And there's your 4 GT3s enjoying a lovely cool-down lap and drive home with each other. I'm sure they'll be celebrating for the fans as well. What a weekend. You know, in 2025, I think there's only one name you can call this event. The Bangsaen Bash.
Yeah.
Because that's
I
just
get
about what
behind
it's been. Confirmation that Akash, Nandi, and Yi Dang win in the 37. Winnie Bobby, Quick Absolute Racing. Kennesack Kassiri and Peter Borough Baxi home in second. Carlo Van Dam and Voravu Biron Bakti. First, second, and third. And over to GTM, Afik, Zid, Saravut, home ahead of Nadavude and Simon Chen. In GTM, all 4 GTM cars making the finish line. Missing 3 GT3s of the 7 that started the race. Look, we've had some... Last year, there was obviously races where there was quite a fair bit of attrition, but just... Reese, I look at the sand and the surf out there, and there is a lot of teams with a lot of work to do walking away from this one. There is so many bent race cars.
Yeah, you look at the beautiful waves out there and think, man, I would love to get in there. The fastest lap will still go to Lauren Heinrich there in the number 18, but unfortunately that car did not make it to the finish. Same for Gregory Bennett and Chris Vanderdrift, and then Sakan Dieter, the first of them out in the 786. But yeah, looking at the sun setting over the waves here in Western Thailand, yeah, you wanna have a break, you wanna have a swim, but they're going to have to get deep into those cars and fix them up, ready for the next weekend of the championship at Sepang in September. They've got some time to do it, but a lot of long nights ahead.
And drivers getting back for post-race inspection as well. In the end of GT3 coverage, that is your race winner, and that will be in Parc Ferme as those boards are dropped on top of the car. The ride height check actually is what they're looking at. There you go.
Got to run minimum ride heights, especially at the Nürburgring when these cars go racing for the 24-hour.
And I believe that will be the Pirelli tyre technician getting in there for some tyre pressure checks as well, just to make sure that they're above minimum spec.
Yeah, of course, Pirelli taking over as the official tyre supplier of the Supercar GT3 class now that the Stefan Rattel organisation is involved with the GT3 category in the Thailand Super Series.
Tell you what, Reese, I actually thoroughly enjoy getting down in amongst some of that technical stuff down in pit lane and watching them perform their checks, because that's really interesting how they go about scrutineering the cars. Streets of Bangsaen will go quiet now in 2025. As much damage has been done to the barriers, next objective for the team and the logistics around the circuit will be to tear it all down again before it starts to get built back up for July 2026. And I can tell you, a holiday to the Chonburi Principality is on the cards for me for 2026. Attempt to line it up for the first weekend in July. If you've enjoyed everything that you've seen over here, it might be time to book your holiday to Thailand to come see this event in person. Everything that we've been told about it is that it is the jewel and crown of the Thailand calendar for a reason, because they just go car mad over there. We saw some really interesting cars yesterday as part of the coverage. And the other thing is that on your Friday night, the welcoming ceremony happens, and there was 3 hours worth of teams mingling with fans in and around the race cars as well. So as we wrap up here in 2025, think about putting this one on the calendar for 2026. Because with the SRO inclusion as well, therefore Southeast Asia inclusions and the expansion of activities, I can guarantee there'll probably be a few more GT3s next year. They're probably just watching and waiting to see what the first year of SRO inclusion looked like. How cool is it to have Lauren Enrique over and participating in this series out of IMSA in the United States and a global name? We've had our German counterparts in the past, but new names to the series in 2025. Reese has been utterly awesome.
Yeah, for sure it has. Some of the biggest names from international GT racing coming to race in Thailand. We've had some long-time support from many. Also running fantastically, Lauren Heinrich in this category. It's just a shame that the result didn't come together for that car. He would have been able to add the Bangsaen Grand Prix to the list of excellent results that he's had over his racing career. But I do hope that he comes back next year.
Yeah, get the feeling he just might do so. Won yesterday as well. So at least there is a little bit of victory in his weekend. And led the car to the pit stops in race 2. The Bangsaen Grand Prix weekend. Again, cars still following through. Ride height, post-race checks, and scrutineering. Next round of the coverage. Well, you only got to wait approximately a month because we'll be back in action for the GT3, GTM, and GT4 categories when we head to Sepang on the 8th to the 10th of August. This is my favorite international circuit. And has been ever since I started watching Formula One growing up as a child. And I'm very, very happy that we get to call racing action from the 8th to the 10th of August 2025. To the fans that are watching along at home, say it once again, big shout out, a big thank you for joining us right away throughout the weekend, to the marshals, to everyone over in Thailand that makes this event possible, has brought us on board as well, Reese. It's the work of many, such that we can celebrate racing like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Many, many thousands of people putting hundreds, thousands of hours into making all of this work. And we want to thank you all for sitting with us here this weekend. The show was fantastic. We hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Well, we'll leave the stream open, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to sit back, watch and relax and enjoy the post-race celebrations from your Thailand Supercar GT3. I've been Scott Rankin. He has been Reese Gardner, and behind the scenes, Dan Yeaman on your production coverage. The host of your English language broadcasts and the Bangsaen GP in 2025. We bid you adieu. Thank you for joining us right across the weekend, and we'll see you in a month's time when we go racing once more for Thailand Super Series from Sepang.
การจัดกิจกรรมนะครับสร้างอีเวนต์เพื่อช่วยสร้างช่วงไฮซีซั่นให้กับการท่องเที่ยว
ขัน 60 นาทีบวกกับอีก1รอบสำหรับรายการ Big Quick Thailand Super Series นะครับภายใต้ชื่อว่า The Super Series นั่นเองนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนมี2รุ่นด้วยกันสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM และ Thailand Supercar GT3 สำหรับอันดับ 3 ของรุ่น Thailand Supercar GTM นี่นะครับเป็นของไซมอนชาน Congratulations
Thank you. Hi.
Wow
Tough race. Hot.
How do you say that
I think I was a little bit off pace on the second half of the race, and my cool suit wasn't working. So it was quite tough for me under the heat and also busy track around here as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now
yeah.
you can do that in position 3?
Sorry?
Now you just come back to the third position?
Yes.
How do you feel today?
I think it's okay. I mean, there's no incident. I bring back the car in third place, a good point for me and also for the team. So we still have 3 rounds to go, so still have a good chance for the championship.
Yes. Good job, well done. So for the next race, you have to go to race to the Sepang?
Sepang, yes.
Yes. What different that for street circuit and a circuit?
Obviously, the track is different. It was safer over there, I would say. Then, but it is a track that I have been going a lot, so I do have tricks here and there. So hopefully that will help me on the race.
Yes. Okay. Last question. Thank you to the Thai fans.
Thank you very much. Hope you guys all have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Simon Chan นะครับอันดับ2นะครับเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand พี่วัวณัฐวุฒิ เจริญสุขวัฒนะโอ้โหสวัสดีครับแม่เป็นการขับเคี่ยวที่สนุกมันวันนี้ใน60 นาทีพี่วัวเล่าให้ฟังหน่อยครับเป็นยังไงบ้างสำหรับรุ่น GTM
ก็อย่างที่บอกนะครับวันนี้เป็นวันสุดท้ายเราก็สู้เต็มที่นะครับในนาม Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับแล้วก็ก่อนอื่นต้องขอบคุณแฟนๆขอบคุณทีมช่างนะครับที่ทำรถมาดีมากแล้วก็ผมเองก็ไว้ใจในตัวช่างที่ทำรถให้แล้วช่างก็ไว้ใจในการขับของผมนะครับที่สำคัญคือว่ารถสวยจบนะครับได้ไปมาเลแน่นอนครับ
และแฟนๆก็ยังให้ความชื่นชมนะครับแล้วก็ตามเชียร์พี่ตลอดอย่างที่ผมบอกตั้งแต่ตอนเปิดรายการในช่วงแรกแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนก็มีความภาคภูมิใจแทนตัวพี่วัวด้วยเช่นกัน
ก็วันนี้ครับก็อย่างที่บอกได้แรงเชียร์เยอะนะครับฮึดมากวันนี้นะครับถึงแม้ว่าจะหอบบ้าง
นิดหน่อยครับแต่ก็ยังเชื่อว่าพี่วัวก็ยังเป็นแบบ the best ในเรื่องของการขับคนเดียวแบบอยู่ได้ตลอด60 นาทีถือว่าสุดยอดแล้วครับพี่วัว
ก็จะพยายามต่อไปนะครับตรงนี้ก็อยากจะทำให้น้องๆเขาเห็นว่าเรื่องของระเบียบวินัยนะครับในการที่จะต้องเป็นนักแข่งตรงนี้นะครับสำคัญ
ครับพี่วัวครับฝากถึงแฟนๆที่อยู่เป็นกำลังใจให้พี่วัวตลอดด้วยครับ
ก็อยากให้อยู่นะครับเป็นกำลังใจกันตลอดไปนะครับผมก็คงจะแข่งไปเรื่อยๆทำหน้าที่ตรงนี้ให้ดีที่สุดนะครับเพื่อทีมนะครับแล้วก็เพื่อทุกๆคนขอบคุณมากครับ
พี่วัวณัฐวุฒิ เจริญสุขวัฒนะครับจาก Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand และอันดับที่1นะครับขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับ PSC Motorsport โอ้โหแสดงความยินดีด้วยครับพี่กีอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วนะครับสำหรับการมาอยู่ตรงนี้เบื่อหรือยัง
ยังไม่เบื่อครับก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่ได้ที่1ติดกัน
ใช่และก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่ใช้รถคันใหม่ด้วยอย่างที่บอกนะว่าตามคำสัญญาเรามายืนตรงเนี้ยเมื่อปีที่แล้วผมยังจำได้อยู่เลยว่าพี่บอกว่าโอเคเดี๋ยวจะมีรถคันใหม่เข้ามาแล้วพอวันนี้มาแล้วก็ปรับด้วยกันเขาเรียกว่าเป็นการปรับจูนได้เร็วมากที่ทำให้มาอยู่ในสนามนี้แล้วที่มาในที่1ด้วยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างพี่กี้เล่าเลย
ครับก็รู้สึกดีใจมากๆครับแล้วก็วันนี้ก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่ได้แข่งแล้วก็สนามแห้งครับก็อย่างที่รับปากพี่ไว้ว่าวันนี้เร็วแน่นอน
ครับและก็เร็วจริงๆนะครับแล้วก็อาฟิก็ท
ำหน้าที่ได้สุดยอดครับ
ได้ดีด้วย
ได้ดีมากๆครับก็ไม่มีเซฟตี้คาร์
ครับ
ตอนแรก
อาฟิ
Yes
How you feel
Yeah we feel very happy we won both of the races with a brand new car
yes
so I would like to thank to the team for their hard work to my team manager is the most important man. They all did a very good job, so it's speechless. So we just want to enjoy the P1 for the both races.
That was a perfect day today. Oh wow! Congratulations again ฝากถึงแฟนๆด้วยครับพี่ครับ
ครับยังไงก็เดี๋ยวสนามหน้าเจอกันที่เซปังนะครับก็เป็นสนามฟอร์มูล่าวันครับก็สนุกแน่นอนครับ
มันแน่
ครับ
เดี๋ยวเรามารุ้นกัน
ก็น่าจะวิ่งได้ดีเพราะว่า ดาวฟอร์น่าจะค่อนข้างโอเค
ครับ
ครับ
อาฟิก thank you Saipan
Oh,
support
I would like to thank you to the fans. It's very the atmosphere is very good here. There's a lot of people watching the race. It's a really nice track. I would love to come again next year. So we hope to see you again next year in Bangsaen.
Next lap is at Afik home. So he's
Yes.
going to be
oh yeah you home
Yeah.
all
so he's
right
gonna be very
yeah ก็คือเป็นบ้านของอาฟิกเลยด้วยนะครับเพราะถนัดแน่ทีนี้โอ้โหยิ่งเป็นไปบ้านเจ้าถิ่นด้วย
He get used to the track very well.
yeah okay
We'll see.
okay just congratulations แสดงว่ามีอีกครั้งครับเอาขอเสียงปรบมือให้ด้วยครับขอบคุณครับไปต่อนะครับสำหรับอันดับที่ 3 ในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT 3 นะครับแน่นอนเป็นของสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับพี่จ้าวรุษพิรมพักดีด้วยครับแล้วก็คาร์โลแฟนแดมด้วยครับโอ้โหพี่จ้าครับจังหวะที่พี่แซงเข้ามาแล้วก็มาอยู่ในตรงนี้เนี่ยนะฮะก็เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ดีนะครับรู้สึกดีจริงๆมันน่าเสียดายตั้งแต่เมื่อวานแล้วตั้งแต่โดนพันเนตี้ใช่ไหมต้องเข้ามา เพราะว่าเข้ามาในผิดเกินเหลืออีก1 วิใช่ไหมครับ
วิเดียว
แต่งั้นก็ที่ 3 ก็น่าจะได้อยู่เมื่อวานวันนี้ก็ไหว้ทุกที่เลยครับ ไหว้ทุกองค์ที่คิดว่าไหว้ได้นะครับแล้วก็ขอให้จบปลอดภัยนะครับแล้วก็ได้ตำแหน่งที่ดีนะครับก็จริงๆต้องขอบคุณแฮงค์เขาแฮงค์เขาค่อนข้าง nice
ก็ถือว่าเป็นสปิริตในเรื่องของการเปิดไลน์ให้ด้วย
เพราะผมไม่เบรกแน่นอน คือเขาต้องเบรกก่อน
ครับเพราะฉะนั้นการสื่อสารก็ถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ดีในเรื่องของตามมารยาทในการแข่งขันในสนามด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ถือว่าวันนี้ก็เป็นวันของสิ่งวันหนึ่งในมุมของคนดูเพราะว่าเขาจะมองว่าเป็นเหมือนดับเบิลโพซิชันแชมป์ที่อยู่ในวันนี้ในรุ่นนี้ด้วยครับ
ก็ถือเป็นผลงานที่ดีสำหรับทีมนะครับสำหรับผมกับคาร์โลก็ต้องพัฒนามากกว่านี้ผมก็ยังพูดอยู่นะคือ Ferrari เนี่ยมันเป็นรถที่สวยงามดุดันมักจะโดน BOP ที่ไม่ค่อยน่ารัก ก็ฝากไปถึง Organizer ด้วยละกันนะครับ
ไม่เป็นไรครับ เดี๋ยวอันนี้จะนำเรียน Organizer ให้ครับ
แต่ผมยอมรับนะผมยอมรับในกติกากติกาไม่งอแงก็ขับเท่าที่ขับได้
ครับรักพี่จ้าตรงนี้แหละครับ โอเคครับพี่จ้าครับขออนุญาตให้คาร์โลพูดเลยครับโอเค long time to talk to you so today this is the last day for the Bangsaen Street Circuit how do you feel in this race today
well obviously it's good to be back again we've been racing with several cars and obviously the most beautiful car yet not the fastest at the moment but I'm happy we as Sing team we bring this car here for all the fans. I'm sure they enjoy seeing these cars around and hopefully we're gonna improve further and get more podiums and hopefully wins.
I think you more than anything you just more than they have a good partner and have a good team too you know
exactly we just started with the car we get the last details on the setup, on the driving. So I think from here we're only going to go better.
So talk about the next race. You have to go to the race to the Sabang. How do you prepare for this race?
We'll be there to fight for the win.
Okay.
We'll try hard.
Yeah, thank you. The last question and leave a comment to Thai fan who's supporting you always.
Well, obviously, huge turnout like every year. It's great to really meet a lot of fans. Feel the support online and on the track, and I hope our series will grow bigger. We'll have more drivers and a lot of young racers who maybe one day want to be racing in Thailand Super Series.
ครับพี่จ้าครับปิดท้ายให้หน่อยครับ
ครับก็ตื่นเต้นทุกครั้งนะครับที่มาสนามบางแสนเพราะว่าเป็นสนามที่มีแฟนๆนะครับที่รักในมอเตอร์สปอร์ตเยอะที่สุดมาทุกครั้งก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นและดีใจนะครับแล้วก็มีแฟนชาวบางแสนมาสปอร์ตแล้วก็ทางบ้านด้วยนะครับก็ต้องขอบคุณมากๆก็เป็นรายการที่อยากให้ชาวแฟนมอเตอร์สปอร์ตติดตามกันเยอะๆนะครับผมเชื่อว่า
มันเป็นระดับ international แล้วนะครับแล้วก็จะดีขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆนะครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์พี่เจ้าวรุษพิรมภักดีและคาร์โลแฟนแดมมาต่อกันที่อันดับที่2นะครับยังคงเป็นของสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์นะครับเอาขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับพี่ต้นปิติพิรมภักดีและแบงค์กันตศักดิ์สิริด้วยครับว้าวแบงค์ครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับก็เป็นเลสที่ยากครับเพราะว่าด้วยเพรสของเราก็ไม่ใช่คันที่เร็วที่สุดก็สำหรับผลงานที่ออกมาที่ 2 ก็ถือว่าเราก็ทำเต็มที่แล้วครับก็ต้องขอบคุณทางทีมงานนะครับที่ตั้งใจเต็มที่แล้วก็ทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีมากเลยครับ
ครับพี่ต้อยครับ
ครับผม
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
เหนื่อยดีครับก็วันนี้น่าจะมีการเซตอัพรถเปลี่ยนแปลงเล็กน้อยทำให้หน้ามันนิ่มเพื่อที่จะเข้าโค้งได้ดีแต่สุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยกระเด้งเยอะไปหน่อย
ครับ
ก็ค่อนข้างที่จะจุกเหมือนกันครับเพราะว่าก็พอเวลาถึงจุดเบรกแล้วพอมันเด้งเนี่ยรถมันลอยมันค่อนข้างที่จะบัมไปที่ฟลอร์เหมือนกันก็เลยทำให้เราต้องถอยจุดเบรกกลับออกมาให้ไกลขึ้นก็จะไม่ค่อยสามารถแอตแทกโค้งได้อย่างที่เราต้องการครับ
แล้วก็ในเรื่องของเอเปกที่เราจะต้องเข้าไปก็เสียวอยู่หลายรอบนะเวลาเห็นพี่เข้าไปอยู่ใกล้ๆก็จะรู้สึกเสียวแทนเลย
ก็สตรีทเซอร์กิตครับก็ถ้าไม่ใกล้ก็เสียเปรียบ
ครับ
เราก็ต้องใช้พื้นที่ของถนนให้ได้กว้างที่สุด
พูดถึง2 วันในเรื่อง2 เรสพี่รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการมาในงานบางแสนกลางปีนี้ครับ
รู้สึกโชคดีครับ ก็เมื่อวานก็ผ่านอะไรมาหลายคันทั้งข้างหน้าทั้งข้างหลังส่วนวันนี้ก็แบงค์เล่นซะห่างเชียวครับผมก็ค่อนข้างเหนื่อยหน่อยครับแต่ว่าสนุกดีครับก็สุดท้ายก็ต้องขอบคุณแฟนคลับแล้วก็ผู้ชมนะครับที่บางแสนที่มาคอยซัพพอร์ตงานบางแสนสตรีทเฟสติวัลครับผม
โอ้โหต้องบอกว่าแฟนคลับพี่ตอดนะฮะตั้งแต่ก่อนที่จะมีการ pre-planning ในเรื่องของงานนี้ทั้งในทุกช่องทางเนี่ยทุกคนพยายามติดตามตอดแล้วก็พยายามในทุกเรื่องนะครับแม้กระทั่งตัวผมเองเนี่ยผม follow พี่บ่อยผมก็จะเห็นว่าพี่
ไปซื้อเสื้อผมยังครับ
ไปซื้อแล้ว
ไปซื้อแล้วครับเต็นท์อยู่ทางนู้นนะครับ
โอเคงานยังไม่จบอย่าพึ่งนะเดี๋ยวไปดูได้ต่อนะฮะ TP12 ออกแบบมาดีมากแล้วเราก็รู้สึกว่ามันเป็นสิ่งที่ในทุกๆปีเนี่ยเราเห็นว่างานบางแสนมันมีการยกระดับขึ้นไปเรื่อยๆ
ใช่ครับ
ใช่ไหมฮะก็
สำหรับสนามนี้ผมว่ามันเป็นสนามที่อย่างพี่จ๊ะบอกครับเป็นระดับ international แล้วก็มีวันปีนี้มีทั้ง F4 มีทั้งCarrera Cup มาก็จะทำให้เห็นว่าการแข่งขันที่เป็น Street Circuit เนี่ยทำให้มีมาตรฐานในระดับอินเตอร์ไม่ใช่เรื่องง่ายนะครับก็ทำกันมาหลายปีต้องขอบคุณคุณชนธยาคุณปลื้มที่ผลักดันเรื่องนี้อย่างเต็มที่ด้วยครับ
ครับอยากให้ฝากถึงแฟนๆที่เชียร์ด้วยครับเดี๋ยวให้แบงค์เริ่มก่อนครับ
ครับก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่วันนี้มาดูกันเยอะครับแล้วก็มาให้กำลังใจกันนะครับผมก็อยากจะปีหน้าก็อยากจะให้มากันเยอะๆแบบนี้กันตลอดไปเลยครับ
อ้าวจะมากันเยอะๆแบบนี้ไหมหรือจะมามากกว่านี้เอาขอเสียงหน่อยเร็วโอเคเราต้องได้เชียร์แน่ครับพี่ต้อยครับปิดท้ายเลยครับ
ก็ติดตามนะครับรายการซุปเปอร์คาร์ไทยแลนด์นะครับแล้วก็สนามหน้าเจอกันที่มาเลนะครับทำอย่างเงียบหมดเลยมาเลไม่มีใครไปเลย
เอาขอเสียงให้พี่ต้อยหน่อย
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบพระคุณครับพี่ต้อยครับเอาขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์แน่นอนนะครับปิติพิรมภักดีและแบงค์กันตศักดิ์กุศิรินะครับเป็นนักแข่งที่น่ารักอีกท่านนะครับและอันดับ1ของเราในวันนี้นะครับกับ Win Here Motorsport Oh that was wonderful great job Oh before you go to Fuji you have to celebrate and enjoy that with us about this time so how do you feel in this race
Yes for sure actually I'm really excited that I could come back again to meet a lot of fans here, which makes great luck here. And the championship is fascinating and exciting, and we did all our best during this week. We are competitive, and Akash and I showed our potential today. But sorry for giving him 5-second penalty at the end of the race, which sorry about that. And thanks to our company to give me this opportunity to take part in this championship again, and
Yes.
they provide us superb products behind, and thanks all the Sport Asia, yeah, and Big Wig Absolute Racing. Thank you all, and thank you fans supporting us here. Thank you so much.
Oh wow, good job. So and you, Akash, how do you feel?
I feel good. Really happy to get this win together with Andy and Be Quick Absolute Racing.
Yes.
I would like to congratulate the other podium winners as well. They did a good job today.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a really good race for us. Everything went according to plan. Luck was a bit on our side today, and we just had to take advantage of every opportunity that was given.
Yeah.
And here we are, race winner.
Yes, and you have to race to the next race to the Sepang. You have to comfort you. I think that your home, you know.
Yeah, Sepang is my home track. Hopefully you'll see me again. I'm not too sure, but really good to have had this time to come back to Bangsaen. It's my third race event here,
Yeah,
and
third race.
and my first race win in Bangsaen as well. So.
Wow.
I couldn't have done it with the team. I couldn't have done it with all these fans, you know, cheering us from the grandstand to the pit lane.
Yep.
So really appreciate all of that. Thank you.
Yeah, they all of you to cheer you too. All right, so just congratulations again. ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับอากัชแล้วก็นิงกี้ด้วยครับเอาละฮะทุกท่านครับเดี๋ยวเราจะลากันตรงนี้เลยครับมองไปข้างบนฟ้าครับคุณเห็นโดรนไหมครับเราเฮและแสดงความยินดีไปกับงานบางแสนกรางปีพร้อมๆกันเอาเฮวู้ฮู้เอาเฮอีกทีเอาเฮและหลังจากนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวไปพบกันต่อนะครับกับพิธีการมอบรางวัลของเรานั่นเองนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับงานนี้ด้วยเลย
With that, folks, final highlights here from the weekend. Scott and Reese have had to take off, unfortunately, tonight, but I'll sign us off here this evening, having been watching the racing action alongside them today as well. And, oh, man, what a race could have been. Obviously, talking about Lon Heinrich's excellent start here for the AES Motorsport number 18. And certainly to Budokorn, he did a fair job of it as well. We'll get to them in a second. Unfortunately, for Dieter Schmidtmann, the 786 Audi R8 GT3 overshot turn 1 and turn 2 and then into the pits early and retiring with some degree of mechanical issue there. Of course, being a 60-minute race, we had our compulsory pit stops to worry about. And so the drivers' teams coming into lane. Being a dry race this week, today, unlike the wet race of yesterday, means we did see tyre changes here on the Pirelli P0 slicks and some fresh rubber underneath. The drivers hopping in at the compulsory stops. Or for those who stayed in the car, of course, being single driver lineups by comparison. So kept the speed up after all those stops were done. There was just the one minor penalty today that got alerted to in this race. Number 37, a 5-second post-race time penalty for an issue with the pit entry line, but that was the only big issue from race control. Bigger issues out on track. Unfortunately, number 11 Ferrari here grinding to a halt there on the exit of turn 2. Barely warning being run into there, but all was well in the end. Of course, the second half of the race with the B-grade drivers, if you will, in the car. But then this, the big moment here with Budokorn out in front, unfortunately clips the apex and the exit of the Monument chicane and destroyed the number 18 AES Porsche. That'll be a rebuild and a half, given the fact that not only did they have all that bodywork fly off the car, but then the fire in the engine compartment breaking out here as a result of this incident, we presume. So that certainly made a right mess of things and brought us to a safety car at the closing part of the race. And denied this team and this car what looked to be a fairly comfortable win indeed. Imagine that Reese's shock when he came past the pit lane. It suddenly was fire, but may have been. He wasn't aware what happened. Heinrich there in the pit lane. Definitely gutted, to put it politely, as to his response. That one. Yeah. Got back racing, and then the battle for the final podium steps was on, and in the end there, Bob Buron back with an excellent pass and able to cut off end kicks there to take P3 away from the big Absolute Racing Porsche. But sister car will be here by BQAR Audi number 37, unable to be stopped at the front of the field and coming through to lead that race and finish things off there. So as we said, with Scott and Reese signing off, and we'll bring it back up on screen here again as well. The next round of the season, next event of the season, 8th to the 10th of August this year at Sepang International Circuit, will only have the GT3, GTM and GT4 cars, so keep that in mind that it will be a limited schedule, and exactly when we'll be broadcasting is yet to be confirmed. So keep your eye out on the TSS social media platforms, namely Facebook, but I do believe also they have an Instagram and TikTok pages according to the splash screens we're working with on these broadcasters. There is your top 5 teams. And I believe I just heard that in GT4 for that podium there as well. So on behalf of Reese and Scott, one last time, my name's Daniel Ammon and also David Haynes along for the ride earlier this weekend. Thank you all again for joining us. To all of you, whether you've been on the Thailand Super Series YouTube channel, the Speed Cafe YouTube channel as well. Big thanks to Speed Cafe for continuing to support us. As indeed, that is the GT4 podium there with the AAS Motorsport Cayman number 1 up front there. Of course, to all of the partners and supporters of the TSS, the Super Series, and the Be Quick Thailand Super Series. Great to see this series continue and the numbers here at Bangsaen. So indeed, Facebook and Instagram, you can follow Thailand Super Series with plenty of activity in terms of posts and material there for you to keep an eye on. But indeed, just 1 month until we're back on screen with racing at Sepang for our Supercar GT3, GTM and GT4 cars. But until then, folks, have yourselves a good time. Hopefully cross paths with plenty more racing around the world shared online as well. Thank you all. Have yourselves a good rest of your day, whether it be morning, afternoon, evening or night for you. Until next time, we'll hopefully cross paths online somewhere else in the world. And it's bye from me and bye to all of you. Have a good one.
แล้วก็ตามด้วยคุณพอลครับนี่ครับเจ้าพ่อเมืองทองครับแหมวันนี้มาขับสนุกนะครับแล้วก็ถ่ายภาพกันดีกว่านะครับถ่ายภาพกันดีกว่าถ่ายกันไปครับตอนนี้อีกนิดนึงแล้วก็ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยเร็วขอบคุณครับรู้สึกว่าไมค์เริ่มเสียงหายนะฮะเหมือนกับจะหมดแรงต่อเนื่องเลยครับสำหรับการมอบรางวัลในรุ่นของPorsche Spin Trophy Thailand GT4 มีทั้งหมดด้วยกัน3อันดับครับเริ่มจากอันดับที่1ครับเป็นของหมายเลข1คามิกกระสูตรและกระทีกุศลีจาก AAS Motorsport อันดับ2ครับหมายเลข98ทอดเจมส์คิงฟอร์ดจาก Finlab Racing อันดับที่3หมายเลข32เอียโรรัสซาโกโตและสถาพรวิรเชื้อจาก B Quick Absolute Racing มาครับมานี่คือแก๊งที่ใช้Porsche Cup นะครับผู้มอบรางวัลครับคุณสุธีอนะอัญญาพรผู้จัดการทั่วไปฝ่ายการขายและการตลาดด้านอุตสาหกรรมบริษัทอีเดมิสึอพอลโลประเทศไทยจำกัดผู้จำหน่ายน้ำมันเครื่องอีเดมิสึน้ำมันเครื่องคุณภาพสูงจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นให้เกียรติการมอบรางวัลครับนี่ครับอันดับที่1ของวันนี้ครับ AAS ครับอันดับที่2ครับ Finlab Racing และก็อันดับที่3ครับ B Quick Absolute Racing นะครับสุดยอดครับมาถ่ายภาพกันดีกว่าครับอยู่บริเวณกลางเฟรมครับยิ้มหวานอย่าลืมนะครับใช้น้ำมันเครื่องอีเดมิสึกันด้วยนะครับของดีมีคุณภาพจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นครับถ่ายกันเสร็จแล้วก็ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณมากๆนะครับสำหรับการมอบรางวัลนะครับจากทางอีเดมิสึครับคุณสุธีขอบคุณมากนะครับต่อเนื่องครับสำหรับการมอบรางวัลต่อไป Thailand Supercar GTC ในสนาม3ครับผู้มอบรางวัลครับขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญพระท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการ TSS The Super Series by B Quick และ B Quick Thailand Super Series ให้เกียรติการมอบรางวัลเริ่มจากในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GTC TAV8 ครับมีทั้งหมดด้วยกัน2รางวัลครับอันดับที่1เป็นของหมายเลข9อัครพงศ์อัครีนิโรธและกิตวัสุรัตน์จาก Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand และอันดับที่ 2 ครับ เป็นของหมายเลข 23 เคเนโทและเชนนางจากทีมซุปเปอร์โซนิกบายโรงโป๊ะพาวเวอร์ยูนิตเชิญเลยครับมาแล้วนี่ครับสิงคโปร์เรียนมาแล้วเสื้อสวยมากครับผมชอบมากเลยมากันครบแล้วมี 2 ลำดับนะครับมอบรางวัลโดยท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มครับประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการ TSS The Super Series by B Quick และ B Quick Thailand Super Series ครับนี่ครับเหมือนเดิมครับชูธงฮะชาติสิงคโปร์ครับขับโหดดุเดือดครับวันนี้เจอในเรื่องของการบวกเวลาเยอะไปหน่อยครับเขาคงจะติดใจการแข่งขันที่เมืองไทยอย่างแน่นอนคอนเฟิร์มครับชอบฮะขับโหดมากมาประเภททีมกันดีกว่าครับได้แก่ทีมโตโยต้ากาซูเลสซิ่งไทยแลนด์โตโยต้าใครจะเป็นคนไปรับครับโตโยต้ากิ๊กการ์ดมีไหนใครจะไปรับเอาเร็วโอ้ท่านแมนครับเชิญท่านแมนอุ้ยท่านแมนกางเกงหลุดไปโอ้โหไม่ต้องใส่เสื้อครับถ้าเกิดอยากใส่เสื้อไปซื้อเสื้อพี่ตอดได้ใช่ไหมนี่ประเภททีมครับประเภททีมโอ้โหนานๆขึ้นเวทีแทนลูกพี่ทีเขินนะเขินอาจารย์แมนผมเขินเรียบร้อยขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยเร็วขอบคุณครับแล้วต่อไปครับ Thailand Supercar GT Overall ครับมีทั้งหมดในการ2อันดับเหมือนเดิมเลยรับเหมือนเดิมครับสำหรับอันดับที่1ครับหมายเลข9อัครพงศ์อัคนีนิโรธและกฤษวสุรัตน์จากโตโยต้ากาซูเลสซิ่งไทยแลนด์และอันดับที่2ครับหมายเลข23เคเนโทและเชนอังจากทีมซูเปอร์โซนิกบายโรงโป๊ะพาวเวอร์ยูนิตครับ yes again sure again yes ผู้มอบรางวัลครับท่านพนักท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้ม The President หรือว่าประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการ TSS The Super Series by B Quick และ B Quick Thailand Super Series ครับให้เกียรติการมอบรางวัลของ GTC Overall ครับรับกันไปโอ้โหปาตะเกียร์เลยครับวันนี้ถ้วยครับพร้อมกับช่อมะกอกนะครับของทาง Toyota Gazoo แล้วก็นี่ครับจากทางทีมซูเปอร์โซนิกครับบายลงโป๊ะครับพร้อมกับประเภททีครับได้แก่ทีมโตโยต้ากาซูเลสซิ่งไทยแลนด์อีกแล้วรับมอบกันไปครับอาจารย์แมนเดินทางมาเพื่อที่จะมารับถ้วยโดยเฉพาะเลยถ่ายภาพกันดีกว่าครับคล้ายๆกับเฟรมเดิมเมื่อกี้นี้เลยนะครับให้เวลาอีกนิดนึงครับ5 4 3 2 1เรียบร้อยขอเสียงปรบมือครับขอบคุณครับต่อเนื่องเลยนะครับสำหรับการมอบรางวัลในรุ่นของ Thailand Supercar GT3 ที่เพิ่งจะแข่งจบกันไปเมื่อกี้นี้ผู้มอบนะครับยังคงเป็นท่านเดิมก็คือท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มนะครับประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการนี้เริ่มจากอันดับที่1ก่อนครับเป็นของหมายเลข37อากัสนันดีและเดงจี้จากวินเฮียบาย BQAR และก็อันดับที่2ครับเป็นของคนนี้เลยครับหมายเลข12ปิติพิรมภักดีและกฤษศักดิ์กุศลิสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์และอันดับที่3ครับเป็นของหมายเลข89วรวุฒิพิรมภักดีและคาร์โรแวนแดมครับจากสิงห์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์เช่นกันและอันดับที่4ครับเป็นของหมายเลข26เฮงกิกและแซนดี้สตูวิกจาก B Quick Absolute Racing บอสกับบอสมี4อันดับนะครับและแน่นอนนะครับเดี๋ยวเขารอเขาขึ้นกันให้เรียบร้อยกันก่อนนะครับ4ตำแหน่งของเรามาแล้วครับแน่นอนครับในรุ่นใหญ่ของเราในรุ่นของ GT3 เราจะมีการเปิดเพลงชาติเดี๋ยวเฮงกิก the left hand side is not you นู่นไปหลืบนู่นยูจะมาแฮปไม่ได้แหมบอสเล่นซึมเลยบอสขึ้นก่อนบอสอัพ yes อัพโอ้เตรียมตัวไว้ก่อนเลยบอสผมนะผมรู้ชะตากรรมของอันดับ2กับ1เลยฟังเพลงชาติกันดีกว่าครับมา เพลงของประเทศจีนนะครับผมสำหรับอันดับที่1ครับและก็แน่นอนครับมอบรางวัลกันต่อเลยครับสำหรับท่านสุนทยาคุณปลื้มนะครับประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการ TSS The Super Series by B Quick และ B Quick Thailand Super Series ให้เกียรติในการมอบรางวัลครับเริ่มจากนี่ครับอาการนาดีและก็เทงยี่ครับจากวินเทีย by BQAR ตามต่อด้วยอันดับที่2การสลับปิติพิรมภักดีและก็การศักดิ์กุศศิริจากซิงค์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์แล้วก็ไหลมาอันดับที่3ครับหมายเลข89วรวุฒิพิรมภักดีและคาร์โรแวนดัมจากซิงค์มอเตอร์สปอร์ตทีมไทยแลนด์เช่นกันแล้วก็ปิดท้ายอันดับที่4ครับหมายเลข26ครับเฮงคิกกับแซนดี้สตูบิกจาก B Quick Absolute Racing และประเภททีมประจำสัปดาห์นี้สนามนี้ครับได้แก่วินเฮีย by BQAR The Team Manager ครับของวินเฮียครับมีไหมครับมาไหมถ้าไม่มีก็เอาถ้วยมอบให้กับนี่มาครับพี่ใหญ่ครับรับเองให้เองจัดไปครับพี่เมื่อวานพี่อยู่ดึกมากนะครับ4-5 ทุ่มยังเห็นพี่เข้าเซเว่นอยู่เลยนะครับมาถ่ายภาพกันเลยเมื่อวานนี้รู้สึกว่าทาง B Quick เองมีจัดปาร์ตี้ริมชายหาดด้วยสนุกมากยังถ่ายอยู่ครับตอนนี้ยังถ่ายกันโอ้ยยังไม่ทันหมดเลยเฮงกิ๊กครับเล่นครับเล่นทีเผลอครับโอ้โหคนที่โดนไม่ได้อันดับ1ครับแต่เป็นพี่แป๊ะครับโอ้โหเอาไว้เละเลยครับลูกพี่ผมโอ้โหเหนื่อยใจขอกระดกหน่อยเถอะไม่เป็นไรครับนี่ฮะสนามสุดท้ายแล้วครับต่อเนื่องเลยครับสำหรับการมอบรางวัลครับเป็น Porsche Sprint Trophy Thailand GT3 ก็คือคนที่ใช้ Porsche ครับมีอันดับเดียวครับก็คือหมายเลข26เฮงกิกและแซนดี้สตูวิกจาก P Quick Absolute Racing รับอีก1ถ้วยครับสำหรับ Porsche ไปโอ้โหรอขึ้นแป๊บหนึ่งครับผู้มอบรางวัลครับก็คือพี่แป๊ะครับพนักท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มครับประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการ TSS The Super Series by B Quick และ B Quick Thailand Super Series ครับให้กับอันดับที่1ครับในรุ่นนี้ Porsche Sprint Trophy Thailand GT3 ผู้ที่ใช้ Porsche ครับบอสครับยิ้มหวานเลยถ่ายภาพกันไปโอเคเรียบร้อยขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆด้วยครับขอบคุณมากครับต่อไปครับ Thailand Supercar GTM ในสนาม 4 ครับพี่แป๊ะยังคงต้องอยู่ต่อนะครับเริ่มจาก GTM Overall ครับมีทั้งหมดด้วยกัน4คันเพราะเจ็บศพ4คันนะครับอันดับที่1ครับวันนี้สุดมากๆเปลี่ยนรถมาวิ่งดีเลยหมายเลข77ครับสราวุธเสรีธนกุลและอาฟิฟยาซีดจาก PSC Motorsport ครับตามต่อด้วยอันดับที่2ครับหมายเลข24ครับพี่วัวณัฐวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะจาก Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailandอันดับที่3ครับหมายเลข10ครับซิลเวยไซมอนชานจาก Fire Monkey Motorsport อันดับที่4ครับหมายเลข9มานัทกุลปานนท์และณัฐพงศ์หอดทองคำจาก Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand โอ้โหกรี๊ดกันใหญ่นะฮะตกลงมิสเตอร์ไซมอนนี่เขาแฟนใครฮะ มากันครบแล้วขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญครับพี่แป๊ะครับสนธยาคุณปลื้มนะครับในการมอบรางวัลในรุ่นนี้ครับ Thailand Supercar GTM Overall นะครับเริ่มจากอันดับที่1ก่อนครับสราวุธและอาฟิกครับกับเฟอร์รารี่คันใหม่ของเขาแล้วก็อันดับ1ของเขามองถ้วยหน่อยชื่นชมหน่อย PSC ครับนี่ฮะวันนี้ตามต่อด้วยอันดับที่2ครับสำหรับ Toyota Gazoo ครับพี่วัวขับคนเดียวรับคนเดียวแล้วก็ไซมอนชานครับ Porsche อีกลำหนึ่งขับคนเดียวรับคนเดียวปิดท้ายด้วย Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand อีก2 คนครับโอ้ยหล่อมากเมื่อก่อนต้องบอกว่าหล่อมากนั่นแหละประเภททีมครับได้กับทีม PSC Motorsport ครับคุณกี้บีทีมมาแล้วนี่ครับผู้จัดการทีมครับของทาง PSC Motorsport ครับผู้จำหน่ายผู้ผลิตนะครับผู้ผลิตในเรื่องของน้ำมันเอทานอล E10 E20 E85 ให้กับบรรดาโรงกลั่นทั้งหลายครับสุดยอดนะครับยังถ่ายอยู่ครับรออีกแป๊บหนึ่งครับเราก็เรียบร้อยขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยเร็ว ต่อเนื่องครับไทยแลนด์โอ้โหน้ำกระจายก่อนแป๊บหนึ่งครับไซมอนชาเล่นทีเผลอครับกีบอกว่าตั้งตัวไม่ทันครับโอ้โหนี่ใส่กันไปเต็มๆในขณะที่ต้นมานัดบอกว่าไม่เอาเดี๋ยวไปกินกันเองดีกว่าเปียกแฉะอร่อยไหมเข้าตาโอเคครับไทยแลนด์ซูเปอร์คาร์ GTM ครับมีด้วยกัน2รางวัลครับเริ่มจากอันดับที่1ครับได้แก่หมายเลข24นัทวุฒิเจริญสุขวัฒนะครับโตโยต้า กาซูเลสซิ่งไทยแลนด์และอันดับที่2ครับเป็นของหมายเลข10ซิเวยไซมอนชาจาก Fire Monkey Motorsport 2 คนนะครับในรุ่นของแอมฮะโอ้โหกรี๊ดกราดกันเต็มๆผู้มอบรางวัลครับสำหรับคุณสุนทยาคุณปลื้มประธานจัดการแข่งขันรายการ TSS The Super Series by Big Quick และ Big Quick Thailand Super Series ให้เกียรติในการมอบรางวัลนะครับโอ้โหไซมอนโอ้โหใครเหยียบอ๋อแฟนเขาป่ะเนี่ยไม่ใช่เหรออ๋อทีมงานอ๋อโอเคถ่ายกันไปเปิบยังไม่หมดจะมีกรี๊ดอีก1 ครั้งอ๋อปรบมือหน่อยเร็วขอบคุณครับปิดท้ายครับ Porsche Spin Trophy Thailand GTM ครับ Simon Chan Stay again Yes you the winner only one man show รับรางวัลครับในรุ่นของ Porsche Spin Trophy Thailand GTM โดยพระท่านสุนทยาคุณปลื้มมอบให้กับทาง Fire Monkey Motorsport Simon Chan รับไปอีก1 ถ้วยกับคนที่ใช้ Porsche นะครับในรุ่นของทาง Supercar GTM ครับ
พบกันที่บุรีรัมย์ขึ้นมาหมดเดือนไหนบุรีรัมย์ไม่เป็นไรไม่ต้องระบุหรอกเจอกัน
รับรางวัลกันไปครับโอเคเรียบร้อยขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆด้วยครับขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณสำหรับเรื่องราวของการมอบรางวัลนี้นะครับโดยท่านสนธยาคุณปลื้มนะครับวันนี้ครับการแข่งขันของเราจบลงไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับเรื่องราวของการถ่ายทอดสดผ่านทางไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งนะครับตั้งแต่วันพุธพฤหัสศุกร์เสาร์อาทิตย์สนามต่อไปนะครับในเรื่องของซูเปอร์คาร์เขาจะไปแข่งกันต่อที่สนามเซปังที่ประเทศมาเลเซียติดตามชมกันได้วันนี้ขอบคุณนะครับเพื่อนๆพี่น้องที่อยู่รอบๆสนามโดยเฉพาะเพื่อนๆที่อยู่ริมขอบจอเดี๋ยวผมมีของแจกให้รอกันแป๊บหนึ่งแต่วันนี้ขออนุญาตลาไปก่อนนะครับขอบคุณทุกท่านที่ติดตามรับชมครับมีอะไรผิดพลาดก็ขออนุญาตนะครับขออภัยแทนผู้จัดด้วยครับวันนี้ลาไปก่อนครับพบกันใหม่คราวหน้าสวัสดีครับ